Ok. Grazie a tutti, benvenuti. My brief opening comments are in English. As you all know, today we will proceed in a bilingual fashion. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome all of you to this Communitas 2023 event of interfaculty collaboration in the pursuit of common truth. And our theme this year, Are Just Wars Possible?, is of course of great actuality. When St. Thomas Aquinas speaks about what is typically human, he sometimes uses the example of laughter, because only the human animal is capable of laughter. The angels are spiritual. They can understand irony, but they do not have bodies. And the other animals have a kind of embodied psychology, but they do not have reason, so they cannot understand the joke. It's only the rational animals that can follow the storyline and see where things begin, how they unfold, and whether things are funny because they're ironic. And so the human animal, then perceiving the irony in its imagination and mind, begins to laugh. It's a spiritual and animal thing to do. And there are a lot of things like this common to human beings alone. To be able to create languages with universal significations, and to write in poetry and prose, to create complex technology and tools to transform the world elegantly and intelligently or with ruthless efficiency, to be able to freely undertake marriage and have children by decision and raise and educate them, to pray in one's soul and body on one's knees, to offer one's life to God in consecrated celibacy, and to worship God in divine liturgy. These are all things only human animals can do because they are a spiritual animal. And yet, another thing that's common to the human species alone is the terrible capacity to wage war. It is a great mark of human spiritual sinfulness that we alone do this. Indeed, the human being is the only animal species in which the members regularly take one another's lives, and sometimes do so on a massive scale. The human being alone has the intellectual potency to choose life or death, selfishness or the common good, rational dialogue and compromise, or ideological division and violence. And the human being can choose to use superior means of technology to take human life in a crass spiral of violence in view of the thirst of domination and even of self-destruction. Where there's war and violence, however, there's also the moral right and responsibility to defend the vulnerable and to use force when it is necessary to secure the common good and seek peace and justice. The Church has a traditional teaching on the possibility of just war and the moral necessity of the defense of human life by means of instruments of the civic state. Well, what then are the conditions of just war? How may we understand these conditions, and what are the challenges of asserting or defending the possibility of the just defense of innocent human life in light of the modern developments of the means of massive destruction of human life in modern warfare? Today, these questions take on an especially acute actuality due to the unfolding conflict in the Ukraine, in which the Russian state has undertaken an act of aggressive warfare that has displaced millions of people and led to the destruction and death of what are probably already at least 100,000 people. We should recall that in this context, we also live with and under the repeated threat of the use of nuclear weapons as a possible means of warfare, a threat that obviously could risk to engulf the world in an unprecedented scale of human and environmental destruction. In this context, the Church must be a force for peace and justice in the world, as well as a voice for mercy and reconciliation. How should peace be regained? How may peace be secured in the context of justice and reconciliation? And how are we to balance the traditional principles in our current context? How can we learn in our current context from contemporary challenges? More about what constitutes authentic, just war tradition and its interpretation. I'm deeply grateful to all of our faculty and students for their participation in this conference of common reflection. One of the key purposes of the Communitas conference is to allow fruitful interdisciplinary engagement between the diverse faculties in the coherent service of a common truth that we seek together and that is of timely importance. We've done works on the arts and preaching in the past, and there are publications that stem from these, such as this Preaching in the Arts Communitas 2021 work that was edited by Sister Helen Alford, which I encourage everyone to consult in the library. So today we're privileged to collect the contributions of so many of our faculty and guests from diverse academic and political backgrounds to discuss what is no doubt one of the most important living concerns in the international order today. I'd like to thank all our organizers and staff and welcome all our guests. Please do know of my prayers and thanks for all the discussions that proceed, and may God bless all our endeavors. Thank you. And now I'd like to turn the floor over to Father Marco Salvati to help us enter into the first session.
Buongiorno a tutti. Il tema che è stato scelto per l'evento Communitas di questo anno accademico, come sapete bene, è stato oggetto di attenzione fin dai tempi antichi. Già Tucidide, nel V secolo a.C., ne parlava. E ai nostri giorni questo tema è quanto mai attuale a causa di ciò che sta accadendo in tante parti del mondo e anche qui in Europa, dove dal febbraio dello scorso anno è in corso, come sappiamo molto bene, una guerra vituperabile tra Ucraina e Russia. Una guerra che sta provocando sofferenza, morte, distruzione, scontri ideologici, conseguenze ambientali gravi, pericoli di un conflitto catastrofico di dimensioni mondiali. Il tema della guerra giusta è complesso e delicato e questo si vede già nel nome, guerra giusta, un nome che accosta due termini, mette insieme due termini che sembrano essere contraddittori. Guerra è realtà negativa, giusta, realtà positiva, per cui dobbiamo chiederci, guerra giusta è un ossimoro, cioè un termine che mette insieme realtà che non possono stare insieme, oppure è un paradosso, quindi qualcosa che va oltre l'opinione ordinaria. Quindi una forma di verità che tiene insieme due aspetti che sembrerebbero escludersi. Ma tornando al tema, come sapete bene si registrano nella Chiesa cattolica, nella teologia, due orientamenti. Uno positivo, quindi aperto alla possibilità di ammettere l'esistenza di una guerra giusta. L'altro invece negativo, quindi che rifiuta la possibilità di parlare di una guerra giusta. Quindi il primo orientamento ritiene che guerra giusta sia un paradosso, l'altro invece è, secondo l'altro orientamento, è un ossimoro. Il primo orientamento si appella a un realismo che impone in certe circostanze di far ricorso alla forza per difendersi da forme di attentato alla vita. Riconosce questo primo orientamento che esiste uno ius ad bellum, cioè che è lecito ricorrere alle armi dopo che i tentativi di soluzione pacifica sono falliti o sono stati rifiutati, a condizione però che ci sia l'approvazione della legittima autorità politica, la proporzione tra difesa e offesa, la certezza che la difesa metterà fine all'aggressione. Sappiamo molto bene, il numero 2309 del Catechismo della Chiesa Cattolica richiama questi dati e la teologia cattolica ha anche elaborato uno ius in bello che prevede alcune esigenze da rispettare. Sappiamo bene che la tradizione cristiana inizialmente ha rifiutato l'uso delle armi, poi dal IV secolo troviamo autori di non piccolo calibro, autori importanti, che sono disposti a parlare di guerra giusta, da Ambrogio ad Agostino, giungendo fino a Tommaso, come vedremo, a Francisco de Vitoria. Ecco, non mancano voci autorevoli che si pronunciano a favore di una guerra giusta, ma io non devo fare una ricostruzione storica del problema, ci penseranno i colleghi che parleranno. Però devo aggiungere una osservazione. Nella storia del pensiero cristiano e cattolico, certamente si dà una approvazione della guerra giusta, ma c'è anche una evoluzione della dottrina. Questa evoluzione è dovuta a diversi fattori. Ne cito uno che ha un peso speciale. Nel corso del tempo è cambiata la forza distruttiva delle armi, per cui la guerra, anche se fosse giusta, diventa causa di effetti devastanti e spesso incalcolabili. In altre parole, è necessario elaborare un nuovo modo di intendere la questione della guerra giusta, almeno sulla base dell'esistenza di nuove armi. In collegamento con questo ripensamento o evoluzione della teoria della guerra giusta, durante il XX secolo, nella Chiesa cattolica matura un altro orientamento, diciamo negativo, un orientamento di rifiuto, di presa di distanza rispetto a qualsiasi guerra, fosse anche una guerra giusta o ritenuta giusta. E per capire questo nuovo orientamento, questa nuova sensibilità, basterà ripercorrere gli insegnamenti dei vescovi di Roma del XX secolo, ma anche su questo sentiremo, immagino, qualcosa negli interventi successivi. Sta di fatto che si prendono le distanze, si afferma un forte disagio, anzi addirittura un rifiuto netto della guerra. Ancora pochi giorni fa, era l'11 marzo scorso del 2023, Papa Francesco rilascia a un giornale argentino, La Nación, un'intervista e tra le altre cose ha detto: la guerra ha una serie di regole etiche. Non mi piace parlare di etica della guerra, dice Papa Francesco. Etica della guerra è una contraddizione nel termine, è un ossimoro, ho detto io. Vorrei rapidamente richiamare le ragioni che portano non pochi studiosi e pensatori a rifiutare ogni guerra, anche quella giusta. La guerra, ecco una prima ragione, è un mezzo oggettivamente ingiusto, anche se utilizzato per fini giusti. Ancora, chi propone la guerra giusta si mette forse senza saperlo o coscientemente, non si comprende sempre, si mette al servizio di interessi politici o economici, motivando questo servizio o questo inconsapevole servizio con ragioni che teologicamente sono deboli. Ancora, autorizza la distruzione delle persone, dell'ambiente, dei beni. Si ostina a non ricorrere agli organismi internazionali che sono nati per risolvere conflitti tra i popoli, oppure favorisce un uso immorale della ricchezza economica che non viene messa al servizio dei poveri ma dell'industria bellica. Insomma, si dice è assurdo che gli arsenali di guerra siano pieni, lo stomaco di molte persone sia vuoto. O ancora si contesta una possibilità che si realizzino simultaneamente i 4 elementi che il Catechismo della Chiesa Cattolica, ma un po' tutta la dottrina della guerra giusta, indica come condizioni perché la guerra sia ritenuta giusta. Non sto qui a ripercorrerli, a ricordarli perché certamente saranno ricordati. Ancora si dice la guerra, anche quella giusta, forse è incompatibile addirittura con la legittima difesa, perché è impossibile che si verifichi un uso esclusivamente difensivo della guerra. È impossibile limitarsi a contrastare l'aggressione e mi sembra che le cose che stanno accadendo in questi giorni ce lo confermino. E ancora un ultimo motivo di contestazione rispetto alla possibilità di parlare della guerra giusta è questa. Si dice l'aggettivo giusto applicato, riferito alla guerra, forse si serve di un concetto di giustizia, cioè un concetto di tipo retributivo, che riconosce che al male si risponde col male, e non a un concetto di giustizia di tipo salvifico, come quello che insegna la Bibbia quando parla di Dio. Quindi giustizia salvifica è quella che usa Dio nei confronti del peccatore. Quindi analogicamente anche la giustizia da tenere presente per valutare se una guerra è appunto giusta o meno dovrebbe ispirarsi a questa giustizia salvifica. Per cui la conclusione di chi sceglie questo orientamento è si vis pacem para pacem. Se vuoi la pace, prepara la pace. C'è un suggerimento, immagino ritornerà nelle riflessioni successive, che viene riproposto in tempi recenti, di concentrarsi, quando si tratta di questo tema della guerra giusta, sul concetto di legittima difesa, di ingerenza umanitaria, o, come insegnava Papa Benedetto XVI, di responsabilità di proteggere. Potrebbe essere questa la via sulla quale mettersi per trovare un equilibrio nel modo di intendere questo concetto. Mi avvio alla conclusione ponendo qualche domanda alla quale immagino poi gli interventi successivi risponderanno. Prima domanda: possiamo tutelare i diritti, il diritto a difenderci o a difendersi, con un modo che sia diverso dal ricorso alle armi? Si può ancora parlare di legittimità, di uso di un mezzo oggettivamente non buono, qual è la guerra, in nome del diritto alla difesa? Ancora, nella Chiesa universale, nelle Chiese locali, lavoriamo per valorizzare gli organismi preposti alla tutela dei diritti dei popoli? Siamo sensibili a sostenere le iniziative finalizzate a evitare la guerra? Sosteniamo i politici che sono contro la guerra con la stessa forza con cui sosteniamo quelli che sono contro, ad esempio, l'aborto? Concludo. Questo nostro incontro questa mattina favorirà, mi auguro, la formazione di una coscienza più profonda, una formazione più profonda che ci aiuti a risolvere le contraddizioni e le controversie, se ne avremo l'occasione, in un modo che sia più proporzionato a quella che è la nostra fede cristiana. E diamo certamente inizio a questa prima parte con 3 interventi, questa prima parte della giornata di studio, con 3 interventi che saranno dedicati a mettere a fuoco anzitutto l'insegnamento di San Tommaso su questo tema, poi, e di questo ci parlerà il professor Girtik, teologo della Casa Pontificia e professore in questa nostra università, nella facoltà di teologia. Poi sentiremo il professor Ribka che tratterà dell'insegnamento del Magistero. Il professor Ribka pure è voi ben conosciuto perché è professore di teologia morale nella facoltà di teologia. E infine vedremo alcuni esempi di applicazione dell'insegnamento del Magistero da parte di domenicani che giungono a conclusioni diverse. E di questo ci parlerà la professoressa Chiara Tessaris, che è qui alla mia sinistra, che è docente anche nella nostra università, oltre che nella St. John's University qui di Roma. E passo la parola al professor Girtik. Chiedo la cortesia ai colleghi che interverranno di tenersi intorno ai 20, massimo 25 minuti, se possibile, per essere, lo so che vi chiedo un sacrificio, ma i tempi che ci sono stati dati questi sono e speriamo di riuscire comunque a fare del buon lavoro. Grazie. Prego, professor Girtik.
Having in mind the novel of Tolstoy, we are inclined to think about war and peace. A glance at the major presentation of the theme of war in the Summa of Aquinas calls us to reverse the wording and reflect about peace and war. Aquinas did not engage in casuistry. He preferred a virtue moral theology, showing the fecundity of divine grace within human action. This was his main concern, although he did touch upon the morality of just war in his commentaries on Aristotle, in particular the Politics. Casuist questioning is not irrelevant. The perplexities of war need such a reflection. And as Michael Walzer, in his historical and ethical study on just and unjust wars, says, this cannot be done on the level of feelings. It has to be precise. This is because even in wars, all participants want to act, or sometimes just seem to act morally. Thus, there are questions both about the jus ad bellum, the moral right to wage a war, and jus in bellum, the morality of the means used in fighting. Even in a bad war, it is possible to behave well, respecting moral rules. In unjust wars waged by tyrants, pawns still have rights and obligations. Peace was viewed by Aquinas in the context of charity. Thus, peace was presented within the theological order and not the moral. This is contrary to the modern approach, which almost instinctively ties peace with justice. The Second Vatican Council described peace as an opus justitiae, an enterprise of justice. But it also stressed that peace is likewise the fruit of love, which goes beyond what justice can provide. According to Aquinas, peace together with joy is listed as the most important internal effect of charity. War is interpreted as a sin that disenables or weakens the encounter with God. The maintaining of a relationship with God through the theological virtues is a more fundamental issue than the maintenance of social order, because it is through the power of grace that individuals and in consequence society are set straight. War is terrible because, at least in those who bear responsibility for its evils, it is mortally sinful and it destroys the relationship with God. Viewed in the perspective of eternal salvation, this spiritual ruin is graver in its consequences than the ruining of cities and the killing of its inhabitants. Conversely, those who have not blocked the encounter with God find in grace a supernatural power that enables them to keep the internal moral order intact, even in the face of atrocities that happen during wars. Furthermore, true spiritual life heals the wounds of war. Thus, the interiority of individuals kept alive through faith and charity has a profound impact on social mores. The rebuilding of peace in war-stricken societies entails not only the punishment of evildoers and the just reparation of committed evils, something that both the guilty and the victims deserve, but also the renewal of a true spiritual engagement with God. Peace was discussed in question 29 of the Secunda Secunda. The four articles ponder whether peace is identical with concord, whether all things strive for peace, whether peace is the proper effect of charity, and whether peace is a virtue. Aquinas answers that concord is not yet full peace, because peace entails the harmony of appetites in the individual himself. Ultimately, on a deep level, all beings strive for the tranquil satisfaction of their deepest desires, that is, for the supreme good. This answer, of course, refers to the metaphysical level and not the sociological or psychological. Saint Augustine had defined peace as the tranquillitas ordinis, the tranquility of order. And Aquinas explains that this is not to be meant as an order imposed by force by some higher power. The order refers to the inner synchronization that appropriately arranges composing elements. Peace has two dimensions, internal and external. When all the powers of the psyche and the soul are working together in a well-ordered equilibrium, there is internal peace. And when the appetitive desires of one person are correctly aligned with the designs of others, there is external communal peace. Thus, when in a community each individual contributes to the common good, there is peace. In a peaceful social setting, each individual has the possibility of offering the best for the benefit of others. Peace, therefore, has to be understood as a positive reality and not just the absence of war or the cessation of military action. We do not generate ideas of peace by visiting cemeteries. A lack of disorder does not yet mean peace. Since goodness is defined through itself and evil as its lack, peace has its own internal meaning and needs to be cultivated. Peace entails positive effort and creativity. True communal peace cannot coexist within a conflict situation, even though military aggression has ceased, if the struggle continues through milder means. But true internal peace of a well-ordered personality may coexist with times of war. Peace has to be built up and maintained alive. The focus on the theological order in peace means that it requires more than a negotiated agreement that could be arranged on a moral level. True peace entails pardon and a deeper perception of the other, who maybe was an enemy, but now is not viewed as such and is seen as a member of the community of God's friends. It follows that peace is not a once and for all event. Each generation has to work towards the building of peace. It follows that if there is a negotiated peace which is unjust, or granting stability to one side but not to the other, efforts striving to change the situation in view of a deeper peace are licit. These do not necessarily have to be combative. The building up of peace in society and among nations through pardon, friendships, and the purification of historical memories is a task that has to be undertaken. And the reverse, that is the destruction of a weak peace through the perpetuation of historical hatreds and the promotion of a spirit of envy and vengeance, is to be rejected. The ancient adage, si vis pacem para bellum, if you want peace, prepare for war, is a pagan maxim. Today we are inclined to say that if you want peace, ensure justice. In the mind of Aquinas, this is not sufficient, because justice does not create unity. It treats the other as somebody different, towards whom we have obligations, and he has obligations towards us. Only charity views the other as a member of that unique fellowship that is tied with our brother Jesus Christ. Having this spiritual horizon in mind, Aquinas then addressed war, seeing it as a grave and mortal sin. But of course, not all who participate in wars and not all who decide about them are sinful. Thus, the first article of the question lays out the condition for a just war, thereby defending the possibility that the waging of wars, of some wars, is not sinful. In consequence, military exercises are also justifiable. The second article reflects whether it's licit for priests and bishops to take part in battles. The clergy should not be engaged in killing the enemy, as they should rather be willing to spill their own blood for Christ. Therefore, they may be present in battles, serving as chaplains who offer sacraments and consolation. The third article considers the setting up of ambushes in war. War does not suspend moral principles, so lying in war is not permissible, but military plans may and indeed have to be concealed from the enemy. And finally, Aquinas asks about fighting on religious feast days. Soldiers may do their work on feast days, just as medical doctors sometimes work on such days. Abstention from serious duties because of religious celebrations would be tempting of God. But when the dire necessity has passed, religious feasts are to be respected. It's clear that all these questions are located in a theological, almost ecclesial perspective, without denying the rationale of wars. This reflection manifests the concern of the Church to humanize wars as far as possible. The higher perspective of the law of grace illuminates the living out of the natural law, raising the issues to a superior level. Medieval bishops, who more often had to deal with what we would call civil wars between feuding gangs rather than wars against external enemies, tried to limit them by introducing the tragedies, enforced ceasefires on feast days. These efforts are comparable with contemporary rulings of international law that prohibit the use of pernicious arms and indiscriminate bombing that kills the civilian population and destroys schools and hospitals. Aquinas did not use the term holy war, and he wrote about just wars. This distinction was not always clear in the minds of people of his time. Most of the known world was Catholic, and so the social order of the continent constituted the Christianitas, Christendom, the prevailing state ideology and public system that is not to be confused with the Church. Beyond this cohesive entity, united in faith and basic morals, were the infidels. Thus, most wars were internal conflicts within the same universal social unit. The only holy wars that were envisaged were the Crusades, the true aim of which was not the conversion of the infidels, but the defense of the religious sites in the Holy Land and the rights of Christians in territories occupied by the infidels. Today we observe the unity of the Western world in its defense of personalism and democracy and opposition against rogue states. This is an upholding of civilization values, but nobody confuses this with the Church and calls it a holy war. There are three conditions for a just war: the authority of the prince, a just cause, and a correct intention. This concerns the jus ad bellum, which is the prime issue of the morality of war. These three conditions also apply in the case of a justified rebellion against a tyrant. Sedition, that is an attack on the existing social order undertaken by private individuals, as in the case of terrorism, is always sinful. But it may happen that the state is tyrannical, and so an insurrection will be justified, provided the conditions for a just war are retained. Aquinas added here a further qualification, stressing that there has to be a chance of success, and so an insurrection must not aggravate the situation. For a just war, first of all, it has to be initiated by the leader of the state and not a private citizen. Individuals may resolve conflicts through the judiciary and have no power to call people to arms. Second, the war, to be just, it has to have a just cause. The enemy is to be attacked only when he deserves to be punished for some fault. But we would add today that the reaction has to be proportionate to the fault committed. And third, the intention of those waging war has to be rightful. They are to intend the advancement of the good and the avoidance of evil. Wars are not to be motivated by the desire of conquest or cruelty. They have to secure the peace, punish evildoers, and further the good. A war may be initiated by a lawful prince for a just cause, but his intention may vitiate it. Furthermore, we may add that a war may begin with a right intention, but then further motives are added on that nullify the initial good intention. It's clear that the right intention is not only that of the leader, but also of all participants in the war. The thirst for vengeance, the lust for power and booty, personal hatreds, and the enjoyment of cruelty deform the hearts of belligerents and also of bystanding civilians. Such hatreds may increase during a war and continue even long after the war has ended. Peace, therefore, always has to be in focus as the primary intention of all involved in war. It's clear that even a just defensive war has to be the last resort. Alternatives to war are to be sought, but not at any price. War is to be the continuation of the art of politics and political prudence, and thus a defensive war is sometimes necessary. Hard means are not equivalent to immoral means, but if there is recourse to war when peaceful means for the resolving of a conflict have not been tried, then the war is unjust. Biblical texts, in particular those from the Sermon on the Mount, calling for the non-resistance to evil, have to be interpreted as evangelical counsels, not in the sense that they are for the chosen few, but that all should have the preparation of the soul, the inner disposition to follow them, if the situation will require this. But concern for the common good should prevail. Evangelical counsels are like intuitions coming from the Holy Spirit. They have to be taken into account as they provoke reflection, but they do not cancel prudence and natural obligations. Thus, there are moments when the offering of the cheek is not appropriate and military resistance against aggression is necessary. The principles governing the morality of a just war given by Aquinas offer the bare bones of moral reflection. This has to be the case in a general reflection that is intellectually separated from given circumstances. In practice, it's often difficult to assess whether a given war is waged for a just cause and with a right intention. Some wars spark from an extraordinary fusion of various unpredictable factors. Furthermore, as leaders may have difficulty in assessing the morality of war, even more so individual soldiers and society may have difficulty in judging the just cause and the intention of the war. Some causes and true intentions are often hidden from the general public. Also, in bello, during the war, moral principles are to be respected. War is not a time when moral principles are suspended. Thus, in the case of a just war, defending against aggression, non-combatants retain their natural human rights. Prisoners of war, who are no longer aggressors, civilians, children, and the handicapped, are not to be treated as enemies. It's better when the arms used are precise and try to avoid non-combatants. This is the main reason why atomic bombs and massive destructions of cities raise problems of conscience. But in the making of moral judgments about war, it cannot automatically be said that all civilians are innocent. The responsibility for social evils lies not in some mythical Platonic being that would be the ism of an ideology, but in individuals who are at the heart of every situation of sin. Not only state leaders bear responsibility for political decisions. Individual members of society participate in social sin when they support the evil or are in a position to protest and limit it, and yet they fail to do so out of laziness, fear, the conspiracy of silence, indifference, supposed impossibility of changing the situation, and escape from the required sacrifice. The perpetuation of vile dictatorships results from the lack of personalist responsibility and critical initiative within societies, whereas democratic states that are respectful of moral values are such because in their societies, virtues, both personal and social, are cherished and cultivated. Formation in virtue ethics and the liberty of quality has therefore beneficial consequences that impact the social scene. When these are lacking, society easily becomes the prey of degenerate politicians who introduce brutal regimes and engage in unjust wars. Thus, not all civilian victims of wars are truly innocent. As soldiers participate in wars, they have to maintain their inner morale, aspiring for peace. They know that, like Christ, they have descended into the darkness of the world. Both they and distant observers of war need to control their inner emotions and imaginations. There is to be no pleasure, joy, or self-glorification in the warrior role, but the fortitude of soldiers deserves praise. There also has to be sadness and anguish in the concern for peace and charity. It has to be remembered that even if grace is more efficacious, nature is more essential. Thus, the natural moral concern about justice of war comes to mind first. The obligations that derive from nature are more binding than those that derive from the theological virtues. The use of force in war is like the use of reason. It's natural. War is always a profane activity, not like the administration of the sacraments. Even the defense of sacred values does not make the military action sacred. The civilized world would not exist if states had no rights and power to deter the wicked. Engagement in a just war is compatible with a life of grace, but in itself it is not an activity of grace. Christians have to have moral certitude about the justice of the war. Striving for freedom, equality, fraternity, and democratic values, simultaneously, they may be focused on that peace that comes with charity. This means that the viewing of the enemy may change. It's not just that his humanity is perceived. Michael Walzer notes that a criminal is also a human being. But in war, enemy soldiers are often poor sods just like me, trapped in a war that they did not make. Their dignity has to be perceived and respected, meaning that the wounded or surrendered soldiers are to be treated with humanity. But the Christian perspective goes even further. Thus, the enemy soldier is to be viewed as a candidate for sanctity, like everybody else. His enmity is rejected, but his supernatural vocation is not to be denied. Just as faith has the power to purify reason, charity may condition the use of force. The Christian vocation consists in bringing charity into a war-torn world and situations of conflict. This is true not only in wars against a foreign enemy, but in moments of civil strife. Civil wars are more difficult to heal than wars against a foreign invader. A great and continuous spiritual effort is required to bring true peace into societies that remember past civil wars. This is also true of distant wars in which we do not directly participate, but are informed about them in the media. Within the perspective of justice, there is very little that we can do about them. But within grace, through prayer and the living out of charity, a sharing of divine love in the communion of saints is possible. Saint Therese of Lisieux, living in her convent in Normandy, wrote, "In the heart of the church, my mother, I shall be love." Convinced that her love strengthens the zeal and love of missionaries in distant lands. The same is true about wars, which are always also times of spiritual combat. Wars make good people better and bad people worse. The drama of war provokes conversion because, like a passive purification, it forces multiple personal decisions that are often accompanied with anxiety. In these moments when human capacities fail, the counting upon God turns out to be the only possible solutions. Good Christians mature in charity when faced by the dramatic challenges of war. Even the degenerate, when they find themselves within the tragedy of war, sometimes suddenly open up to the power of grace. Only the truly wicked, who had rejected all divine advances, persevere in their suicidal hatred. Blessed are those who hunger for righteousness. This beatitude is immediately followed by blessed are the merciful. Thus justice and mercy are tied together and should mutually control one another, because, as Aquinas says, justice without mercy is cruelty, and mercy without justice is a relaxation or even anarchy of the social order. There is a great truth in this observation. Both aggressors and victims need justice. Evil is not to be promoted, and so malefactors should be punished. Also, the dignity and the victim's perception of goodness demand satisfaction. Wrongs that have been committed have to be repaired. But once justice has been meted out and accepted, there is room for mercy. This applies to aggressors and war criminals, and also those guilty of serious abuse. The Christian approach does not end at the level of justice. True peace requires conversion and an immersion in divine charity, and this is sanctity.
Grazie professor Girtik. E adesso la parola passa al professor Ribka, il quale ci parlerà di questo argomento. C'è stata una svolta nell'insegnamento del Magistero della Chiesa dopo il Vaticano II? Grazie professor Ribka.
Ecco, grazie. Voglio rispondere proprio a questa domanda con la mia conferenza. Vorrei iniziare questa presentazione con un rapidissimo sguardo alla situazione della seconda metà del secolo XIX, quando cominciano a cambiare almeno un po' i toni dei discorsi e dei giudizi riguardanti la guerra da parte dei pontefici e di quell'epoca e della Santa Sede. Gli interventi dei papi di quell'epoca a favore della pace e contro la guerra sono stati sempre più forti, più decisi e intensi a partire dalla Prima Guerra Mondiale. Il pontefice Pio X si adoperò per evitare questa guerra. Egli invita fortemente le nazioni europee che si preparavano alla Prima Guerra Mondiale a fare progetti di pace e non di sventura. Il pontefice propose le intense preghiere perché non si arrivi alla guerra dicendo voler la pace senza Dio è assurdo. Ancora di più Benedetto XV cercò di alleviarne i mali e di favorire il ritorno alla pace promuovendo preghiere e proposte di tregua. Questo Papa inviò note diplomatiche e diversi appelli ai paesi combattenti con precise indicazioni per fermare la guerra, chiamata da lui l'inutile strage. Benedetto XV affermò la neutralità della Santa Sede nei riguardi della guerra quando nel concistoro del 22 gennaio 1915 disse: coinvolgere l'autorità pontificia nelle contese stesse dei belligeranti non sarebbe per fermo né conveniente né utile. La Santa Sede ha da mantenersi perfettamente imparziale. Lo stesso Papa, sempre nel concistoro del 1915, confermò la sua neutralità nei riguardi della guerra in corso, dicendo ancora: se il Papa facesse diversamente, non solo non gioverebbe nulla alla causa della pace, ma di più, procacciando odio contro la religione, getterebbe in grandi sconvolgimenti la stessa domestica tranquillità e concordia della Chiesa. Ecco, la neutralità sembra essere importante e necessaria. Perché? Perché solo, secondo il Papa, attraverso la neutralità e imparzialità, la Chiesa può indicare la ripresa di una civile convivenza, ma anche denunciare i molti misfatti e le molte aberrazioni della guerra. Ecco, la dottrina della guerra giusta ha accompagnato la Chiesa da Sant'Agostino, l'autore di questa teoria che permetteva perfino la guerra offensiva, ai grandi teologi medievali, fino a orientare la posizione del papato del XX secolo. Tuttavia, questa teoria ha registrato delle correzioni e degli adattamenti anche profondi sotto l'influenza degli avvenimenti, come per esempio l'evoluzione impressionante della tecnologia militare. In genere si deve dire che la Chiesa cattolica e anche la gerarchia ecclesiastica hanno trovato e usato in quei tempi accenti molto più netti e coraggiosi nella condanna della guerra, ma certo senza abbandonare la dottrina della guerra giusta, unica che esisteva nella Chiesa cattolica. La Chiesa cattolica affronta il XX secolo con una dottrina sulla moralità della guerra che non è più oggetto di controversie. Per esempio non si parla più delle guerre sante nei seminari, ma della guerra giusta sì. L'unica posizione cristiana ammissibile è la teoria della guerra giusta, con il suo duplice aspetto di legittimazione da una parte e di limitazione dall'altra. La guerra certo è un male, ma in certi casi e dentro certi limiti può divenire perfino un dovere per evitare un male maggiore. Casi e limiti vengono precisati secondo la linea degli insegnamenti di Sant'Agostino, San Tommaso, De Vittoria e Suarez, in modo da costruire una dottrina che vuole essere coerente. La teoria della guerra giusta nel XX secolo viene presentata con una serie di condizioni che intendono rispondere a due domande. In quali casi è lecito o addirittura doveroso fare la guerra? Questo è il diritto alla guerra, che è lo ius ad bellum, e quali sono le modalità giuste e quali le proibite durante la guerra. Questo è lo ius in bello. Ecco, cioè XX secolo, almeno all'inizio, si presenta con questa teoria della guerra giusta nella Chiesa cattolica. Il pontificato di Pio XII ricorre, come sapete bene, durante la Seconda Guerra Mondiale e il dopoguerra. E nel tempo della guerra egli non si stanca di pronunciare tanti messaggi nei quali egli propone un nuovo ordine sociale e internazionale per eliminare i pericoli di guerra nel futuro e per stabilire la giustizia e la pace nel mondo. Il Papa, all'inizio del suo pontificato, inviò, per esempio, a Hitler e a Mussolini un messaggio nel quale invitava i due dittatori a desistere dalle loro mire espansionistiche. Le novità rispetto all'argomento classico di guerra giusta sono maturate, ma maturate progressivamente, ma nel magistero di Pio XII sono già particolarmente evidenti. L'insegnamento di Pio XII sulla guerra condannò tutte le guerre tranne quelle di autodifesa. Le precedenti formulazioni della tradizione della guerra giusta avevano consentito una varietà di cause legittime per usare le armi. Ma alla luce delle sue esperienze, Pio XII sostenne che l'unica causa moralmente legittima di una guerra fosse solo l'autodifesa. La guerra è oggetto di valutazione morale e come tale non può essere considerata come uno strumento adeguato per la soluzione dei conflitti. La giusta causa per una guerra viene ristretta alla difesa di diritti fondamentali e solo quando tali diritti siano oggetto di un'aggressione violenta. Il Papa Pio XII pian piano si stava allontanando dalla teoria della guerra giusta come modalità per trovare una giustificazione. Già il grido di Papa di Pio XII il 24 agosto 1939 colpì il pensiero di tutti. Diceva infatti: imminente è il pericolo, ma c'è ancora tempo. Nulla è perduto con la pace, tutto può essere perduto con la guerra. Particolarmente significativi risultano i suoi radiomessaggi del 1941 e del 1942. Nel radiomessaggio natalizio del 1941 il Papa aveva condannato con forza, definendola sterminatrice, la guerra iniziata nell'estate del 1939 con l'aggressione tedesca alla cattolica Polonia. La parte più importante e più interessante del radiomessaggio del 1942, secondo me, era però quella riguardante la denuncia della guerra e dei suoi orrori. Pio XII, con numerosi e ripetuti interventi, operò a livello dottrinale una drastica riduzione delle tradizionali giustificazioni della guerra, limitandole alla sola legittima difesa, per pur rimanendo l'ultima e praticabile risposta all'aggressione. Non solo è moralmente lecita la guerra, la legittima difesa, ma può diventare doverosa perché, come dice il Papa, nessuno Stato e nessun gruppo di Stati può accettare tranquillamente la servitù politica e la rovina economica. Al bene comune dei loro popoli devono assicurare la difesa. Comunque non si può non coinvolgere anche la comunità delle nazioni. Si può dire che con Pio XII vengono messi a punto i fondamenti di quella visione della guerra che poi è diventata quella attuale della Chiesa cattolica. Passiamo ora a San Giovanni XXIII e la sua enciclica Pacem in Terris. Il Papa è conosciuto dalla sua intensa azione diplomatica svolta in favore della pace nel corso della gravissima crisi a Cuba. Questa situazione lo spinse pochi mesi dopo, l'11 aprile 1963, alla pubblicazione dell'enciclica Pacem in Terris, un documento interamente dedicato al tema della pace. La Pacem in Terris appare nella situazione internazionale dominata dalla minaccia nucleare e nel periodo di guerra fredda. L'enciclica Pacem in Terris continua e completa il discorso sui problemi sociali iniziato nell'enciclica precedente, Mater et Magistra. Tuttavia, il documento, come ho detto, è dedicato soprattutto al problema della pace. La Pacem in Terris rifiuta e nega il ricorso all'impiego della forza per ottenere la giustizia, poi il rispetto dei diritti umani e per creare un clima per la convivenza umana ordinata e pacifica. L'enciclica propone piuttosto il dialogo sempre nella verità, nella giustizia, nell'amore e nella libertà, come mezzo adatto per risolvere i conflitti e le tensioni tra i popoli. Nell'introduzione si possono leggere le parole conosciute e significative: la pace in terra, anelito profondo degli esseri umani di tutti i tempi, può venire instaurata e consolidata solo nel pieno rispetto dell'ordine stabilito da Dio. Possiamo dire che l'enciclica Pacem in Terris è un vero e proprio trattato sulla pace. Invece di soffermarsi sulle condizioni di una guerra giusta nell'era nucleare, preferisce insistere sulle condizioni di una vera pace, tra le quali elenca giustizia, libertà, fiducia, rispetto dei diritti dell'uomo e soprattutto costruzione vera di una comunità mondiale. L'enciclica evita di enfatizzare la tradizione specificamente cattolica sulla guerra giusta, espressione, ecco, che non ricorre nemmeno una sola volta nel documento di questo Papa, e sottolinea invece la necessità di lavorare per costruire la pace. Secondo una formula che verrà più volte ripetuta, è evidente che per Giovanni XXIII è quasi impossibile, come dice lui stesso, pensare che nell'era atomica la guerra possa essere utilizzata come strumento di giustizia. Inoltre la guerra nucleare non solo non risolve i problemi, ma li approfondisce, secondo il Papa, aggrava, rendendoli impossibili da risolvere e creandone di nuovi ancora più gravi. Tenendo conto della mutata situazione storica, il Papa denuncia severamente la guerra e invita a superare la tradizionale teoria della guerra giusta. È in questo senso che si può parlare della Pacem in Terris come di una vera e propria svolta. Questa enciclica avvia poi una vera e propria revisione dottrinale della posizione del Magistero della Chiesa. Il Magistero rinnega le precedenti posizioni di pensiero riguardanti il problema della guerra a favore dell'idea dell'inammissibilità della guerra moderna e dunque dell'incompatibilità fra giustizia e guerra, che sino ad allora si era cercato di mantenere unite, sia pure in circostanze particolari. La guerra non può più essere considerata uno strumento adatto per la soluzione dei problemi delle ingiustizie nel mondo. La pacem in terris, abbandonando la tradizionale teoria della guerra giusta, la teologia della guerra, inizia e indica la strada per costruire piuttosto una teologia della pace. Passiamo al Concilio Vaticano II e la sua costituzione più importante, la Gaudium et Spes. Durante il Concilio Vaticano II, per la prima volta a livello di magistero cattolico, si nega che possa esserci un qualche ragionevole collegamento tra guerra e giustizia. Si nota un'ampia convergenza dei padri conciliari, anche se di diverso orientamento, nell'affermazione del superamento della teoria classica della guerra giusta e ingiusta. I padri conciliari, consapevoli del problema dell'esistenza dei moderni armamenti nucleari, videro superata l'idea stessa della moralità della guerra. Nella Costituzione conciliare Gaudium et Spes il tema della guerra è trattato nel capitolo V della seconda parte, dedicato alla promozione della pace e della comunità dei popoli. Il Concilio Vaticano II, nel numero 80 della Costituzione pastorale sulla Chiesa nel mondo contemporaneo, facendo cenno alla pacem in terris, raggiunge i toni più alti di accurata messa in guardia della guerra e dichiara che è necessario considerare l'argomento della guerra con mentalità completamente nuova. I padri conciliari, stimolati dall'enciclica Pacem in Terris, affrontarono ampiamente e con grande coraggio il tema della pace, della guerra e degli armamenti. Il testo riprende in partenza la definizione agostiniana della pace come tranquillità dell'ordine, correggendone tuttavia l'interpretazione falsa e comoda che riferisce la tranquillità ad un ordine costituito. Il Concilio lega invece l'idea di pace all'ordine della giustizia e dell'amore, mai definitivamente stabilito sulla terra, ideale al quale occorre avvicinarsi sempre più, ribaltando le situazioni costituite di ingiustizia, di disuguaglianza e d'oppressione. Un cambiamento sul pensiero della guerra giusta era rappresentato precisamente dalla Costituzione Gaudium et Spes. Era qui, infatti, che si ponevano le basi concettuali per una radicale revisione della tradizionale teoria della guerra giusta nella linea della Pacem in Terris, che questa enciclica ha aperto ma non percorso sino in fondo. Muovendo dalla constatazione che la guerra, anche per effetto del peccato degli uomini, non potrà mai essere rimossa del tutto dalla storia, e dopo aver riaffermato il dovere dei credenti di essere sino in fondo e coerentemente uomini di pace, la Gaudium et Spes in un passaggio centrale si esprimeva così: fintanto che esisterà il pericolo della guerra e non ci sarà un'autorità internazionale competente munita di forze efficaci, una volta esaurite tutte le possibilità di un pacifico accomodamento, non si potrà negare ai governi il diritto di una legittima difesa. Merita di essere sottolineato, tuttavia, soprattutto il secondo punto, quello che fa riferimento alla legittimità della guerra, alla causa giusta, che nella prospettiva della teologia classica era essenzialmente il ripristino di un diritto violato. Tuttavia questo insieme di possibili legittimazioni per la guerra veniva ora spiazzato dalla nuova posizione conciliare che riduceva tutto alla legittima difesa da un ingiusto aggressore, in cui la dolorosa realtà della guerra poteva essere giustificata. La guerra di difesa poteva essere considerata legittima nella prospettiva conciliare ad altre due precise condizioni: che fosse limitata il più possibile per il fatto che una guerra è ormai disgraziamente scoppiata, non diventa per questo lecita ogni cosa tra le parti in conflitto, e che non recasse distruzioni immani e indiscriminate, superando pertanto di gran lunga i limiti di una legittima difesa. Come possiamo vedere, nella Costituzione Gaudium et Spes è stata sviluppata una dottrina sulla pace che mette fortemente l'accento sui compiti positivi, poiché la pace non è la semplice assenza della guerra, bisogna crearne le premesse con la solidarietà internazionale, l'eliminazione delle ingiustizie, lo sviluppo dei popoli, il rafforzamento delle istituzioni internazionali. Non si può però evitare il problema della guerra, giacché essa non è purtroppo estirpata dall'umana condizione, dice la Costituzione. Il Concilio sa che il progresso delle armi scientifiche ha enormemente accresciuto l'orrore e l'atrocità della guerra. Inoltre le azioni militari, se condotte con questi mezzi, possono produrre distruzioni immani e indiscriminate che superano pertanto di gran lunga i limiti di una legittima difesa. Tutto questo ci obbliga a considerare, dice il Consiglio, l'argomento della guerra con mentalità completamente nuova. La Gaudium et Spes invoca una nuova mentalità, ecco, nello studio della guerra, vale a dire la condanna esplicita della guerra totale, indiscriminata, di una guerra cioè che abbatte civili e militari senza distinzione. Si è spesso fatto notare che condanna della guerra totale è l'unica condanna pronunciata da questo concilio. Il concilio non condanna, per esempio, il tipo di armi, non condanna il possesso delle armi, non parla di strategie, ma si preoccupa soprattutto degli effetti e vede la guerra come un crimine. Riassumendo, possiamo dire che nella Costituzione conciliare Gaudium et Spes si trovano spunti nuovi e importanti rispetto alla dottrina tradizionale. I padri conciliari hanno abbandonato la vecchia teoria della guerra giusta e hanno proposto considerazioni sulla pace positiva e biblica. La condanna categorica della guerra totale e dell'uso delle armi nucleari è senz'altro il cuore del discorso. Nella Costituzione conciliare Gaudium et Spes si trovano poi spunti nuovi ed importanti rispetto alla dottrina tradizionale, specialmente nei numeri da 79 fino a 72. Ecco, per primo viene condannata la guerra totale che mira allo sterminio completo dell'avversario. Poi si afferma che bisogna tendere attraverso negoziati sinceri e seri, cultura di pace, instaurazione di autorità internazionali efficaci, eccetera, alla abolizione della guerra stessa. Poi ancora si raccomanda agli Stati una legislazione che provveda umanamente agli obiettori di coscienza, i quali accettino d'altra parte un servizio sostitutivo. E forse per la prima volta che in questo documento ufficiale si parla della obiezione di coscienza in questo caso. E infine la corsa agli armamenti, con le sue immense spese militari e conseguenti danni economici per le popolazioni, viene vista come una delle piaghe più gravi per l'umanità. Quanto al disarmo, il Concilio propugna un disarmo generale, mai si tratta di un disarmo unilaterale. La corsa agli armamenti è un male gravissimo, tuttavia riesce anche a impedire la guerra. Di qui, se le armi scientifiche non vengono accumulate con l'unica intenzione dell'uso, ma per scopi di dissuasione, il Concilio si astiene dal pronunciare una condanna. Ecco, il Concilio prende dunque posizione per una specie di tolleranza provvisoria nei confronti della mutua dissuasione mediante terrore, aggiungendovi una rigida condizione. Cerchiamo di approfittare della tregua di cui ora godiamo e che è stata a noi concessa dall'alto per prendere maggiormente coscienza della nostra responsabilità e trovare delle vie per comporre in maniera più degna dell'uomo le nostre controversie. La provvidenza divina esige da noi con insistenza che liberiamo noi stessi dall'antica schiavitù della guerra. Comunque, il diritto alla difesa è innegabile. Anche la Costituzione conciliare Gaudium et Spes al paragrafo 79 lo afferma senza equivoci. Non si potrà negare ai governi il diritto di una legittima difesa. Ecco. Ora sarebbe certo bello ed anche utile presentare come l'insegnamento del Concilio Vaticano II sulla guerra e sulla pace, considerati con mentalità completamente nuova, veniva messo in pratica dai pontefici Paolo VI, San Giovanni Paolo II, Benedetto XVI e Papa attuale Francesco, ma manca purtroppo il tempo e dobbiamo andare alla conclusione. Ecco, il compendio della dottrina sociale della Chiesa in tono forte e deciso, riferendosi a vari documenti dei pontefici moderni e all'insegnamento della Costituzione conciliare Gaudium et Spes, afferma: il Magistero condanna l'enormità della guerra e chiede che sia considerata con un approccio completamente nuovo. Infatti riesce quasi impossibile pensare che nell'era atomica la guerra possa essere utilizzata come strumento di giustizia. La guerra è un flagello e non rappresenta mai un mezzo idoneo per risolvere i problemi che sorgono tra le nazioni. Non lo è mai stato e mai lo sarà, perché genera conflitti nuovi e più complessi. Quando scoppia la guerra diventa una inutile strage, un'avventura senza ritorno che compromette il presente e mette a rischio il futuro dell'umanità. Nulla è perduto con la pace, tutto può essere perduto con la guerra. La guerra è in definitiva il fallimento di ogni autentico umanesimo, è sempre una sconfitta dell'umanità. Ecco, per arrivare a questa nuova mentalità moderna che tratta la guerra come una inutile strage, un flagello e il fallimento di ogni autentico umanesimo e la pace come un anelito profondo degli esseri umani di tutti i tempi, ci voleva una lunga strada attraverso i secoli, piena di guerre, di morti, delle sofferenze inutili, spesso purtroppo giustificati nell'ambito della Chiesa e della sua teologia. La pace è certamente una delle parole più usate e invocate da parte dell'uomo d'oggi e dai popoli di tutta la terra, perché questa pace manca, lo vediamo con i nostri occhi. Grazie per il vostro gentile attenzione.
Grazie professor Ribka. Adesso l'ultimo intervento di questa prima parte della giornata di studio di Communitas ci sarà offerto dalla professoressa Chiara Tessaris, che fu docente qui all'Angelicum e, come ricordavo, poi attualmente lavora alla St. John's University. Ci parlerà di esempi concreti di utilizzo dei principi di Tommaso da parte di due confratelli teologi, Stratman e Sertiglianoc. Prego, professoressa Tessaris. Sì, scusi.
Grazie. Allora, cominciando e starting from the good contributions that I had on this historical development and doctrinal development, I will just start from saying that scholars have argued that in the interwar period, two contrasting approaches emerged and reframed the Catholic understanding of just war. Più vicino? One approach was articulated at the Freiburg Conventus in 1931, a meeting where French, Swiss, and German theologians, among whom Joseph Delot and Franciscus Maria Stratmann participated, where just war doctrine was discussed, and these theologians concluded that just war doctrine had been superseded by developments in international law. These theologians questioned the very legitimacy of war, and they argued that in the past, theologians had taken war as a given and had discussed merely the conditions for the legitimacy of war. But this, after the First World War, was something that needed to be reconsidered. And they argued instead that they called into question the morality of war itself and replaced war as a given with the idea that the principle of the natural sociability of states. So at the origin and what was natural among states and relations among states was not war, but the natural sociability of states, a principle that Delot himself pointed out he got and traced back to Aquinas and Vittoria. Legitimate defense was also narrowed down by these theologians of the Freiburg Conventus, and as Professor Salvati mentioned, they actually went down the line of pointing out how self-defense in itself is also a war, and so it should be avoided and kept only in certain very specific circumstances, but without losing sight of the fact that it's still a war. Their confidence was in arbitration, and that's why they advocated and supported the League of Nations, that they saw as the custodian and the promoter of a legal order based on international law, and that would replace national strives with a transnational common good that nations should be led by. At the other hand of the debate, there was the Dutch Jesuit Robert Rogu, who actually continued to uphold the just cause theory and the idea of legitimate self-defense and the traditional theory of just war, and he very much criticized the League of Nations for upholding and promoting a merely procedural justice, in the sense that only causes that were brought before the League would receive attention. So what about all those that weren't? And so in a way, he had a point here. But what is relevant for us today about this debate is that it didn't start in the 1930s, but it started actually during the First World War, and also thanks to the pontificate of Pope Benedict XV. And what is even more relevant to us is that, as it has been anticipated, these two Dominicans, Antonin Gilbert Sertillange and Franciscus Maria Stratmann, French and German respectively, greatly contributed to this debate. And what is important here is that for them it wasn't only a matter of theological inquiry, but actually they developed their thought and tested it against their experience, personal experience of first-hand experience of the First World War. And the other very interesting thing is that they were both Dominicans, so they had both this common Thomistic formation and background, and yet they ended up with upholding very different views on the question of the legitimacy of self-defense, of war in general, and this will give us food for thoughts. What is interesting is also, unfortunately, that these two Dominicans were, being French and German respectively, they were also members of two nations that were at war with each other. So with Sertillange, we have the champion of the principle of just cause, and in particular, he upheld the right of France to defend itself against German aggression in 1914 and since the outbreak of the war. And on the other hand, we have Franciscus Maria Stratmann, who remained faithful actually to the broader Thomist perspective, and that allowed him to embrace and develop Pope Benedict the 15th internationalism. And it's very interesting here to stress, and as it has already been brought up, that Pope Benedict was very much ahead of his time, and his view of the role of the papacy was very much a shift from a break from the medieval temporal understanding of the papacy and the Pope guiding and govern nations, and he retreated more to the role of the father that was calling his children back to their senses, and in this respect was very much a promoter of international cooperation. So he actually saw the role of the Pope as this moral authority that was backing up what the international cooperation and international organizations, a League of Nations, the formation of which he advocated and later on supported when it came about in the actual League of Nations, were actually his goals. So he was able to keep these two elements together and to give each its due. In 1917, so as it has been pointed out by previous contributors, the Pope Benedict was very much against the war since the very beginning. But in 1917, he issued what has been called a diplomatic note addressing the belligerent states, in which he advocated peace and tried to call them back to their senses and to stop what he called, as it has been said, the inutile strage. So let's stop this useless carnage and let's resort to arbitration, the Pope says, and let's replace the war with the moral force of international law. Of course, he advocated disarmament and international cooperation. Now, it was Pope Benedict's internationalism that had a great influence on Franciscus Maria Stratman's adoption of the international perspective on the issue of war, as we will see. But it was his personal experience, Stratman's personal experience, that led him to value human lives over patriotism. And this was because he was a student pastor at the time of the outbreak of the war in Berlin, and he actually was corresponding with students from the front. And at the beginning, as it was much the case within Catholic mainstream thought and Catholic circles, and very much all the faithful, there was support and patriotism for the war. So it was very much, the idea was very much to support the war effort and to defend one's nation. Stratman, nevertheless, started to receive back these letters from the front, from these young soldiers that were actually, as he said, ridiculing my idealistic views of the terrible facts of war. Increasingly, I learned to see the truth of this criticism, so that I became a fierce opponent of the war and the ideology behind it. So the conclusion that Stratman reached was that this is where the shame lies, that people are more concerned and moved by the political collapse of their country rather than by the loss of human lives. And war is looked upon almost exclusively from the national point of view. So experience and his Thomistic background led him to acquire and develop a very balanced approach. He did not condemn nationalism altogether, but he just pointed out that unbound nationalism was the problem, and that a defensive war argument it was a sad caricature today, as he argued at that time, because no moral order could be established by a war. And he was criticizing here main Catholic thought that was upholding the war in the name of the Maistre, who had argued that the war had to play this purifying effect on nations that had departed after the French Revolution from Christian principles, and now they were paying the price for it, and so the war would allow the restoration of social order based on Christian values. Going back to Vittoria and Suarez, Stratman was very much against this principle because he said no peace world can be built on war, and it was very much the problem today. He argued that morality and politics were separated, and the church and only the church could be the source of moral politics, so the two had to come back together. So Stratman was very much an advocate of international arbitration and cooperation as a means to set limits to unbound nationalism. And this is why at the domestic level he promoted the Swiss model for states, so the idea of a political confederation in a state that is a-national, not national, but it comprises different nationalities, and so in a way it would diffuse the nationalistic strife. At the international level, this is very interesting because he's very much a prophet of what we call today peace studies, and also saw the seeds, as we have heard, of what today we call the theology of peace. A much broader perspective on war that doesn't focus only on preventing the conflict, but also on creating what he called the enduring principle of peace. So he said the League of Nations is all very well and fine, it's good that we have it, but it's only the first step towards peace, because he argued arbitration, and here he takes Pope Benedict thought a step further. He says arbitration is not enough because arbitration is least possible when passions have blinded the minds of those who are ready to go at war with each other. And so he thought that political cooperation in what we call today, along the lines of what we call today, let's say, the European Union or the United Nations and so forth, was very much the solution. He was, because that would create a community of interest that would prevent nations to go at war. And of course, this is very, very prophetic and very interesting. He was also able to reconcile patriotism with the ideal of a supranational organization like the League of Nations or a political international cooperation, because he argued a Christian knows that he has to give up some of his individuality, but it's incorporation into the unity of the body of Christ. The love of country is both a natural and supernatural virtue, but the mystical body must come first. And love of it should move all Christians, together all men in that body. And here he was very prophetic and anticipated even Vatican II, because he argued even those nations that do not belong entirely to this mystical body are still called to it. The church becomes the supernatural home for all nationalities, and thus they are not destroyed, and they're, on the other hand, on the contrary, they are given new meaning by a new direction by the Church. Sadly, Pope Benedict's and Stratman's view were far from representative of mainstream Catholic thought, as I said, and the position of the circles and national churches and international and Catholic international public opinion that were very much in favor of the understanding of patriotism as a way to support and a duty to support the war. And Antonin Sertillanges was very much one among them. At the time of the outbreak of the war and the German invasion of Belgium and France, Sertillanges was 51 years old, and he was teaching at the Institut Catholique, but he was also in Paris, but he was also preaching at the Church of the Magdalene, where he had become famous for his sermons, and where he also preached and advocated the French right to self-defense that he saw as a matter of justice. His sermons were weekly published in La Vie Héroïque, a collection of his sermons, and he was very much a bestseller. Sertillanges argued that if, along with the teaching of the Church, that if order is disturbed by unjust provocation, by inquiries of honor, or by obstacle to the interest of a legitimate national development, which for the Christian represent the interest of providence, then it is necessary to react. War is not, in such a case, cruel injustice, but it is armed justice. On September 18, 1914, the German army bombarded the Cathedral of Notre-Dame-du-Rams, a cathedral that in one of his heated sermons, Sertillanges argued and pointed out was a national symbol of France's magnificence, just like Paris spoke of her splendor, and Lyon of her power, and Amiens of her vastity. So, of course, the attack and the destruction of national symbols is something that unfortunately is very, very much familiar, something we're very much familiar with. We just think about the Twin Towers. They were really one of the many examples that we can make. Vis-à-vis this destruction, and without denying the extent of the sacrifice involved, Sertillanges powerfully encouraged the young French soldiers to fight, reminding them that it will have been worth fighting for France, because, quote, "Thanks to you, young soldiers, France will come back to life there where they tried to destroy it. These ashes, sacred as they may be, the cathedral's ashes, will not discourage us, because justice and avenging justice is what we fight for, and it is the reason for our endeavors, that only a correlative mischief makes lawful." The idea that for Sertillanges the fight was just goes back to the fact that the intentions of French fighting were purely defensive. And he said, he pointed out, we do not aim at ruling the world, but at helping in bringing justice to it. The justification for defense was that Germans were imposing their will on others by following the principle that might make right, and through violence and deception, diplomatic deception, they had invaded and betrayed Belgium that had made the offer of a friendly neutrality. The mainstream inspiration behind German behavior, according to Sertillanges, was Nietzsche's teaching that morality is a form of weakness and justice the escamotage of the weak to defend themselves from the strong. Moreover, he expounded on the nature of national egoism, and he pointed out that the Germans were following the principle each for himself, while forgetting that, as he pointed out, even if each is for himself, God is for all, and God is the source of justice and fraternity. Sertillanges' position toward the war was not exclusively Thomistic, though, because he shared also the view that the war was a punishment for France's many sins and a way to expiate them, as we have seen along the lines of the Mass. But as the war progressed and frustration grew, the theme of penitent justice gave way to the question of justice and of peace, and not just any peace, but a French peace. And we see this evolution in his reaction to Pope Benedict's note of 1917, which I mentioned. And he, in a heated sermon that was held in a patriotic ceremony that took place on December 10th, 1917, he spoke before all French authorities and pointed out that in order to allow God's will to manifest itself through France, and under the circumstances, he said, regrettably, Holy Father, we cannot accept your appeal for peace. We don't believe in a conciliatory peace because we aim at a different peace, a French peace. Not the peace of the diplomats, he wrote, and said, or the peace of Stockholm, nor the peace of the Soviets, but it will be the peace reached after fighting to the end, the peace of the righteous breaking the cycle of violence, the peace of the fighting soldier. We, the French, must deny your appeal for now, as children that sometimes must disobey their father. You can only imagine how happy the Holy See was to hear this intervention. And of course, Cardinal Gaspari wanted him removed immediately from the Institut Catholique, but he held back only when somebody pointed out that removing Sertillanges from his position at the moment would have drawn even more attention to him. And there was no need for this, because even French and not only the French, but European press, the Times and the Belgian newspaper, the Métropole, were actually praising the sermon and using it as the Belgian newspaper dedicated the sermon to those Catholics that were still adamant about fighting the war. So does this mean the Sertin-Lange position was an outright betrayal of the broader Thomistic perspective and contribution to internationalism, the historical and traditional and doctrinal contribution to internationalism? Not really. And that actually he was no fierce nationalist incapable of seeing the broader picture. If it's true that in La Vie Héroïque we have a collection of his sermons that deal with self-defense, it's also true that in L'Église, actually a book that he published at the same time that the sermons were coming out, he actually covered the general picture and pointed out that humanity is at once a multitude, but it's also a unity, that nations, just like Stratman pointed out, were actually a reality, not a problem. The diversity of society was not an accident, not a problem, but a reality to defend, and it would be futile to pretend to create a unity apart from it. And so he was definitely he also points out that the church took a balanced position between cosmopolitanism and chauvinism, and pointed out that patriotism had the blessing of the church, and frontiers are actually sacred. But the purpose is not to form watertight partitions between us, but to furnish support for our sentiments in order that they may advance in concentric circles from the inner to the further, without forgetting that in God the far off is very near. This is why, in a strictly Thomistic perspective, he argues that moral unity of mankind is not a chimera, but it is the law. And even if passions now were preventing this from happening, he argued during the war, still it was all the same. It remains the law. Now, it's very interesting that unlike Pope Benedict, he and Stratman, he didn't believe in cooperation and international cooperation, international organization, but he asserted that the church was to play the vital role in promoting peace and in actually promoting that unity that among the human family that the war had broken. And since there was no question of getting rid of nation, it was rather a matter of binding them more closely, he said, by limiting a sovereignty which claims to be absolute rather than creating international organizations. So what do we make of the different position of these two Dominicans? Are they incompatible? Apparently, it might look like this, but it seems to me that they're very complementary from a very important point of view, because they can be read as the very two faces of the same coin. The idea that Stratman, as we have seen, believed in international cooperation, but he cautioned about the fact that arbitration was not enough in the case of heated passions that would be set in motion once justice was perceived as violated by one nation. And Sertin-Lange is very useful because in his development of the reasons why France should defend itself, reminds us the extent to which people and how far people and nations are ready to go in order to defend their nations. And this is very much important because it not only it gives even more significance to constructing and building peace before war and conflict starts, but also because it highlights the importance of the relationship that we have here between theology and history. The very fact that they highlighted important issues of a general problem accounts for this tension among truths on the one hand that are not negotiable and the historical context in which they must be applied. And as Professor Salvati pointed out, there has been an evolution of the doctrine because of course, there are certain principles that stand, and saving lives over nations is one of them for the Church. But at the same time, we have to consider historical context. At the time of Aquinas, there was no such thing as nationalism, total war, and later on the atomic bomb. So you can see here where the tensions come. Moreover, and finally, theology teaches us again that human lives are more important than nations, but here I think history has a cautionary tale to tell us, because as Sertin-Lange pointed out, there is no getting rid of nations. And Pope Benedict in the note said, nations never die. And people have historically proven to be ready to go at length to sacrifice their lives to defend the freedom and dignity of nations. And we have here Pope Benedict XV was re-echoed by an address to the United Nations that John Paul II gave, in which he pointed out that men and women throughout the world, even when threatened by violence, have taken the risk of freedom, asking for a place to be given a place in social, political, and economic life, which is commiserate to their dignity and freedom as human beings. For the non-violent revolutions, he continued violent revolutions in 1989 demonstrated that the quest for freedom cannot be suppressed. It arises from a recognition of the inestimable dignity and value of the human person. The quest of freedom has engaged not only individuals, Pope John Paul II noted, but nations as well. And the United Declarations on Human Rights, adopted in 1984, spoke eloquently of the right of persons, but, he pointed out, no similar international agreement has yet adequately addressed the rights of nations. This situation must be carefully pondered, he said, because it arises questions about justice and freedom around the world. And so we can see here that we go full circles, because if on the one hand it's important to uphold and defend human lives, it is also true that nations are dear to people, and lives are often offered in this respect. And so the two sides of the question remains. We have to be careful and take into account both the idea that there is this possibility that life can be given over the patriotism, but at the same time that this makes it even more significant to build the peace. And so even more so we can see why Paul VI was right when he said, if you want peace, work for justice. And so to conclude, I can see that here that it's very interesting as an historian to see how veritas is always the same, and so you can quote it even anachronistically. So what one pope said is still relevant and still can be used in different contexts. But at the same time, we have this relationship between history and theology and the tension that has to be every time dealt with and faced. And I think that historically the Dominican tradition, history, and theological doctrine has all the tools to deal with these problems today and to give a significant contribution to the reformulation of the foundations of international relations, which many scholars have pointed out is very much needed. Thank you very much.
Grazie professoressa Tessaris per il suo intervento e ringrazio di nuovo i colleghi Girtik e Ribka e tutti voi che siete stati qui presenti. E adesso mi dispiace non c'è tempo per eventuali domande, dobbiamo rispettare il programma, facciamo una pausa fino alle ore 11, puntualmente riprenderemo i lavori. Grazie di nuovo e a più tardi.
Very happy to start the next session after the break, which is, I think, going to be one of the best sessions in the conference, even though I say it myself. It's our student witness session, which is going to focus on the topic of the transformation of war. Now, in past editions of Communitas, we have also had such sessions, and they are usually really good because our students have a lot of striking and moving experiences, as well as a lot of knowledge and talent to share with us. Now, this session has its logic within the framework of the conference as a whole. Up to now, we have been looking at the history of thought, whether that be the classical formulation of just war thinking, as put together by Aquinas and others, or how later historical figures or developments in church teaching have carried forward or modified or rethought some of that classical thinking. Now we turn our attention to how war itself is being waged, and in particular, how it is being changed or being transformed. This will help us to see how we might apply the thinking on the just war to our changed situation. In the afternoon, our speakers, experts in the field, will start to work on the implications of this changed situation for just war thinking. The 5 students who are going to speak to you today draw on 2 main sources in order to make their comments. Their observation of what is happening, including their reading of key texts and the use of statistics from reliable sources, and their own personal experience. These 5 students here were selected from an open call that we made for student witnesses that was sent to all the students of our university, inviting all of them to present their ideas on the transformation of war. All of the students on the platform today, Vanessa, Tomash, Raul, Hani, Hennady, have lived through war and its effects. And I expect if I asked the students in the audience today to raise their hands if you too had experienced war, I guess that many hands would go up. I don't know whether to ask this question. Yeah, some people are putting their hands up already, even though I haven't officially answered the question. So war is sadly, as we can see, an experience that is all too close to our university community. So let us move now to our student witnesses. Vanessa will speak first in Italian. She comes from Argentina and is a student at the license level in social sciences. Among her many activities, she is an intercultural mediator, a person trained to help refugees and migrants to deal with the legal system, the health system, and so on in this country. Vanessa, please, the floor is yours.
Buongiorno a tutti. La questione delle guerre giuste è stata a lungo oggetto di dibattito filosofico e politico, ma come possiamo applicare questo concetto alle nuove forme di conflitto che caratterizzano il mondo contemporaneo? Grazie. La trasformazione della guerra è un tema centrale quando si considerano le dinamiche internazionali contemporanee. È cambiata radicalmente. Mary Kaldor ha sviluppato il concetto di nuova guerra per spiegare l'emergere di conflitti che differiscono dalla guerra convenzionale. Secondo la Kaldor, nel corso degli anni 80 e 90 si è sviluppata una nuova forma di violenza organizzata. Essa si distingue dalle categorie tradizionali, principalmente per l'assenza della natura politica della guerra. I conflitti moderni spesso coinvolgono attori non statali, come gruppi armati e bande criminali, per scopi di natura economica. Un'altra caratteristica sono le violazioni dei diritti umani su vasta scala. Queste nuove guerre sono spesso causate da conflitti relativi alle risorse, come il petrolio e i minerali. Per la loro natura transnazionale e coinvolgimento di attori non statali, colpiscono le popolazioni civili, portando migrazioni forzate e provocando l'esodo di rifugiati e di sfollati interni. Si contraddistinguono per utilizzare tattiche non convenzionali, come il terrorismo e la guerra asimmetrica, utilizzando tattiche che violano le convenzioni internazionali sulla guerra. Tutto ciò rende estremamente difficile applicare criteri come la proporzionalità o la distinzione tra combattenti e non combattenti. Le città, secondo Kaldor, sono i luoghi in cui le nuove forme di violenza si manifestano più chiaramente. Si trovano al centro di una serie di processi di trasformazione che hanno portato all'emergere di nuove forme di criminalità organizzata, estremismo religioso e violenza politica. Queste guerre urbane vanno di pari passo con la globalizzazione e le disuguaglianze economiche e sociali ad essa associate. L'esperienza delle nuove guerre, come descritte da Kaldor, ci mostra come questi conflitti siano caratterizzati da una violenza generalizzata e da una informazione manipolata per diffondere ideologie razziste e xenofobe. In questo contesto l'informazione diventa un'arma molto potente nella lotta contro l'alterità, creando una percezione negativa nei confronti di gruppi o comunità diverse. Le nuove guerre costituiscono un aspetto della fase di globalizzazione e, nonostante la loro natura transnazionale, si verificano spesso all'interno dei confini nazionali. Insieme a altre forme di conflitto, come la persecuzione politica e la violenza di genere, le nuove guerre sono una delle ragioni principali dell'aumento dei flussi migratori in tutto il mondo. Secondo i dati delle UNHCR, dopo l'inizio della guerra in Ucraina, i profughi nel mondo hanno raggiunto quota 100 milioni, di cui circa il 30% sono rifugiati e il 5% sono apolidi. Secondo il COVID-19 and Peace Report dell'Institute for Economics and Peace, alcuni paesi hanno assistito a un aumento della violenza e dei conflitti durante la pandemia a causa dell'impatto economico delle chiusure e della riduzione del commercio. Ciò suggerisce che la concorrenza delle risorse potrebbe aver giocato un ruolo in questi conflitti. Inoltre, il rapporto ha rilevato che alcuni paesi stanno usando la pandemia come un'opportunità per sfidare il dissenso e i diritti umani, il che può creare un senso di ingiustizia e alimentare ulteriori conflitti. Ciò si riallaccia all'idea che le nuove guerre siano spesso combattute per ragioni politico-economiche piuttosto che per scopi militari tradizionali. Uno dei principi più importanti della teoria della guerra giusta è che la forza militare dovrebbe essere usata solo come ultima risorsa. Secondo il rapporto Global Peace Index 2022, la spesa militare globale è aumentata del 4,4% per raggiungere i 2,1 trilioni di dollari nel 2021. Ciò suggerisce che i paesi stanno investendo di più nelle loro capacità militari, il che potrebbe aumentare la probabilità di conflitti armati. Inoltre, il rapporto ha rilevato che il numero di rifugiati e sfollati interni è aumentato di 2,4 milioni solo nel 2020, suggerendo che il conflitto sta sfollando molte persone attraverso l'uso della forza militare. Le critiche alla teoria delle nuove guerre si concentrano sulla sua capacità di spiegare in modo accurato la complessità delle guerre contemporanee. Alcuni studiosi ritengono che la teoria delle nuove guerre manchi di una prospettiva storica più ampia, che tenga conto dell'evoluzione delle guerre e dei conflitti nel corso dei secoli, già che molte delle dinamiche di guerra odierne possono essere ricondotte a conflitti del passato. Nonostante queste critiche, a mio avviso, la teoria di Caldor continua a fornire un quadro utile per comprendere la trasformazione delle guerre contemporanee e le sfide che esse presentano per la pace e la sicurezza globale. La mia storia familiare con le guerre, nuove e vecchie, è lunga. I miei nonni materni sono stati costretti a lasciare l'Europa quando ancora erano dei bambini. Non era una tedesca ebrea, mio nonno un tedesco etnico nato in Polonia, ma da una madre ebrea. Mio padre peruviano è stato costretto a lasciare il suo paese per la guerriglia e la povertà. Io sono nata in un contesto dittatoriale, con un'Argentina in guerra contro l'Inghilterra. Il saldo della dittatura furono 30.000 desaparecidos. Anni fa, mentre abitavo in Messico, facendo volontariato nella frontiera con gli Stati Uniti, ho dovuto testimoniare la violenza che avevano subito queste persone in Centro America. Tantissime persone costrette a emigrare dovuto alle gang come i Maras, perché rimanere era sinonimo di morte, ma anche il loro viaggio sulla bestia era circondato da morte e violenza. Adesso, in Italia, come mediatrice culturale, e nella mia formazione nella Croce Rossa, continuo a vedere questi sfollati forzati, queste persone costrette a migrare anche se i loro paesi ufficialmente non sono in guerra. Questi conflitti armati e questa violenza è particolarmente evidente sulle donne e sui loro corpi, ma non esclusiva. Ho visto uomini piangere al dover raccontare quello che hanno vissuto nella traversata nel deserto, in Libia o sui barconi. E tutto questo avviene al di fuori delle norme internazionali di guerra. Di conseguenza, molte di queste persone non hanno neppure diritto alla protezione internazionale. Grazie.
Thank you, Vanessa. So now we turn to Tomash, who will give our second presentation. He will speak in English. Tomash comes from Poland, and he is in the JP2 Studies program here in the Angelicum. He is also a student of theology in the Catholic Academy of Warsaw and teaches English in a primary school. Tomash, please, the floor is yours.
On the 24th of February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. The event took place on the territory of the country neighboring Poland, my homeland, the country with a population of about 38 million people, from east. According to the Frontex data, 8 million Ukrainians, mainly women and children, crossed the border with Poland, escaping from violence and cruelty and looking for the safe place to stay. About 70% of Poles engaged in helping their neighbors. About 1.5 million refugees found shelter in private rooms or flats. 500,000 of the Ukrainians were accommodated in hostels, hotels, and guest houses. About 80,000 of them are still there. 200,000 Ukrainian children study in Polish schools. According to the report by the Polish Economic Institute, total spending by the Polish state and by the Poles privately, only during the first 3 months of the war, reached 5.45 billion euros, nearly 1% of Polish GDP. All of the above-mentioned actions would not have happened or succeeded without an effective information system and effective information-based cooperation. Information was the most important factor of management and control over an outburst of support from Polish society. On the other hand, however, information has been used for a totally different purpose. Since the beginning of the Russian invasion, Poland has been the target of the massive information attack by the Russian Federation. Some of the main strategies of the aggressor were aimed at fear-mongering, connected with playing upon human emotions, especially evoking hostility towards refugees, weakening the international position of Poland, and the European history manipulation, especially by selectively altering the past or present facts and even future predictions about communism and the history or the situation in the Central and Eastern Europe. As an example, since the beginning of the Russian invasion, Polish authorities had to face dissemination of false information about annexing of western parts of Ukraine and Belarus, which was supposed to be planned by Poland, panic evoked by false information about sugar and gasoline shortage, which led to bulk purchasing and growing prices, and the social unrest cases caused by fake information about Ukrainian refugees, destroying their hostel rooms, robbing shops, beating up Polish citizens. As it can be seen, information field can be used as a domain of support and cooperation, or as a field of aggression. However, how to define Russian actions against Poland? Can they be regarded as war? And in this context, can they be deemed just or unjust? No state of war has been officially declared. The aggressor has not notified its enemy of its intention to attack. Is it possible, or even sometimes recommended, to attempt peaceful settlement of disputes before initiating information warfare actions? Are civilians and things essential for their everyday life not under attack? Can information warfare be endorsed only in a state against a state conflict? It seems that the crucial question in the discussion should be Can information warfare be regarded as a state of war? If not, what is it? An act of terrorism, or maybe a constant state of things in our digitalized world, in which the internet and digital technologies seem absolutely predominant in almost every aspect of our life? It's also obvious that the nature of any warfare is always evolving in line with technology. One of the classic definitions of modern information warfare by Maria Rosaria Taddeo, a senior research fellow at the Oxford Internet Institute, describes this phenomenon as the use of ICTs within offensive or defensive military strategy endorsed by a state and aiming at the immediate disruption or control of the enemy's resources, which is waged within the informational environment with agents and targets ranging both on the physical and non-physical domains, and whose level of violence may vary upon circumstances. When compared with traditional forms of war, information warfare does not seem to be as violent and destructive as war on land, at sea, in the air, or in space. It may not even result in physical harm or damage. It is aimed mainly at manipulating, theft, and destruction of different kind. The possibility of not involving human being can even make information warfare extremely appealing from the political and ethical perspective, as it seems to avoid bloodshed, and political authorities seem to be liberated from obligation to justify military actions and casualties. However, there is always the danger of escalation to physical forms of attack. It should be also taken into account that although information warfare does not involve bloodshed, may not involve bloodshed and physical violence, and it seems very tempting to regard it even as means for avoiding traditional war, in the majority of incidents, the purpose of information warfare action is to disrupt enemy's resources. And enemy's resources may be both physical and non-physical entities, which also does not contribute to regarding information warfare as a better solution than traditional war. Moreover, can the division between combatants and non-combatants be respected in case of information warfare? It's obvious that even civilians can participate in combat information warfare actions. Moreover, they can do it from home, using their laptops or even mobile phones. It is not easy to define an information warfare combatant and distinguish such a person from civilians. Inability of society to make a division between allies and enemies is usually connected with perception of vulnerability, a phenomenon known as the loss of sanctuary and loss of confidence in authorities. The problem of the level of surveillance imposed over individuals to guarantee the security of the society can only make things worse. Another question to answer may be the problem of finding the most appropriate criteria to assess the good and the harm when we take the principle of more good than harm into account. Victory without casualties may not always be ample excuse for information warfare actions, especially when we perceive infosphere from ontological perspective, defining it as everything which exists in cyberspace and in the real world, and consider it in connection with the group of potential information recipients. The usage of artificial intelligence is another important question. Is it possible to formulate an appropriate code of ethics for AI existence in the world of universal access to the internet and any kind of information? For the time being, it seems that the same ethical norms and criteria as the ones we use for fighting with gossip, fake news, and half-truths seem to be more or less reliable solution. On the other hand, however, is any algorithm able to generate something completely new by itself? It is a human person who sets every target and provides every kind of data. If artificial intelligence makes a mistake, the reason for its action is not bad will of the bot, as it does not possess it, but inappropriate data selection of the programmer. The question to be raised is whether we are really making any possible effort to use new technologies to make the world more human. Concluding, because of the novelty and the characteristics of the information warfare, it seems arguable to see it as a form of traditional war. The main principles of the just war theory are hardly applicable for the information warfare. Regarding it as a better solution of any conflict than war on land, at sea or in the air seems to be very doubtful too. Moreover, if information warfare is not a war, and information warfare attacks are conducted in time of peace, or at least in times of so-called non-war, we have to remember that in the encyclical Redemptor Hominis, St. John Paul II stated, "If human rights are violated in time of peace, this is particularly painful, and from the point of view of progress, it represents an incomprehensible manifestation of activity directed against men, which can in no way be reconciled with any program that describes itself as humanistic." It is absolutely urgent for us to start using information and digital technologies for going into opposite direction. It is time to ask ourselves whether we are doing everything we can to build real peace. It's possible to do it online. Digital peace building seems to be one of the most encouraging initiatives, or in the real world, in macro and micro scale. Distancing ourselves a little more from the world shaped only by digital information and trusting our reason and experience can help us work out the most efficient ways of using modern technologies and information for building more human-centered world and common good. Let me finish with another quote. In his message for the 57th World Day of Social Communications, Pope Francis appeals, "We are now also living in a dark hour in which humanity fears an escalation of war that must be stopped as soon as possible, also at the level of communication. It is terrifying to hear how easily words calling for the destruction of people and territories are spoken. Words, unfortunately, that often turn into warlike actions of heinous violence. This is why all belligerent rhetoric must be rejected, as well as every form of propaganda that manipulates the truth, disfiguring it for ideological ends. Instead, what must be promoted is a form of communication that helps create the conditions to resolve controversies between peoples." Thank you.
Thank you, Tomash. So now we move to Father Raul, who will speak in Italian. He comes from Benin in West Africa and is a religious of the Camillian order and currently one of the chaplains in one of the order's hospitals in Rome. He is also studying for the license in the Faculty of Social Sciences. Father Raul, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Trasformazione della guerra in Africa. Cosa cambia? In qual modo la guerra di ieri è diversa di quella di oggi? L'Africa, la regione tuttora con il più alto numero di conflitti attivi, ci insegna molto in proposito. Carl von Clausewitz lasciò scritto che la guerra è un atto di violenza, il cui obiettivo è costringere l'avversario a eseguire la nostra volontà. Un'affermazione che implicava che le guerre avessero sempre un inizio e una fine. E così è capitato effettivamente nel Novecento, con le due grandi guerre mondiali. Le guerre della contemporaneità sfuggono sempre più spesso a questa legge. Iniziano e durano nel tempo, dando l'impressione di non poter terminare. Qualche esempio di guerra in corso in Africa. Il conflitto di Darfur, cominciato nel febbraio 2003, tra ribelli del movimento per la liberazione del Sudan contro il governo del Sudan, è tuttora in corso. Il conflitto del Kivu, scoppiato nel 2004 tra l'esercito della Repubblica Democratica del Congo e le forze ribelli e milizie Tutsi del Ruanda, sta seguendo lo stesso destino. In Mali, la guerra apertasi con il colpo di Stato del marzo 2012 è tuttora attivo. Il Burkina Faso è in guerra dal 2014 e la violenza jihadista non accenna a diminuire. Dallo stesso anno, in Nigeria, la ribellione separatista del Biafra fra vittime nelle zone meridionali. Il Camerun testimonia dal 2017 l'insurrezione armata di gruppi separatisti anglofoni con lo Stato centrale. E questa senza dimenticare le insurrezioni islamiche nel Maghreb, iniziate nel 2002, la guerra civile che insanguina la Sierra Leone dal 2014, l'insurrezione estremista nella regione a nord del Mozambico dalla fine del 2017. Ma cosa veramente cambia? Da ieri ad oggi, cosa è cambiato? Un elemento particolare delle guerre africane è che si allargano sempre a macchia d'olio verso i centri urbani. In Mali, per esempio, dal nord la guerra si è spostata verso il centro nelle regioni di Mopti, Gao, Ségou, Timbuktu, Bamako, Koulikoro. Dal Sahel la guerra minaccia i paesi costieri dell'Africa occidentale. Per esempio la Costa d'Avorio, vicino al confine con il Burkina Faso, sta subendo ripetuti attacchi. L'estremismo violento può colpire altre parti del paese e stati vicini come Ghana, Benin e Togo. Un altro elemento è il fatto che spesso in Africa capitano guerre che vedono da un lato il potere statale, dall'altro insorti politici, ma anche terroristi e mercenari. In Africa sono coinvolti nella guerra i bambini soldati, la popolazione civile, le tribù e le etnie. In questa galassia compaiono terroristi seguaci di Al-Qaeda, jihadisti affiliati allo Stato islamico come Boko Haram in Nigeria. In più, la presenza militare, magari sporadica, di nuove e vecchie potenze coloniali. Capita soprattutto a Francia, Russia e la Cina. Per esempio, dal 2017 l'armata mercenaria Wagner, braccio militare del governo russo, è impegnata nella Repubblica Centrafrica, nella Repubblica Democratica del Congo, paesi ricchi di risorse minerarie, Ora mi faccio la domanda: ci può chiedere se qualcuno di questi conflitti africani possa essere definito come giusto? Al di là della dottrina sulla guerra giusta, come fu definita in ben altri tempi da grandi pensatori e uomini santi come Agostino di Ippona e Tomash d'Aquino, per le guerre africane occorre probabilmente distinguere tra guerre di aggressione e azioni di difesa. Può a ragione affermarsi che chi si difende non fa la guerra, ma la subisce. Come hanno spiegato recentemente Papa Francesco e il cardinale segretario di Stato Pietro Parolin, difendersi è un dovere morale, un atto di amore per la propria casa e la propria gente. Detto questo, capita in particolare nelle guerre civili, e in Africa ce ne sono molte, che sia difficile distinguere correttamente tra aggressore e aggredito, il che pone importanti problemi morali e spinge a non giustificare nessuna delle parti in conflitto. Qualche dati che ci aiutano a riflettere. Secondo un rapporto dell'Interdisciplinary Monitoring Center, nel corso del 2021 il 37% dei sfollamenti interni in tutto il mondo si è verificato nell'Africa subsahariana, a dimostrazione della notevole instabilità che caratterizza questo territorio. Nello specifico, la maggior parte dei sfollamenti nell'Africa subsahariana è stata causata dalla diffusione di conflitti e violenza. Nel 2020 in Mali, secondo i dati raccolti dall'ONG ACLED, Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, sono morti 2.500 persone vittime di conflitti o violenza, di cui 1.500 nella regione di Mopti e le altre distribuite tra Gao, Ségou, Bamako. Secondo la revisione del piano di risposta umanitaria del luglio 2020, l'Ufficio delle Nazioni Unite per il coordinamento degli affari umanitari, in Mali 6,8 milioni di persone sono bisognose di assistenza umanitaria e nelle comunità isolate più di 15% dei bambini è gravemente malnutrito. In conclusione, sperare è doveroso. L'Africa è continente di immigrazione interna ed emigrazione esterne, generate dai conflitti militari e dai fenomeni estremi del cambiamento climatico. È anche il continente delle continue crisi di governo e dei colpi di Stato che generano crisi umanitarie e sociali. Così i conflitti e le situazioni critiche si cristallizzano e appaiono irrisolvibili. Sotto il profilo politico bisogna fare in modo che i nazionalismi e i tribalismi esasperati cessino. E così sia fatto nella parte centro-occidentale dell'Europa. si alzi il livello di esistenti regionalismi africani cooperativi. Il ruolo positivo che essi sono in grado di esercitare lo si è potuto già vedere nella benefica azione da parte di ECOWAS. ECOWAS è un'organizzazione regionale che ha assunto un ruolo di rilievo nel mantenimento della sicurezza nella regione. Dalla parte di ECOWAS, di ASPA e dell'Unione Africana. Bisogna quindi assistere a quei processi nascenti come che possano ulteriormente svilupparsi e come è accaduto con la Unione Europea possano funzionare da elemento di pacificazione e di sviluppo continentale. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Father Raul. So now we turn to Hani. She will speak to us in English. Hani comes from Tehran in Iran and has a doctorate in the philosophy of religion from Tehran University. Currently, she is a master's student in philosophy at the Angelicum. Hani, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. One of the most important issues in the modern world and the scope of modern politics is that where the opposing forces do not achieve their goals in military wars, they try to turn to newer ways. And this is how information or cyber wars or economic sanction appears. In the 18th century, land, population, and agriculture were the decisive sources of power. In the 19th century, industrial capacity, and in the middle of the 20th century, science, especially nuclear physics, and in current century, information ability in its broad definition is the most decisive source of power. The ability to transfer information as a powerful weapon in cyber wars is used by different governments and updated moment by moment. Although cyber wars and economic sanctions are always used as a support in military attacks, in many countries, due to their wide scope, they have even more influence and destruction than military attack. My country has been involved in all kinds of internal and external wars and even severe sanctions and cyber attacks from inside and outside for years. I was born in the middle of military war, and the years of my life were spent with economic and cyber wars. But what was very evident to me in the meantime was that in military and economic war and the unprecedented sanction, it is not these governments that are affected, but these are people who are faced with all kinds of disaster and shortage, including food and medicine shortage. This is an issue that governments sanctioning Iran do not consider. Most of the sanctions against Iran were formed after the Iranian Revolution, after the occupation of American embassy in Tehran, and become more intense following the challenge over Iran nuclear program. Since the government is no longer able to earn all government assistance paid to the people, such as subsidizing food, essential production, or medicines, is currently reduced. This means that people who depend on these aids, that is the poorest group of the people, suffer the most. The range of the sanctions imposed against Iran in 2080 is very wide and heavy. These measures have affected Iran's economy, and it has increased the inflation rate. But the victims of this sanction are the ordinary people of Iran. For example, during the COVID epidemic in Iran, hundreds of people died due to lack of medicine. According to the statistic presented in The Economist magazine, the number of people killed to the COVID in Iran due to the epidemic and lack of vaccine and medication was 27,898. Iran could not afford several lockdown measures due to US sanctions, a significant decrease in oil prices, and the leadership's fear of string domestic protests. The lack of effective lockdown, compounded by the regime concealment of credible information, led to severe outbreaks of virus and significantly impact the population trust in government. Although Iran produced more than 90% of its medicines, but unfortunately for this raw material need to be procured abroad, which has become a big problem due to sanctions. The simple example is insulin. There are many diabetics in Iran that Iran authorities cannot provide the insulin they need and they die. But economic sanctions are not the only crisis that Iranian people are suffering from it. Cyber warfare is one of the most brutal and costly war I have ever experienced. Cyber war or information war include collecting and transmitting information or even spreading fake news in order to confront the force in front. The soldiers of this war are thousands of people behind the fake page and ID that they are fed by the government and regime. For everyone, it is just a war of a word or abstract imagination. But for me, who grew up in the ideological religious government, this war is war of the beliefs and idea. And maybe it is even more important than the military war. But what is particularly important in cyber war is to cut off and destroy the head of the other side or the mastermind of the other side. In other words, the war is a war of idea and ideologies, and the only weapon can be spreading lies or suppressing the beliefs of the other side, or even discourse in negative or positive form. The psychological war resulting from cyber war causes the greatest damage to the body of the society and in way causes society to suffer intellectual paralysis in such way that even the smallest decisions are difficult for it. For example, following the increase in the price of gasoline in 2019, people came to the street of Iranian city to protest peacefully. But when the government could not stop them, it turned to cyber war and finally decided to slow down and cut off the internet. I lived for about 2 months with any news from even my friend. Even normal search page did not open. And the society was so paralyzed that there was no media to transmit information. But this is not the whole story. Thousands of civil activists were identified and arrested through fake accounts by Iranian regime. However, the complete and comprehensive suspension of information transmission caused everything to apparently return to normal once again. But last year, again, following the movement led by women and against the mandatory hijab, internet campaign were formed against, and the news of it spread to all countries. It was broadcast to the world, which continues to this day. What is important in the meantime is that the internet has put government and regime in front of new security challenge. But the government did not find solution for this important crisis. They have only turned or disconnecting the internet and stopping the cycle of information transmissions. But this will not bring any result other than causing more inflammation in a society and the emergence of more protest movement. Although this government and regime themselves use the cyber power to achieve their social, ideological, political, and military goals in cyberspace, and the real world, they spend a lot of money to suppress their opponents. But the important question that is raised in meantime is whether there is a peace after this war or not. In my opinion, in answer to this question may be very challenging. That is evident is the unlike military war that started at some point and perhaps ended with an agreement or peace. There is no clear beginning and the point and end point for these wars because they are beyond borders and times, and it is very difficult to find an answer to this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Hani. So now we turn to our last speaker today, Hennady, who will speak in Italian. He was born in Kherson City in Ukraine and passed his youth there, but was later taken to Siberia by his parents, where his father was a pilot. He studied at the Aviation College to become a navigator and later studied economics back in Ukraine. He is currently a student in the license program in philosophy. Hennady, please, the floor is yours.
Buongiorno, vi ringrazio per questa opportunità. Il febbraio 24 2022 Mosca ha infranto con l'uso della forza e della violenza la legge internazionale e ha invaso lo Stato sovrano dell'Ucraina. Da questo giorno in poi per tutti gli ucraini il tempo si è diviso tra il prima e il dopo. La guerra tra Russia e Ucraina ha portato a grandi trasformazioni nella storia moderna, causando nella politica internazionale un effetto domino. I cambiamenti hanno riguardato non solo le alleanze delle forze in Europa, ma hanno anche trasformato la situazione politica militare ed economica, la struttura energetica, creando una crisi etnico-demografica, la quale ha portato ad un livello disastroso l'immigrazione, tanto che possiamo paragonarle a quelle dei tempi biblici. Un numero tra 10 e 15 milioni di persone hanno lasciato l'Ucraina dall'inizio dell'aggressione armata della Russia. Per la maggior parte degli ucraini la guerra è stata la prova più difficile che hanno dovuto affrontare nella loro vita e ciò ha cambiato tutto e tutti. Lo stato psicoemotivo, il benessere economico e le visioni politiche hanno subito profonde trasformazioni. In un periodo storico così difficile per l'Ucraina, la maggior parte dei cittadini ha ripensato alle proprie opinioni e rivalutato le proprie vite. La perdita dei propri cari e il rischio di morte imminente durante le ostilità. E tutti questi cambiamenti hanno portato nelle persone tristezza e rabbia. Quasi tutti gli ucraini sono stati toccati dagli orrori di questa guerra. Molti dei miei amici hanno perso i propri cari e le loro case. La mia città Kherson è stata presa dai nemici. Con terrore e violenza gli invasori hanno torturato i cittadini. Per la strada i soldati russi non permettono che i cittadini guardino lì negli occhi, altrimenti vengono subito arrestati. I russi hanno collocato camere di tortura negli edifici dell'amministrazione statale regionale e nella stazione di polizia. Durante gli interrogatori hanno fatto uso della corrente elettrica, gli uomini sono stati piccati duramente, ci sono stati casi di stupro. La gente ha cercato di non uscire di casa e di farsi gli affari propri per non attirare l'attenzione dei soldati russi. La mia casa è stata distrutta da un missile russo. È la casa dove ho vissuto la mia infanzia. Non ci posso ancora credere. ma la realtà è questa. Quella casa ora vive solo nei miei ricordi, per sempre. Cosa sento? Vuoto. La realtà della guerra ha portato in me delusione e tristezza, consapevole di aver perso per sempre la mia casa. Ora non c'è un posto dove posso fare ritorno, esiste solo nella mia memoria. Nella famiglia dei miei vicini c'erano 2 fratelli. Nel momento del bombardamento nessuno ha avuto il tempo per nascondersi e dopo un'esplosione il fratello minore fu fatto a pezzi davanti agli occhi del fratello maggiore. Ed ora, dopo questo shock, quel fratello si trova in un ospedale psichiatrico. C'è stato un genocidio, un vero genocidio. La Russia ha usurpato la vittoria sul fascismo nella seconda guerra mondiale, ma in realtà il merito è stato dell'intera comunità mondiale e si è appropriata del nome di combattere contro il fascismo. La Russia ha lo scopo di imporre alla comunità mondiale i propri modelli di comportamento attraverso l'uso della forza, usando bugie e violenza come strumento di persuasione. E lo slogan "La pace nel mondo" come una bandiera pacifista. Winston Churchill disse che i fascisti del futuro si chiameranno antifascisti. Tale profezia viene ora confermata dall'aggressione della Russia contro l'Ucraina. Dopo l'invasione del territorio di un altro Stato sovrano, avvenuta in data 24 febbraio 2022, da parte di Mosca, la popolazione civile ucraina ha incassato un duro colpo tirato dagli antifascisti russi e ha subito l'orrore delle violenze da parte dell'esercito russo, il quale ha attuato un'esecuzione sommaria di civili, ha tagliato i genitali e la testa dei soldati ucraini, ha fatto violenze contro le donne e persino contro i bambini. Dopodiché gli occupanti hanno pubblicato i video di questa atrocità su internet. Ovviamente oggi il concetto di fascismo e antifascismo si è trasformato in puro male contro l'umanità, già priva di ideologia e politica. Il male non ha nulla a che fare con la nazionalità né con l'identità. In questo momento la guerra va avanti da più di un anno e le previsioni per il futuro sono incerte e deludenti. Sfortunatamente oggi non ci sono ragionevoli speranze di poterla fermare, poiché entrambe le parti hanno assunto posizioni di principio e non intendono fare concessioni. L'Ucraina si sta difendendo e vuole fare una guerra giusta. Sta combattendo per la propria indipendenza e per i propri territori. La Russia, dall'altro canto, avendo iniziato una guerra per un motivo non reale, perché nessuno ha realmente minacciato la Russia, ha violato il diritto internazionale con il pretesto di combattere il male. Oggi possiamo osservare il fenomeno della trasformazione del male sotto le vesti del bene. La cosa più preziosa che il Signore ha dato a una persona è la vita. Non può esserci nessuna giustificazione per nessuna guerra, giusta o sacra, o qualsiasi altra che sia. La guerra è la guerra, morte e sofferenza, cattiveria. Il Signore ha anche dato la ragione alle persone perché potessero trovare soluzioni pacifiche alla convivenza. La guerra è follia. Preghiamo affinché prevalga la ragione che possa aiutare a comprendere il valore divino della vita umana a chi in questo momento lo ha scordato. Grazie.
Thank you, Hennady. So now we have heard all our students. Just to bring out a few points, and then I will hand over to Father Loic to conduct the next session. Vanessa opened her comments by telling us that war has changed radically, she said, and used the thinking of Mary Caldor on the idea of new war to capture that radical change. Elements of the change include the loss of a clear political dimension to war, with all kinds of non-state actors including criminal gangs, a focus on economic rather than political gains, such as gaining control of minerals and other resources, and a gratuitous use of violence in the form of massive human rights abuses. The loss of a clear distinction between combatants and non-combatants, and the use of terrorism, asymmetric tactics, and migration as a weapon of war all raise serious problems for the application of classical just war thinking. Father Raul talks about perpetual wars in Africa, and several of the other student witnesses make reference to a similar phenomenon. As he pointed out, classical thinking about war tells us that it should have a goal, and that once that goal is achieved, it should end. But the wars in Africa do not end. Vanessa talked about how the cities can be centers of ongoing violence and war. Hani's discussion of the use of sanctions, a kind of prosecution of war via economic means, which, as she shows, actually kills people through their lack of access to necessities like medicine, would be another kind of long, drawn-out, interminable war. But probably the strongest message we have from across the accounts of these witnesses is the use of information as a weapon of war, and the role played by information systems and the digital or cyber world in prosecuting wars. Tomash and Hani in particular spoke about this. Hani argued that where opposing factions cannot achieve their goals using military means, they turn to other means, and information war is one of them. Tomash asked the question, can we talk about information war? We have no declaration of war as such, and information does not physically kill people. What it does kill, if we may use this word here, is truth. That is, any realistic knowledge of the situation upon which people can base proper judgments. As a result, as Tomash pointed out, it can escalate into actual violence, violence that may not have taken place or would have been much less severe without the mistaken judgments that people are making on the basis of false information. But even beyond that, victory without casualties, as Tomash puts it, means setting up and maintaining a world of lies. Similarly, Hani talks about the intellectual paralysis that a society can suffer when subjected to sustained cyber attack. All this reminds me of the title of Václav Havel's book about resistance to communism, Living in Truth. A world that is built on lies is not worth living in. We ended with the poignant and harrowing account of Hennady. He spoke of the Ukrainian people and for all people who suffer the ravages of war. We run out of words before such experiences. In their comments, our student witnesses already started to make reference to how these transformations in war might relate to just war thinking, and we can now look forward to our subsequent speakers helping us to take this reflection further. Thank you very much, and I hand over to Father Louis.
Allora, senza pausa ricominciamo. Dunque, tutti sono pronti. Lascio il nostro collega, grazie mille. Per essere giusto dovrei fare la presentazione in francese, perché il mio collega che devo introdurre adesso non è francese ma parla molto bene perché è svizzero. Dunque quello, siamo quasi compagni. Nicolas Michel ha due competenze per le quali sono molto contento di presentarvi adesso. È alle volte un universitario e anche un attore della scena internazionale, dunque perché ha svolto incarichi di insegnamento del diritto internazionale, cominciando dall'Università di Friburgo, molto cara ai domenicani, e anche in vari posti, ma anche ha svolto incarichi nel campo delle organizzazioni internazionali, in particolare nelle Nazioni Unite, e dunque ha svolto in questo campo sia della riflessione sia dell'azione una visione che può condividere con noi oggi sull'use of armed force in international relations from the perspective of international law. Caro, a lei la parola.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Rector Lebeau, for your very kind introduction. Thank you for the invitation. It is my task this morning to approach the general topic of the conference through a complementary facet, which is the perspective of international law. No need to insist on the difficulty of the challenge, due in particular to the complexity of the topic, to the values and interests at stake, and I must say also to a diversity of views and approaches among lawyers. Nonetheless, I think that the basics can be presented in a fairly simple manner. I will do it in two main parts. The first one will be devoted to the principle of the prohibition of the use of force in international relations, and the second part will be devoted to exceptions to this principle. In a third part, I will briefly address the issue of nuclear weapons. I will focus my remarks on jus ad bellum considerations, or as one should rather say today, jus contra bellum considerations, even though in the third part, nuclear weapons, I will also briefly include reflections on jus in bello aspects. Let me start with the first part on the principle of the prohibition of the use of force in international relations. On the legal aspects of the use of force, international law has evolved as a consequence of big tragedies in the 20th century, essentially World War I and World War II. The UN Charter in 1945 brings a fundamentally new approach. One needs, therefore, to distinguish between the legal regime of the use of force before the Charter and under the Charter. Quickly, before the Charter, I should first note that before the League of Nations, that is to say, before the Covenant of the League in 1920, there was no legal restriction to the right of states to wage war with respect to the use ad bellum. Now, the Covenant of the League of Nations reflected a first attempt at somewhat regulating the resort to war, but its provisions are a clear indication of how difficult it is for states to accept limitations to what they consider to be a right stemming from their sovereignty. For instance, if we have a look at the preamble to the Covenant, just before the expression of the agreement of the parties to be bound, here's what they state. In order to promote international cooperation and to achieve international peace and security by the acceptance of obligations not to resort to war. So it's not the obligation not to resort, but obligations not to resort to war. And the French text is even more illustrative when it says « Il importe d'accepter certaines obligations de ne pas recourir à la guerre ». According to the covenant, the members of the League, I quote, undertake to respect and preserve as against external aggression the territorial integrity and existing political independence of all members of the League. This is Article 10. But the measures intended to address a situation of war are essentially of a procedural nature. Now, in the years following World War I, in the 1920s, efforts aimed at limiting the resort to war went further. This morning, a reference was made to a meeting in Fribourg in 1931. But even before that, in 1928, a number of states, based on an initiative taken by France and the United States, adopted a treaty which was called the Kellogg-Briand Pact. Kellogg used to be Secretary of State, Foreign Minister of the United States, and Briand, Foreign Minister of France. And they promoted a treaty which was adopted according to Article 1 of the Pact, I quote, "The high contracting parties solemnly declare that they condemn recourse to war for the solution of international controversies and renounce it as an instrument of national policy in their relations with one another." And to illustrate the difficulty for international law to correctly address this issue, I mentioned that the treaty was signed not only by the United States and France, the promoters, but also by a number of states like the UK and its then dependents, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, India, but also by Germany. President Stresemann was the first to sign the pact, Italy, Japan, etc. Now, let's move and see what the regime is under the UN Charter. The Charter was adopted in 1945 in San Francisco, and it clearly reflects the desire of states to take the lessons of World War II. And I think that before an audience of non-lawyers, the best I can do is to walk you through the key provisions of the UN Charter relating to armed conflict. Already the first paragraph of the preamble expresses the determination of the peoples, we the peoples of the United Nations, determined, I quote, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. And the Charter starts with two articles, the first one on the purposes of the United Nations and the second one on the principles to be followed by the organization and by the member states. Article 1, paragraph 1 states as a purpose, I quote, to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace and for the suppression of acts of aggression, and to bring about by peaceful means and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law, adjustment or settlement of international disputes. So you see, collective measures, prevention, conformity with justice and international law. Article 2 on the principles states as principle number 3 the obligation to settle disputes by peaceful means. And there comes principle number 4, which is key on the issues that we're discussing today. I read it. All members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, or in any manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. comments. You see, this article, paragraph 2, consecrates in brief the prohibition of the use of force in international relations, and that is a fundamental evolution in the international legal regime as compared to the one that I briefly described, established under the Covenant of the League of Nations. Let us now move to the second part, the exceptions to the principle, and the UN Charter identifies two exceptions. First, the authorization given by the Security Council, and second, legitimate self-defense. Let us start with the authorization given by the Security Council and start with the role of the Security Council as it is stated in Article 24 of the Charter. 24 reads as follows: in order to ensure prompt and effective action by the United Nations, its members confer on the Security Council primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. And the Security Council is given powers to achieve these goals, and these powers are contained essentially in the famous Chapter 7 of the Charter. These are essentially Articles 39 and following. So the first step in a situation that requires action by the Security Council in respect of peace and coercive measures to be taken is Article 39 that states, the Security Council shall determine the existence of any threat to the peace, breach of the peace, or act of aggression, and shall make recommendations or decide what measures shall be taken in accordance with Articles 41 and 42 to maintain or restore international peace and security. So the first step for the Security Council is to make that determination that there is a threat to the peace or breach of the peace. Then Article 41 is devoted to measures not involving the use of armed force, that is to say, for instance, sanctions. So since this is not the main topic, I will focus my attention rather on Article 42, which is devoted to military measures. It reads as follows: should the Security Council consider that measures provided for in Article 41, non-military measures, would be inadequate or have proved to be inadequate, it may take such action by air, sea, or land forces as may be necessary to maintain or restore international peace and security. 3 comments. First, Articles 39, 41, 42 set clear boundaries to the action of the Council. You may have noted subsidiarity, necessity, adequacy, proportionality. Plus you keep in mind the requirement of Article 24, para 2, the Security Council shall act in accordance with the purposes and principles of the United Nations, and one should add also the principle of legality. When a Security Council resolution defines the scope of a military operation, this scope has to be observed. I could give you the example of the UN Security Council resolution regarding Libya, where the use of force was authorized for the purpose of protecting civilian population, and it ended up in regime change. Second comment, as we have seen, the Charter foresaw a system of collective security. Unfortunately, all too often, the Security Council has not been able to deliver prompt and effective action as required by the Charter, due, among other things, to the use of the veto by permanent members of the Council. Third comment, the question then arises as to whether the General Assembly could not act as a substitute when the Security Council does not act promptly and effectively. The main constitutional obstacle for the General Assembly to play such a role is that under the Charter, its powers in matters of peace and security are limited to issuing recommendations. It cannot take legally binding decisions with respect to matters of peace and security. It must be noted, however, that the General Assembly, already very early in its history, actually in 1950, has adopted a resolution to the effect that it can play a role in case of a failure of the Security Council to discharge its responsibilities. This resolution, called Uniting for Peace, has been adopted in the context of the Korean War. It has been applied since then several times. Here is what it states. I quote, "The General Assembly resolves that if the Security Council, because of lack of unanimity of the permanent members, fails to exercise its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, in any case where there appears to be a threat to the peace, breach of the peace, or act of aggression, the General Assembly shall consider the matter immediately with a view to making appropriate recommendations to members for collective measures, including, in the case of a breach of the peace or act of aggression, the use of armed force when necessary to maintain or restore international peace and security." So measures adopted by the General Assembly in that context are not legally binding, but it is generally recognized that depending on the level of the majority that supports these measures, they may acquire a certain degree of legitimacy. So for the authorization by the Security Council. Now, legitimate self-defense. The Charter states the principle of the right to legitimate self-defense in these terms. This is Article 51 of the Charter. Nothing in the present Charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations until the Security Council has taken the measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. What about the conditions of the exercise of this right? Article 51 does not explicitly restate conditions that are well established under customary international law, like necessity and proportionality. However, it sets procedural rules in stating that, I quote, "Measures taken by members in the exercise of this right of self-defense shall be immediately reported to the Security Council and shall not in any way affect the authority and responsibility of the Security Council under the present Charter to take at any time such action as it deems necessary in order to maintain or restore international peace and security." 3 comments. First, the reference to legitimate self-defense as a circumstance justifying the resort to military force has raised a number of difficulties in practice. First, what is the nature of the threat that is required for a state to have the right to react in self-defense? The text says, if an armed attack occurs. So what is an armed attack today? And how is an armed attack to be understood in case of the threat of use of nuclear weapons? So how immediate must the threat be? In addition, often legitimate self-defense has been used as a pretext. There have been attempts at broadening the scope of legitimate self-defense through the use of concepts like preemptive self-defense or anticipatory self-defense. Second comment, and what about the threat posed by non-state actors? Let's take the example of Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan after 9/11. So was the behavior of Al-Qaeda attributable to Afghanistan to the point that it would justify military operation in Afghanistan or not? So the question of attribution here becomes essential. And when a behavior of a non-state actor cannot be attributed to a state, is it sufficient to establish that this state is either unable or unwilling to control the non-state actor over its territory? Third comment, the right of self-defense is not only a right of individual self-defense, it is also a right of collective self-defense, which includes the right for a state under attack to call his allies to come and assist. So these are the two exceptions. Now the question comes, are there other exceptions? Let me first examine the issue of consent or invitation, because consent or invitation sometimes have been used as justifications for military intervention by foreign states. It's true, if a state consents to or invites the intervention, it can do so as part of the exercise of its sovereignty. But then the question may arise as to how the consent was obtained. Was it obtained under pressure? What was the legitimacy of the organ given, the authority given consent? Still, in the context of legitimate self-defense, as a matter of principle, the consent of a state under attack or even its request to a foreign state are permissible, but we remain in the context of legitimate self-defense with the conditions of legitimate self-defense. So this is not an additional exception to the principle. Second question, what about the responsibility to protect? The concept of the responsibility to protect populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity has been adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on the occasion of the World Summit organized in 2005 to mark the 60th anniversary of the organization. The idea was to overcome the dilemma that occurred in the 1990s when non-intervening in Rwanda was considered to be wrong, while intervening in Kosovo was also considered by a number of people to be wrong. So Secretary General Kofi Annan called on the General Assembly and said, if it's wrong not to intervene, and if it's wrong to intervene, tell me what should be the reaction in case of massive violations of human rights. So, and there was at that time a need to revisit and replace the much contested notion of humanitarian intervention. So the main questions were how to reconcile sovereignty with the respect for fundamental human rights. Sovereignty cannot be a shield for a state to violate human rights. And what to do in case of unwillingness or inability of the Security Council to react adequately to protect the populations. So the 2005 World Summit outcome reflects the strong reluctance of a large number of member states to create an independent ground for legitimate or even legal military intervention, in addition to the two exceptions established by the Charter, authorization by the Security Council and legitimate self-defense. The document adopted by the General Assembly first establishes or confirms the responsibility of each individual state as part of its sovereignty to protect its population. So that's the notion of sovereignty as responsibility instead of contradiction between the two. But when it comes to the role of the international community, the document only uses the concept of responsibility with respect to non-coercive measures. The text is totally non-committal regarding measures under Chapter 7, and it insists on the need to act through the Security Council in accordance with the Charter. The World Summit document of 2005 addresses responsibility to protect at paragraphs 138, 139, and 140. The key issue on military coercive measures is dealt with at paragraphs paragraph 139, second sentence, and I read it for you. The parties, the states, member states of the UN say, in this context, we are prepared to take collective action in a timely and decisive manner through the Security Council in accordance with the Charter, including Chapter 7, on a case-by-case basis and in cooperation with relevant regional organizations as appropriate, should peaceful means be inadequate and national authorities are manifestly failing to protect their populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. 3 brief comments. The concept of responsibility to protect as adopted by the General Assembly does not create a distinct right to use armed force. That means that a military operation for humanitarian purposes would have either to meet the criteria of legitimate self-defense or to be authorized by the Security Council. But second comment, this situation creates the risk of inaction, either by a lack of political will, by a lack of majority of 9 members of the Security Council, or due to the exercise of the veto by permanent members of the Council. The question then becomes whether, despite the lack of a proper legal basis, an intervention should be considered legitimate when it meets specific criteria. Which one would be too long to identify here, but I can list them very quickly. No surprise: right authority, just cause, right intention, last resort, proportional means, reasonable prospects. But still, there remains the issue of the contradiction with the Charter. So, third comment regarding the use of the veto. There has been attempts, and until now only modest results, aimed at regulating the exercise of this right. First, as proposed by the President of the French Republic in 2013, regulating the use of the veto would mean that the 5 permanent members of the Security Council would voluntarily and collectively undertake not to use the veto where a mass atrocity has been ascertained. In 2020, a political declaration to that effect has been put forward by France and Mexico. For now, it has registered slightly more than 100 signatories. Another initiative was taken by the General Assembly in 2022, almost a year ago. A resolution has been adopted deciding that in case of the use of the veto, a formal meeting of the General Assembly would be convened within 10 working days of the casting of a veto by 1 or more permanent members of the Council to hold a debate on the situation as to which the veto was cast, with a precedence given in the list of speakers to the member or members having cast a veto. So this brings me to the end of my second part, and briefly a third part on the special case of nuclear weapons, because this conference takes place against the background of what's happening in Ukraine. So I found it interesting to make a few comments. I will briefly touch on 3 aspects. First, an advisory opinion given by the International Court of Justice, then a treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons, and then security assurances that were given to Ukraine. First, advisory opinion of the ICJ, International Court of Justice. In 1994, the UN General Assembly made use of its powers under Article 96 of the Charter to request an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the legality of the threat or use of nuclear weapons. On the 8th of July 1996, the Court has replied to the questions put by the General Assembly. The key findings of the Court are to be found at paragraph 105, subpara 2, of the advisory opinion, letters D and E. And I read them because they are of great interest. Paragraph D was adopted unanimously, and it reads as follows. A threat or use of nuclear weapons should also be compatible with the requirements of the international law applicable in armed conflict, particularly those of the principles and rules of international humanitarian law, as well as with specific obligations under treaties and other undertakings which expressly deal with nuclear weapons. Knowing what international humanitarian law says, one would expect a strong statement of the court. And here's what it says in the following paragraph, letter E. This finding has been adopted by, there are 15 judges at the court, adopted by 7 votes to 7 by the president's casting vote. Here is how it reads. It follows from the above-mentioned requirements, I mean the requirements of international law applicable in armed conflict. It follows from the above-mentioned requirements that the threat or use of nuclear weapons would generally be contrary to the rules of international law applicable in armed conflict, and in particular the principles and rules of humanitarian law. And then follows another paragraph, still under letter E, which starts with however. However, in view of the current state of international law and the elements of fact at its disposal, the court cannot conclude definitively whether the threat or use of nuclear weapons would be lawful or unlawful in an extreme circumstance of self-defense in which the very survival of a state would be at stake. So a brief comment on that. As you have noted, the court moves from a jus in bello argument, I mean the nature of the weapon and its impact, to a jus ad bellum argument, the threat or use of the weapon in an extreme circumstance of self-defense in which the very survival of a state would be at stake. So even if a weapon is considered to be contrary to fundamental principles of humanitarian law, apparently there are still circumstances where one doesn't know if it's lawful or not lawful to use nuclear weapons. That shows how difficult it is for the international court of justice to make a statement on issues that are politically so sensitive. Let me quickly mention that a number of states have taken the initiative of negotiating and concluding a treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. That has been done in 2017. A United Nations conference in New York adopted a legally binding instrument, a treaty whereby each state party undertakes never, under any circumstances, to, among other things, use or threaten to use nuclear weapons or other nuclear explosive device. Until now, the treaty has been signed by 92 states, and 68 states have become parties, including the Holy See. The treaty has entered into force on the 22nd of January of 2021. Well, it doesn't come as a surprise to you that no nuclear weapon state has become a party. But it will be interesting to observe in the years to come how the membership will evolve. Obviously, it's not to be expected that this treaty will become universal anytime soon, but circumstances may evolve over time, as has been seen with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which started with a limited number of states and has gained a large universality. A last word about security assurances. One of the instruments that has been used in international law with the objective of limiting the risk of the use of nuclear weapons consists of security assurances given by nuclear weapon states to non-nuclear weapon states. The example I will now give you is a good and sad reflection of what international law can achieve or not in the face of the use of power by a state that deliberately violates its international commitments. On the 5th of December 1994, a memorandum was signed in Budapest by the Russian Federation, Ukraine, the United Kingdom, and the United States in the context of the accession of Ukraine to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons as a non-nuclear weapon state. As you know, there were nuclear weapons in Ukraine. When Ukraine became independent, it was invited to abandon its nuclear weapons. It was ready to do so and join the Non-Proliferation Treaty as a non-nuclear weapon state. And the powers that pushed Ukraine to abandon its nuclear weapons said, well, but we will give you security assurances. And in this memorandum, which is a treaty, and which that entered into force the same day, on the 5th of December 1994, the Russian Federation, the United Kingdom, the United States confirmed their commitment to Ukraine in accordance with the CSC Final Act, the Helsinki Act of '75, to respect the independence and sovereignty and the existing borders of Ukraine, reaffirmed the obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of Ukraine, and in paragraph 4 of the in paragraph 5 of the memorandum stated, the Russian Federation, the United Kingdom, the United States reaffirm, in the case of Ukraine, their commitment not to use nuclear weapons against any non-nuclear weapon state party to the Treaty of the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, except in the case of an attack on themselves, etc. So these provisions speak for themselves. I come to my conclusion. Today's conference intends to discuss and respond to the question whether just wars are possible. I have tried to show how international law has evolved over time to limit as much as possible the use of force in international relations. I have focused my remarks on the jus ad bellum, or better said now, jus contra bellum, with the principle of the prohibition and the two exceptions according to the UN Charter. The problem we are confronted with is not therefore a lack of codification. It is much more a problem of lack of compliance and of lack of adequate mechanisms to address the violations of existing rules. And that we see with the frequent inability of the Security Council to discharge its responsibilities, in particular in cases of the abuse of the veto. And another situation which is problematic, as I said, is the abuse of the institution of legitimate self-defense, in particular through the recourse to the so-called preemptive use of force or anticipatory self-defense. My focus on jus contra bellum should not, however, hide the fact that the answer to the question of the possibility of just wars should also consider issues of jus in bello. In particular, when it comes to new forms of use of force that were alluded to in the preceding panel. New weapons, in particular, and we should insist on what are called now lethal autonomous weapon systems, in particular autonomous systems, and also new types of conflicts, asymmetric conflicts, fight against terrorism, massive cyber attacks, etc. My presentation has shown the possibilities and limits of international law. As we know, civilization emerges when the power serves the law and not the contrary. Therefore, shortcomings are not a reason to abandon the fight. They are a good reason to fight harder. And in this fight, the contributions not only of international law, but also of theology, philosophy, social sciences are required. This is why conferences like today's conference are necessary, and I'm happy and grateful to be part of it. Thank you.
Grazie mille professore per la sua conferenza che alle volte ha aperto delle campi nuovi nella nostra mattinata e anche ha fatto un riassunto nella conclusione dei diversi aspetti che abbiamo già visto. Anche soprattutto io sono stato colpito della complessità della messa in opera di questa Carta delle Nazioni Unite, perché sembra un scopo così ragionevole fare la pace, però passa attraverso gli stati che sono enti sovrani e che dunque non vogliono farsi dittare la loro azione da altri. Dunque bisogna fare un accordo e dunque un compromesso, e bisogna fare tutte queste procedure. Mi ha colpito anche il fatto che nel diritto internazionale sono ripresi i criteri della guerra giusta che abbiamo parlato in prima mattinata, dunque dei criteri che sono emersi dalla teologia, dalla riflessione della teologia, che sono ripresi e che hanno ancora una certa validità. Dunque questo è abbastanza interessante per noi anche di vedere che questi principi teologici non sono semplicemente qualcosa che rimane fra noi, ma quello hanno un impatto non soltanto sulla riflessione, ma anche sulla vita internazionale. Penso che adesso dobbiamo fermarci per una pausa pranzo. Ci ritroviamo alle 2, dunque avete un po' di tempo per riposare, restaurarvi e affrontare il pomeriggio alle 2. Grazie a tutti e ci ritroviamo.
Prendere i nostri lavori e le nostre sessioni pomeridiane. Innanzitutto ho il piacere di ricominciare la nostra conferenza interfacoltà indisciplinare, dove ci interroghiamo sulla questione sulla guerra giusta, delle varie prospettive. E come avete notato, le sessioni pomeridiane sono divise in 3. Ad bellum, la preparazione alla guerra, una questione di ingiustizia, ovvero giustizia. La seconda sessione in bello e la terza post bellum. Allora riprendiamo adesso la prima sessione, la prima problematica della preparazione alla guerra, le questioni che stanno lì dentro. E ho il piacere di presentare, con noi abbiamo anche 2 professori, abbiamo anche 2 interventi di circa 20-25 minuti e credo che anche sia possibile una piccola discussione dopo, dunque vi chiedo di un ascolto attento, di aprire una discussione. A questo serve anche la conferenza di interfacoltà, di scambiare le idee, non soltanto di sentire ma anche di pensare ciò che stiamo facendo noi qua. Come primo relatore abbiamo con noi il professor Francesco Compagnoni. Professor Francesco Compagnoni è un domenicano, anche noto per questo posto qua, perché svolgeva vari incarichi in questo posto, non soltanto qua all'Angelicum ma anche all'Università di Friburgo. Era rettore dell'Angelicum, anche era il decano della Facoltà delle Scienze Sociali e anche il professore emerito della Facoltà della Teologia. Dunque tutto ciò mi permette di chiedere al professor Francesco Compagnoni di iniziare il suo intervento intitolato Guerra, pacifismo, diritti umani. A lei la parola.
Il mio breve intervento sarà diviso in 5 punti, però ci sarà all'inizio una piccola notizia storica importante e alla fine un'altra notizia storica importante. La prima è brutta, la seconda sarà bella. Allora, la prima è questa. Oggi, 5 maggio, è l'anniversario della morte di Napoleone, 1821. Napoleone è il Putin dell'inizio del 1800, cioè colui che ha dato inizio all'epoca contemporanea delle guerre dei nazionalismi occidentali. Ha fatto guerre dai Caraibi all'Egitto, da Madrid a Mosca. Direi che più Putin di così si muore. Pensando poi che Putin, ne parlavamo adesso con il prof, Putin è 20 anni che fa la guerra, perché l'ha fatta in Cecenia, l'ha fatta in Georgia, l'ha fatta in Siria, quindi è in Libia, è 20 anni che è in guerra, da quando ha cominciato. Penso che il parallelo non è brutto. Ma lasciamo perdere questo, cominciamo il primo punto. La guerra, dal mio punto di vista, e direi da un punto di vista di chi si interessa di questi temi, è la più radicale di quella che noi chiamiamo la violenza. Allora, la violenza è un termine connotato moralmente, quindi non va usato così. In realtà la violenza è l'uso della forza illegittimo, dove per illegittimo, e questo è un punto fondamentale del mio contributo, vuol dire non conforme a norme previamente e liberamente accettate. Perché se sono previamente prima e liberamente accettate, questo uso della forza diventa legittimo, l'uso della polizia. Allora, la guerra è appunto un uso della forza esercitato da una comunità umana politicamente organizzata. Quindi quanto più lo Stato è organizzato, tanto meglio si fa la guerra. Oppure un gruppo umano che vuole diventare Stato, che vuole organizzarsi. Nel caso della guerra, le norme previamente e liberamente accettate sono regolate dai trattati multilaterali e dal diritto umanitario. Il professore Nicolas Michel mi ha portato via 2 pagine della mia relazione perché lavorando su questi temi è evidente che si citano queste cose. Allora, e questo l'abbiamo visto, direi, abbondantemente nel senso del nostro contesto. Ora, ma esiste anche un insieme di convenzioni, dichiarazioni, modelli che pur essendo solo a livello giuridico della soft law, cioè del diritto difficilmente esigibile, costituiscono insieme un patrimonio globale di posizioni morali abbastanza precise e condivise a livello della società civili nei paesi sviluppati. Sono termini non politically correct, ma quando ci vuole, ci vuole. Questo è il primo punto. Quindi la guerra, quando non è secondo i trattati internazionali, è illegittima, cioè è violenza. Secondo punto. La guerra, come modalità di fare la politica, non è più accettata dagli Stati civili dopo il patto di Kellogg-Briand, che è un patto multinazionale del 1928 a Parigi, che stabiliva che la guerra non è mezzo legittimo di politica fra gli Stati. Legittimo è importante, perché certo non erano dei bambini, lo sapevano che c'era la guerra, era appena finita la prima guerra mondiale, 1928, la prima guerra è finita nel 1919, erano le stesse persone. Bene, allora nell'articolo primo, che è già stato letto, per capire qual è il quadro, diceva: gli stati contraenti dichiarano solennemente in nome dei loro popoli rispettivi, che avevano perso 10 milioni di soldati, perché nella prima guerra mondiale i morti erano quasi tutti militari, quindi praticamente tutti giovani. Dichiarano solennemente in nome dei loro popoli rispettivi di condannare il ricorso alla guerra per la risoluzione delle divergenze internazionali e di rinunciare a usarne come strumento di politica nazionale nelle loro relazioni reciproche. È bellissimo dal punto di vista della formulazione. Però soltanto nel 1939, quindi 10 anni dopo, soltanto 63 Stati avevano ratificato il documento e il patto inoltre ebbe delle recezioni molto controverse, perché sapete che quando gli Stati recepiscono un trattato dicono tutto bene, tranne questo, tranne questo, tranne questo e tranne questo. Va bene? Ecco, il prof mi fa dei sorrisi perché è il nostro problema, bisogna sempre andare a vedere le riserve. Allora, in sostanza, gli Stati che avevano firmato e l'avevano poi anche ratificato, si riservavano il diritto a ricorrere alla legittima difesa. Tutti. Infatti le nazioni, le situazioni che non ricadevano nell'ambito di applicazione del patto e dunque erano comunque autorizzate, rimanevano queste. Prima, la guerra usata al di fuori dei rapporti con gli stati contraenti. Non erano 200 stati come adesso in quell'epoca, ma comunque molti stati non hanno firmato, quindi quelli che non avevano firmato loro continuavano legittimamente a fare la guerra. E poi l'esercizio della legittima difesa, quella non se ne discuteva neanche. Allora, questa posizione diventa poi rilevante dopo la fondazione delle Nazioni Unite nel 1945, dove la Carta, che è stata ampiamente citata, inizia in questo modo: sono le premesse, i trattati e i patti, le carte, dal punto di vista etico, che è il mio, è più importante le premesse che gli articoli dopo, perché sono i fondamenti teorici. Dice: noi, popoli delle Nazioni Unite, decisi a salvare le future generazioni dal flagello della guerra, che per 2 volte nel corso di questa generazione ha portato indicibili afflizioni all'umanità, stabiliamo che è fine delle Nazioni Unite a mantenere la pace, eccetera, eccetera. Facciamo un minimo di statistica demografica. Quando sono morti 10 milioni nella Prima Guerra Mondiale, la popolazione mondiale non era di 2 miliardi. Nella Seconda Guerra Mondiale sono morti certamente 50 milioni. E questa volta in gran parte non militari. E lì la popolazione era cresciuta, ma non tanto. Se noi lo mettiamo in paragone a oggi, dobbiamo moltiplicarlo almeno per 3. Quindi, Seconda Guerra Mondiale, 50 per 3 erano 150 milioni. È come se oggi avessimo 150 milioni di morti. Voi capite che cosa vuol dire? Perché non stiamo discutendo di cose teoriche, questa è politica vera, concreta. Allora, e questo è, diciamo, l'ONU è stato creato, è l'organismo per la pace, non è il governo del mondo. Poi, giustamente, io non l'avevo segnato, ma bisogna sempre imparare dai colleghi, c'è tutto il discorso sul Consiglio di sicurezza, perché nell'ONU chi comanda realmente su questi temi è quello. Ma quello l'avete già sentito meglio di quello che posso fare io. Però, siccome parlavamo di soft law, cioè di idee, documenti, rapporti, penso che sia importante la dichiarazione del 1984 dell'Assemblea Generale delle Nazioni Unite sui diritti dei popoli alla pace. E è interessante che qui non si parla più di stati, ma di popoli. Quindi viene adottato un sistema molto moderno di considerazione dove, a differenza di quello che pensava Aristotele nella Polis o Tommaso nello Stato medievale, c'è la società civile. Aristotele e Tommaso, per loro lo Stato era la società. Quindi tutti dovevano sacrificarsi per il bene comune. E soprattutto tutti dovevano sacrificarsi, insomma, impegnarsi nella stessa linea. Nella società moderna, cioè nel senso degli ultimi 2 secoli, la crescita del benessere, questa è una mia piccola teoria, ha fatto sì che sia cresciuta la nostra libertà. E la nostra libertà significa che abbiamo opinioni diverse. E quindi noi oggi abbiamo, cosa molto importante, in una comunità anche nazionale, la cosiddetta società civile, cioè quella che non è lo Stato, è più importante dello Stato, perché di fatto è la borghesia, grosso modo. Bene. Allora, questo documento, che ha avuto comunque 34 astensioni, non è male, su 190, insomma, tanto le dichiarazioni dell'ONU non servono a nulla a livello pratico, però a livello, diciamo, di ispirazione penso che hanno un significato. Allora, lo leggiamo perché io sono stato contaminato in questo discorso da un professore italiano che era professor Papisca che è stato un internazionalista importante e che ha fondato poi a Padova il migliore centro dei diritti dell'uomo che esistano all'università in Italia, finanziata dall'UNESCO, è una cosa seria. Allora, la dichiarazione diceva: ribadendo che il principale fine delle Nazioni Unite è il mantenimento della pace e della sicurezza internazionali, avendo presenti i fondamentali principi del diritto internazionale stabiliti dalla Carta delle Nazioni Unite, facendosi interprete della volontà e delle aspirazioni di tutti i popoli volte a estirpare la guerra dalla vita del genere umano e prima di tutto ad evitare una catastrofe nucleare su scala mondiale, perché non dimentichiamo che la Russia di Stalin ha fatto tante belle cose contro Hitler, ma soprattutto ha avuto la bomba atomica. Da quel momento, quando ha avuto la bomba atomica, è diventata un paese, faceva concorrenza agli Stati Uniti. Allora, io sono vecchio abbastanza per ricordarmi quando la dissero in pubblico: adesso l'abbiamo anche noi. Quando poi ebbero anche la bomba H, fu un altro salto di qualità. Bene, allora, visto tutto questo, l'Assemblea dichiara solennemente che la salvaguardia del diritto dei popoli alla pace e la promozione della sua realizzazione costituiscono obbligo fondamentale di ciascun Stato. Quindi fondamentale vuol dire che lo Stato non è solo quello del welfare, e del welfare che poi in qualsiasi Stato, anche il più democratico, è sempre della classe superiore, perché in qualsiasi Stato esiste quelli che sono tagliati fuori. Sottolinea che per garantire l'esercizio del diritto dei popoli alla pace è necessario che le politiche degli Stati siano indirizzate all'eliminazione delle minacce della guerra, in particolare della guerra nucleare, la rinuncia all'uso della forza nelle relazioni internazionali e la composizione delle controversie internazionali attraverso mezzi pacifici sulla base della Carta delle Nazioni Unite. Voi vedete che questo, diciamo, è più una lezione di etica che altro, però il finale di questo mio secondo punto è: date queste premesse, sia di hard law, cioè di trattati internazionali, che di soft law, cioè di opinione pubblica nel senso elevato del termine, la guerra della Federazione Russa guidata dal presidente Vladimir Putin contro l'Ucraina non può essere definita in alcun modo una guerra giusta. Si può girarla come si vuole, non può essere una guerra giusta, usando questo termine estremamente ambiguo, guerra giusta. Punto terzo: dal 1700 in Europa molti pensatori hanno elaborato teorie sul come evitare le guerre. Fondamentalmente convergevano tutti nel fatto che fosse necessaria un'istanza sovranazionale di mediazione e sanzione, perché non basta la mediazione, ci vuole la sanzione, contro questo avvenimento catastrofico per gli Stati e le popolazioni. Durante la Prima Guerra Mondiale, pur con infinite riserve, questo cominciò a coagularsi perché il Regno Unito, primo ed unico, cominciò ad ammettere l'obiezione di coscienza alla guerra, durante la guerra. È molto interessante vedere tutte le vignette e i disegnini che facevano gli inglesi normali contro questi cretinetti che facevano l'obiezione di coscienza. Il minimo che vedete è gne, capite? Che gli stupidini, eccetera. Sono cose che formano l'opinione di un paese, però, e fu l'unico paese che li ammise. Erano alcune decine, non di più. Poi, dopo la Prima e la Seconda Guerra Mondiale, finalmente nacquero organizzazioni internazionali di mediazione. Prima la Società delle Nazioni a Ginevra e poi l'Organizzazione delle Nazioni Unite, ufficialmente a New York, ma insomma ormai è sparsa dappertutto. Parallelamente però a questi grandi sforzi della prima metà del Novecento, che non erano dei problemi ideologici, era il problema che avevano fatto 2 guerre mondiali, più le guerre collaterali. Allora, si svilupparono dei movimenti sociali pacifisti, prima non c'erano. Allora, negli Stati Uniti il più importante, è chiaro che io parlo da teologo cattolico, quindi conosco più i cattolici che gli altri. Allora, negli Stati Uniti lavorò molto il Monsignor John Ryan, che era uno molto importante anche per il New Deal di Roosevelt. Era uno dei fondatori dell'Università Cattolica. In Francia importante fu Marc Seigné, in Germania l'incompreso domenicano Francisco Stratmann. Stamattina abbiamo sentito parlare di Stratmann. Stratmann fu trattato durante tutta la sua vita da povero demente. E quando saltò fuori Hitler, perché Hitler lo sapeva, no? Cosa pensava? Non sapeva dove nascondersi. Si è nascosto a Roma, dove sa qui, insomma, volemoci bene, insomma, e alla fine è finito in un convento di monache in Olanda con i nazisti fuori perché lo volevano far fuori e nessuno l'aiutava. Quindi era proprio un profeta nel deserto. Comunque era molto importante lui, dal punto di vista pensato. In Italia il primo movimento serio è quello di Luigi Sturzo. Luigi Sturzo fece un libro importante sulla guerra dal punto di vista internazionale. È un genio Sturzo, veramente, quando si leggono le cose che scriveva con i mezzi che avevano loro. Noi adesso abbiamo l'internet, quindi non abbiamo più bisogno di scrivere. Allora, l'Unione Sovietica però, dopo la Seconda Guerra Mondiale, fece nascere a scopo puramente nazionalistico i partigiani della pace. Io me li ricordo molto bene, va bene? Cioè di là sparavano e di qui si facevano le manifestazioni per la pace. E inoltre nacque, subito dopo la guerra, in Francia, dove era molto sentito il problema della conflittualità con la Germania. Allora in Francia nel 1945 nacque il movimento Pax Christi, che anche attualmente è il movimento cattolico pacifista più importante. Poi attualmente abbiamo dei centri della pace professionali, quelli che sono i centri di studio sulla pace. È il più importante anche perché io lo uso sempre, quindi essendo io una persona molto intelligente, se uso sempre questo vuol dire che è un buon centro. È il SIPRI, che è lo Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, veramente ha un materiale all'infinito. Poi abbiamo accennato che in Italia esiste all'Università di Padova una cattedra UNESCO con il Centro dei diritti dell'uomo, che fu fondato dal professore Antonio Papisca, che era un internazionalista che lavorò molto per la definizione e l'accettazione di un diritto umano alla pace. Allora, questo centro di Padova è così importante che ogni anno pubblica un libro così, con tutti gli obblighi che il governo italiano ha a livello internazionale sui diritti dell'uomo. E i diversi uffici del governo italiano vanno a vedere cos'è adesso che noi dobbiamo fare. Li fanno insieme, si capisce, ma per darvi l'idea della consistenza della cosa. Questo era il terzo punto. Quarto punto, e per chi dirige vado avanti, quanto ho ancora? 5 minuti. Quarto. Allora, partendo dall'assunto adesso che la guerra è un prodotto storico di che cosa? Dell'organizzazione sociale. Non è che noi abbiamo nel nostro DNA la guerra, perché la guerra bisogna farla in 2 o 3 ben organizzati, e tenendo conto dei tentativi di evitarla stabilmente, finora si sono rivelati vani. Si propone come unica misura a lungo termine, promettente in qualche modo, il processo di autoeducazione individuale e sociale finalizzata a depotenziare le condizioni sociali favorevoli ad essa. Questo vuol dire. Questo perché la politica ufficiale per la pace, pensate anche a Putin, va bene? Può nascere ed avere effetto solo se le rispettive società la sostengono massicciamente. perché se la società dov'è non l'accettano, succede come per tutte le leggi che non hanno l'accettanza sociale. Quindi bisogna, in un modo o nell'altro, lavorare sulla società civile, non sui politici, perché i politici faranno poi quello che la società civile spinge. Perché uno Stato democratico o abbastanza democratico non può assolutamente ignorare le spinte della propria società civile. Infatti, per quello che si capisce, la popolazione russa in gran parte, per tanti motivi, è d'accordo con Putin. Perché se non fossero d'accordo succederebbe come è successo in Italia alla fine del fascismo. Quando la gente non voleva più fare la guerra, Mussolini ha dovuto finire la guerra. Allora, se ad esempio si vede per questo, cosa si potrebbe fare è la storia della nascita e lo sviluppo della Corte Penale Internazionale per i crimini contro l'umanità, che fu firmato il documento e partì a Roma nel 1998. E io, insomma, in quell'epoca ero alla LUMSA e ci abbiamo trafficato anche dentro. Era veramente una spinta dal basso. È vero, e questa Corte Penale Internazionale ha competenza evidentemente per i singoli Stati con tante limitazioni, però è un caso in cui gli Stati hanno dovuto accettarlo perché la spinta dal basso era forte. Allora, quali sono, detto queste premesse brevemente, quali sono le parole chiave su cui bisogna lavorare nella società civile? Allora, innanzitutto bisogna contrastare l'inizio della guerra, quindi lasciamo perdere ius ad bellum. Secondo, bisogna limitarne l'impatto, quindi ius in bello, questi sono tutti termini negativi, no? Si può arrivare fin qui ma bisogna combatterli direttamente. E poi soprattutto, io ci ho lavorato con alcuni studenti africani, il ius post bellum. Come si passa da un momento di guerra a un momento di non guerra? In Italia abbiamo per questo il movimento di Sant'Egidio che ha lavorato molto per il post bellum in Angola, concretamente. Allora, le parole chiave secondo me sono la tolleranza, l'accettazione del pluralismo sociale. Se io sono contro Putin non devo avere 25 anni di Siberia. Il rispetto della persona e lo sviluppo del prendersi cura degli altri, sia come individui che come società e nazioni. Le istanze religiose nei vari contesti possono contribuire a questo processo di autoeducazione che si sta delineando e costruendo. Tutto il resto sono, come dicono a Roma, pannicelli caldi, cioè sono volemoci bene, insomma, cioè non servono a niente. Allora, adesso questione seria. In futuro la situazione può migliorare? Sembrerebbe possibile guardando il progresso storico che la società umana ha di fatto realizzato, perché c'è un po' di progresso l'abbiamo fatto. Io in questi giorni ho finito di leggere uno splendido libro di un autore polacco sulla campagna di Russia di Napoleone e rispetto a quelle epoche un po' di progresso l'abbiamo fatto. Sarà possibile eliminare del tutto la guerra? Sempre prendendo come criterio il progresso storico degli ultimi secoli, bisogna proprio dubitarne, perché oggi mi pare sono 200 le guerre in corso, ma ci sono sempre state guerre. O perlomeno non abbiamo motivi per prevedere uno sviluppo radicale definitivo. Se poi succederà qualche cosa, io non lo so, ma come si fa in statistica, visto gli ultimi secoli e visto oggi, se restano uguali i termini, noi non cambia nulla. Ultimo punto. Il diritto alla legittima difesa è teoricamente inattaccabile, è chiaro, ma nella realtà è una bomba a tempo. Infatti, per difendersi è necessario essere muniti di armi, di un esercito, di addestrarlo e soprattutto di convincere la propria società che tutte queste misure sono necessarie contro il nemico per prevenire la guerra. Quindi queste misure per prevenire la guerra, o perlomeno la sconfitta, in realtà preparano la guerra. Il minimo che si possa dire al riguardo è che bisogna andare molto cauti nell'esercizio di questo diritto. Soprattutto perché bisogna creare la figura sociale del nemico da odiare e da distruggere. Putin cosa sta facendo? Gli ucraini sono nazisti, così come abbiamo battuto il nazismo nel 1945 lo batteremo ancora, cioè costruisce il nemico. La stessa cosa, la stessa cautela, da un punto di vista morale dico, vale per l'espressione guerra giusta. In senso strettamente logico, cioè atemporale, la guerra giusta è accettabile nel senso di una guerra di stretta autodifesa. Ma storicamente il termine è carico di millenni di abusi. Dal momento che noi siamo a Roma, mi permetto di ricordare che i romani antichi, prima di cominciare una guerra legittima, quindi giusta, inviavano i sacerdoti speciali, si chiamavano feciales, ai confini con il nemico per pronunciare le formule che rendessero legittima la loro aggressione. E noi tutti oggi sappiamo che l'impero romano viveva di guerre, perché nella guerra aveva molte risorse che portava a Roma e soprattutto portava tanti schiavi, perché è una società basata sulla schiavitù. Quindi la guerra era una cosa importantissima per loro. Ultima presa di posizione, la guerra preventiva, ogni tanto salta fuori, questo è il massimo di doppiezza e di ambiguità intellettuale. Concludo con la bella notizia, però spero che, ecco qua, dov'è? Non vedo Pare Salvati, c'è in giro Pare Salvati? Sì. Allora, la bella notizia è che per fortuna il 4 maggio 2023 la squadra di football del Napoli ieri sera ha vinto il campionato italiano 2022-2023. Lo ha vinto per la terza volta dopo 33 anni e insomma è una bella festa.
Grazie. Grazie al professor, a padre Compagnoni. Come vedete è molto difficile di frenare il professore emerito. Ecco, adesso mi permetto di passare al professor Stefan Duson. Il secondo intervento di questa seduta è il professore dell'Università Tor Vergata, ma anche insegna alla nostra università, alla facoltà di filosofia. L'anno scorso insegnava social ethics, quest'anno insegna political ethics. Il professore avrà il suo intervento in inglese intitolato così: The Nature of War and the Warrior's Honor. Professore, a lei la parola.
Thanks to the chairperson and good afternoon to all. I would like, first of all, to give my best thoughts to Marshall Palush, Professor Palush, and also to Professor Helen Alford, who made it possible. And I'm very glad also and honored, using the word, to speak about war after the beautiful lecture of Father Compagnoni, who have taught me so much, and today again. Just for Napoleon, I would just add that the French King Louis XIV, the so-called Le Roi très chrétien, would compete in a new hell of Dante with Napoleon for that, even if he was un roi très chrétien, just to put it. So I won't defend both of them. Nature of war and the warrior's honor. So my talk is going to be twofold. The first part is going to be about nature of war, and the second part about the warrior honor. Why starting with the nature of war? Because I want to know if war is inevitable. Because if it is, that's the question I'm going to try to develop in my first point, then of course we need to prepare our soldiers. But how then we prepare them? there are different ways here to speak about it. So that's how I'm going to develop my thoughts, some short reflection. Conversely, from social sciences or political science, my methodology is going to be philosophical. So to some extent that might puzzle some of you, I'm used to it, so we go on. So the first part, the nature of war. As I said, some may say that war is constitutive, is us, is the humanum. And others may, on the contrary, say that it's not just war, it's violence, as it was developed before, which make us be human. So in such a view, of course, war is inevitable. To start with, I just want to say a few words. I'm not going to go in 20 minutes, it would be impossible to talk about Kant. Just to say that I do not share Kant's ideals, and not at least when he said that when war is conducted with order and with sacred respect for civil rights, this is in Critique of Judgment, 28, then war is sublime. That's Kant. And I'm not going to talk in the wake of Machiavelli, who used to say that war is just when it's necessary. I'm going to talk at the end about necessity, which is not the same as necessary. Necessary is what you want in a conflict of interest, is an utilitarian viewpoint. That's not something I'm going to talk about. But of course, I am wide aware, and I talk here because you may wonder, as a pacifist, because I'm quite wide aware that war is in itself, anyway, whatever you call it, a monstrosity. In that sense, I do share the assertion of Augustine, The City of God, 1323, when he says, put it in English, neither the lions nor the dragons have never unleashed between them wars similar to those of men. So this is always a monstrosity. So that's starting point. That's my primary remarks. So let's go first, why war could be seen as something part of the humanum. Why the war? This is a question, maybe you know, famous question that was asked by Albert Einstein to Freud. We were in 1933, bad day for Europe and Germany, bad year at least, and Einstein thought that, writing to Freud, that due to this knowledge he had about intellectual life, the psychanalysis and the education, how we could free men with the psychanalysis from the threat of war. That's Einstein asking. The letter is to be found on the UNESCO site, by the way, easygoing. Well, the answer of Freud deluded very much Einstein, because he said that Einstein was starting from the starting point that war is irrational. So let's just educate a good reason and let we get rid of war. And moreover, and this is more interesting from the Freud standing point, the psychanalysis is doing, is, as you all know, even if you have never read much of Freud, but something we all know, there are some drive in our mind. One is about love, and the other is about hate. Sometimes it's translated with thanatos and eros, but whatever. This is it. Let's put it as love and hate. Well, those sort of, we could say, appetites, to some extent, natural appetites, driving the mind according to Freud. Freud was trying to find the final cause. He was trying to find why the war. He took it seriously, by the way. Is that, according to his theory, eros and thanatos are so much linked to build our identity that if in a perfect world, to Einstein, you would manage to educate people that would no longer have any kind of impulse of death, impulse of hate, desire, then that's human life itself that will collapse. Because according to Freud, thanatos is not an instinct of death, not that I want to kill the people. It's something that's coming to my mind, let's put it like, in other words, like a repulsion. And love is an attraction. So in the field of repulsion, attraction, I'm moving into that. So this is why, according to Freud, whatever we do, Peace and war, because of love and hate, because of eros or thanatos, are in our human nature. Period. I have 20 minutes, I can't go too far. I understand that could be developed. I just want to point out one point, that Freud on this took his theory from a pre-Socratic philosopher, Empedocles. Because Empedocles, in his cosmic world, divided two forces, love and hate. But Freud recognized he took that from him. But it's interesting to see that this idea of Empedocles, between love, philotes, and hate, nikos, is something that can open us to new things. Because it's like something, a change, even if it's violent, opened me to a new things. So it's a sort of idea of nikos as a line of division, and philotes as the unity. So there's always in the four elements the unity and the division at work. But if we read closely Empedocles in his poems, which is always beautiful, he's not so pessimistic as Freud, by the way, because according to him, there is what he calls a pentomnomicon, so a universal law that is going to be over that is always to bring a cosmic love of life. And what is it? Because you may know that for Empedocles, there's a sort of cycle of life all the time, but some may get out of it, a bit like in Buddhism, for those who don't know Empedocles. I'm sure Buddhism is fashionable, so you know that. How do you get out of that? If you don't kill people and if you don't lie to people. So here we see we have a sort of ontological limitation, to use modern words, that Freud didn't take. So I think it would be nice to revisit the origin of the Freud theory, because it's sort, as usually with Freud, sort of flat, but it could be seen about many things about Freud. But still, that's the answer of Freud to Einstein. And I've got to say, we are 1933, what happened after gave some reason to Freud. On the opposite, as I said in my first part, some people say, no, violence is us. Violence defines humanity. That's the so-called ontology of the conflict. There is another pre-Socratic, very known, that was before Empedocles, called Heraclitus, who said, polemos pater panton. War is the father of all things. You know, the idea that when there is a war, after there was civil war maybe, but after the United States was created, there was the awfulness of Napoleon, but then we had the civil code, on, you see, this the idea. So war is something that makes us be great, the sort of things. Something about war was taken in this ontology and had a very great success still now with Prussian philosopher, let's say, von Clausewitz. And his book, who was rediscovered actually after World War II, has become like the book to read when you want to talk about war. But it's still like Heraclitus. When you read Clausewitz, you see that there is one thing about war. War is an act of violence whose objective is to compel the adversary to carry out our will with no restriction. And how he explained that, von Clausewitz? Due to a law taking from Newton of action and reaction. Because I know that war, domination is human, I have to be prepared. They are coming from us. And they are coming from us with the same intention that Clausewitz had, to destroy all. So this is, of course, a way for the preparation of war, a natural war that justifies strongly. And he was a Prussian, by the way. I could say a few things about the Prussian too. I'm from Lorraine, we had 3 wars against them. So here we see, and Clausewitz, as you know, said that, what's war? It's the continuation of politics with other means. But some put it the other way, and now I just want to say a few words about a so-called Catholic philosopher, at least he was born Catholic, but didn't remain, Carl Schmitt. Carl Schmitt is a philosopher during the same time when Einstein and Freud was exchanging, and he wrote his book, very famous, The Notion of Politics, in which he put that in life you behave that way. You like it or not, that's the way it goes. Either you have friends or you have enemies, period. And states are just like us. They have friends or they have enemies. In such a way, which is still Heraclitus radicalized, it is obvious that when you have a war, you have a total war. 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 You have a And it's interesting to see, taking, by the way, from Aristotle, how Carl Schmitt was saying that it's not something abstract. He's saying it's something in nature moving the feeling of destruction. But here we have the total war that we have seen, unfortunately enough, in any civil war, and there was illustrated not long ago, civilian, and this morning with those students. That's sort of the, even if you don't name it, I would say that Carl Schmitt, unfortunately enough, is very popular in unconscious. So that's why I wanted to name it. Even the fact of revenge, resentment, it's good for Schmitt, because for Schmitt you have to go to total war. But here you might be surprised to hear something I want to say about Nietzsche in Zarathustra. He's saying the feeling of revenge and resentment belongs to weakness, the weak, and not the warrior. Always better to read Nietzsche than to hear about what people said about Nietzsche. It's good for any book. So, even if Nietzsche is going back to the term, of course, as we know, of agonism, agon, the conflict, here we see a hierarchy in the different way we have to produce or attraction or repulsion, and even answering to Carl Schmitt with this dichotomy between enemy and friend, we could use the own terms from Schmitt saying that we live in a plurality. And this plurality, using the word of Schmitt, is not a universum. Because, you know, he was very much against the concept of mankind, human rights, Schmitt. He said that was just an alibi for the powers to take over. That's his talk. But in the plurality of the world, we see that we cannot just make this reduction. The reduction to see that you have not all the sort of feelings, as I put first with Empedocles, and the absolute destruction of the annihilation. Going now from that, in the two cases, we see that war is very much liable to happen. So what shall we do with our people? My question here is not to know, you'll see now my second part about the honor of the warrior. The first one is not going to see that the warrior or the soldier is someone who has a honor, as you may understand it right away. I'm going to develop that. I want to give in the second period of time a moral view, because you want the people to be just, okay? Not just to be peaceful people. Because you can, if you are a just person, then you bring peace. But it doesn't mean you bring peace and you are just. It doesn't work the same way. I could give example, but it would take too long. But sure, you come to your mind. So first of all, I would like to study the anthropological definition we have of the warrior in time using the work of an anthropologist called Georges Dumézil. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but he wrote a nice book. Title is Fortune and Misfortune of the Warrior. And he's studying the statute how civilization are dealing with the soldier. You know, according to Dumézil, studying India, studying the Roman and the Greek, and studying the Scandinavian civilization, he came forward with this idea that there is a structure in society in which you have, I would say, the head, what he called the priest. Then you have the soldier, the hand with the sword, and then you have the producer, the stomach. Of course, the stomach takes a lot of people because you have to produce. And then you have the people who decide. That's something you see a lot still in India, by the way. So doing that is trying to show those superstructure, trying to see how, at a certain moment of time, what can we say about this warrior? And he's talking about, that's why it struck my mind, the three sins of the warrior. Structural, anthropological. First is against religion and morals. The second is about war, courage, and the third one is about sexual honesty. And he's quoting the Caucasian Ossetian, Iceland Sets, the Tarquins. I skip it, 20 minutes. So, here, what he's saying, and I'm quoting now Dumézil, in a more and more precise and pressing way, identify a lesson. The warrior is exposed by his nature to sin. By his function, for the general goal, he is forced to commit sins. But he quickly exceeds his limit and sins against the ideals of all functional levels, including his own. He's becoming like the lion of St. Augustine, in other words, or the dragon. And here, there are some pages I cannot quote right now. It's good because each time for the Roman and the Greek, for India or the Scandinavian, the warrior is always punished by the god because of that. Always. There's always something that's happened. That's, of course, an anthropological view. I'm not giving you facts and figures about that, but we keep it as a moral lesson. And that is what they are saying. We can see that, for instance, if we go to Rome, here we are, so it's not so far. And as you may know, and you still see that not far away in the forum, for those of you who are curious, before the religious rites for the soldiers, you had priests all over. Even the work, the discipline, was supposed always not only to honor the god of victory like in Smith, but the pietas, which was a very strong value even for the soldier. So the honor here is something moral. And of course the gods are going to punish you again if you don't show the pietas even at war. I'm not saying that the Roman will not slaughter, but slaughter is one thing, is to consider the other as to be destroyed as the enemy. We are far away again from Schmitt on what we are now. So, if the warrior is going to sin, what is his courage? What is his honor? Usually when we talk about honor, and I realize when I put it, I try to use the word honor to balance the horror. If we have honor in war, maybe we have less horror. That's my wishing full thoughts. First of all, what is not? Maybe we think sometimes that honor is a preparation in training in valor, courage, dedication to the corps. Sometimes what in the US when you get the military honor medal. Honor in that sense because you had a distinguished, I'm quoting by the way, that's interesting. For the United States to get the US Military Medal of Honor, it requires that the recipient had, I quote, distinguished himself conspicuously by gallantry. I would like to meet someone from the US Army to tell me what they mean by that, gallantry. And intrepidity, so I see the cowboy attitude, that's clear. At the risk of life, above all beyond the call of duty, blah, blah, blah. And then you get this with the passion to fight. That's how sometimes, most of the time, we understand the honor of the soldier. It is not. This is autoreferential. It has been developed too, just to quote another man, interesting about the honor of the warrior, but I won't have time, in The Fable of the Bee by Bernard de Mainville, how he's using a lot this military honor as a courage, trying to overcome the fear of death. But people who know a little bit Fable of the Bees of Mainville know that the group is going to destroy them. It's a holistic view. So now I would like to change. I would like to see another kind of honor. Maybe what we call, to use our current language, an ethical education to the soldier. Let's coin it in language we can understand better. What would it be? It would be first to take seriously what Dumézil tells us. If you're a soldier, you're going to commit sin. Now we say sins against humanity, but there was sins against gods before. And here we have also to take seriously that an education to war means to introduce quickly the tragedy of war. What I say first, quoting St. Augustine, not the concept of we are going to be in Berlin before Christmas, as they used to say in France in 1914. This sort of hope. As you say, listen, we are going, the Russians are bad, but doesn't matter, we're going to win. This sort of sport-like kind. It's nothing to do. Because once again, if we take it seriously, as I say, it's connatural to us. It's also an opportunity to live up to the humanum in the sin. So here we have, for instance, the concept, of course, of the tragedy of war very much developed because the word of soldier is war. That's his word. It's a universe doomed by death. Death, the metaphysical evil, as used to say Leibniz, that is everywhere in the battles, everywhere. I didn't participate to war, but I was a soldier myself once upon a time. I know what that means. I can imagine what is at war. It's everywhere. So a soldier, whatever you say, is alone in the war, especially in that time, gets rough. This is where the education, the moral education for the humanum and not friend and enemy is to be proposed. How could it be proposed? Well, because I like the antique, I would like to take a jump at a book that you may have read, but once again you may have heard of it, called the Iliad. The Iliad is an old book about the old war in Troy. And for instance, Simone Weil used to say that this book is just full of violence, which is true. It's full of violence. But in this book, especially if you like to read it in Greek, you have a specific word for honor, which is eidos. And eidos is a feeling that you have as a feeling. It comes to you, and we have, for instance, Hector, using the word act, because of what he did in the past, or Achille, of what he's going to do. I'm going to develop. The lack of eidos, or the lack of honor, anaideira in Greek, indicates a lack of restraint, a lack of respect. And as such, it's an embarrassment for all. Actually, the etymology means like you blush, if you go to the etymology, but don't have time for the etymology. Okay. If we go still in Greece and the history of that word, hard to translate, it's like phronesis, almost impossible. We see, for instance, Hesiod saying, mortal will be left with nothing but consuming sorrow, and the ills will be irremediable when eidos leave humanity. That's a Greek lesson. I would like just to go on to see eidos so is a feeling linked to an attitude, an affective disposition, an estimable behavior, in a moral way. As such, the culture of eidos is based on a human feeling that is going to be developed in order, what Freud would explain later, inhibit some excess of this impulse of death. So it's sometimes seen also as a kind of pity. It was linked with pietas in the translation by Cicero, for instance. But once again, it's a kind of to esteem the human. You are not God. You see? That's what they're saying. There are things the God can destroy. Like, you know, the God of the Hebrew is terrible. He's destroying everything. But he's God. So that's what he's telling us. And if we go on, and something you may have heard or read, there's a book by Plato named Protagoras, in which he's talking about Prometheus. So Prometheus, you know, is the one who stole the fire and the technique from the god. But he played us a bad trick. He's nothing but a benefactor of mankind. No. First he stole, which is never good. So he had to be paid, and we got that, and what happened? It happened that we had always at war. And why it was even worse than before that, but because we had the fire, the technique. So we will kill all of us. Read the Protagoras, very interesting. So Prometheus is the dumb one, and Zeus is looking what's happening now. So Zeus, the god of life, Zeus Zoe. Huh? So God comes and says, I'm going, because of that state of war, I'm going to give the art of politics. And art of war is part of it. And what is it? The feeling of decay and eidos in the text. So if you don't have this first feeling to respect the other, this feeling that God gave you, which means written into your heart, then injustice will come. The lack of eidos brings the lack of decay. If we don't do that and we pride ourselves being, thanks to the Titan Prometheus, to be like gods now, we have so many techniques of fire, we will be doomed again. You see this cosmic way, anthropological way. Of course, Zeus is not nice like us. He's saying those people who have this lack of honor, and of course soldier even more because the damage even worse, he considered them as being sick. The word is noxus. But sick like in the sense like you're going to die if you let that widespread. Because they are like a disease for the city. A disease that makes us worse than a beast. And what is worse than a beast, according to St. Thomas, is a murderer. So the honor of the soldier is never to be a murderer. Thank you.
Grazie ai professori per queste due esposizioni, al professore per l'ultima esposizione. Abbiamo 3 minuti per un'eventuale domanda o precisazione.
A tweet.
Magda. Sì.
Grazie. Padre ha detto che la preparazione alla guerra promuove la guerra. Ha detto che la preparazione alla guerra promuove la guerra. Promuove la guerra. Capisce?
Parli più forte, più alto.
Lei ha detto che la preparazione per la guerra promuove la guerra. È certo?
La preparazione.
Sì.
Venga qua.
In italiano non va bene.
Sì.
Ha detto che il capo della nazione ha il compito di convincere cittadini che abbiano soldati e preparazioni e che possono avere un esercito. Ma credo, lei ha detto che questo promuove la guerra. No, può promuovere la guerra di questo esercito di queste nazioni. Non ha detto questo? Non ho capito bene. Perché mi domanda questo.
Difficile di capire la domanda?
Can I say it in English and someone could translate?
Preferisci fare spagnolo così
Spagnolo?
traduce qualcuno?
Bene, credo che Esther ha detto che los líderes de las naciones mantienen un ejército y tienen que convencer al pueblo que es necesario el ejército. Y creo que Esther ha dicho que estas preparaciones promueven la guerra. La pregunta es, ¿qué diría usted de la persona que dice no, al contrario? Porque si uno tiene un ejército fuerte, demuestra que puede defenderse. Y eso es ¿verdad? ¿Qué entiendes?
Una brevissima risposta.
Io volevo solo dire che ci sono delle contraddizioni nella vita reale, che da una parte ci vuole l'esercito, però quando io vedo il manuale di addestramento delle truppe d'assalto, gli insegnano come si fa con un colpo solo a aprire il nemico. Per fare questo dovete spiegargli, dovete fargli capire che questo nemico non è umano, è disumano. E questa è la cosa pericolosa degli eserciti. Io sono figlio di un ufficiale di carriera, quindi non ho pregiudiziali, lo capisco, però affinché si faccia una guerra moderna c'è una preparazione che a me fa molta difficoltà morale e etica, perché eccita l'odio. Quindi la mia posizione è che nella società civile, di cui fa parte le chiese, le associazioni, tutte queste cose, deve nascere una spinta a non volere fare la guerra, in modo che l'autorità politica non possa farla. Questo è molto utopico, ma non vedo altra via. Non vedo altra via. Io stavo guardando il nostro professore che mi ricorda molto che probabilmente lei è un ufficiale dell'esercito svizzero, no? Ecco, lì sono tutti, vanno tutti a fare il militare. Sui treni ogni tanto si vedono i soldati con il fucile d'assalto, capite? Perché vanno a fare le esercitazioni. Però fondamentalmente non sono guerrieri, ma dovranno pure dirgli che dovete uccidere qualcuno, anche se sono molto pacifisti. Questo è il mio problema morale.
Bene, grazie per la risposta. Questo è un invito per continuare il dialogo durante l'intervallo. Facciamo 10 minuti di intervallo e ci incontriamo qua per continuare la nostra conferenza.
try to
short
as could I couldn't expect that.
Mi scuso di aver parlato troppo.
No, va bene.
Nice of you.
No. Sì. Bene. Carissimi, siamo pronti, speriamo di cominciare i nostri lavori insieme. I'm Dominic Holtz from the Faculty of Philosophy, and for this session, we will be moving to continuing our consideration of just war, in this case, justice in bello, and in particular, addressing questions about non-combatant immunity. I'll just say briefly, this is actually a fairly ancient and old consideration. We'll be getting various perspectives here, but as a medievalist, I like to remind us that we have a tradition of the peace of God from the 10th and 11th centuries. Already 2,000 years ago, some attempts to consider who might be exempt from warfare, which means it's at least a continuous problem. On my left, we have Father Michael Sherwin, Professor of Fundamental Moral Theology and Director of the Institute of Spirituality here at the Angelicum. On my right, Father Riccardo Lufrani, who is Professor of Theology at the University of Notre Dame's Rome campus and at LUMSA University, and of Moral Theology and Christian Archaeology here at the Angelicum. In a decision on their part, they're going to give us something of a conversational presentation. So rather than two separate independent presentations, they will move back and forth, hopefully to prime your own desire to enter in what we hope to be lively discussion. So I now pass it on to our speakers.
So thank you, Father Dominic. Nothing is more difficult on a Friday afternoon during the first blossoming of a Roman spring than to sit and hear a lecture, and not just one, but two lectures. So Father Lufrani and I have decided to introduce something of a dialogue aspect in this session and to employ something of a tag team mode of presentation that I hope will wake us all up and encourage discussion. Thus, I give the floor to Father Lufrani. What can you tell us about the history of non-combatant immunity?
Thank you, Father Sherwin. So, the principle of non-combatant immunity is a cornerstone of the just war theory, which seeks to establish ethical guidelines for the use of military force in armed conflicts. This principle, which is now codified in international law, can be traced back to early Christian theological thinking on just war and has since evolved into a more complex concept that continues to develop today. However, in modern conflicts, it has become increasingly challenging to accurately distinguish between combatants and non-combatants. As a result, this principle is vulnerable to abuse, and its efficacy in protecting civilians has been called into question. I will present the evolution of the non-combatants immunity principle throughout the centuries and conclude by introducing foreseeable complications related to this principle within the context of new forms of warfare driven by the extensive use of artificial intelligence. So while the concept of just war can be traced back to the Greek and Roman civilizations, it was St. Augustine who laid the foundation for the moral framework of the just war tradition. Augustine's contributions were crucial in formulating normative restrictions on war and providing a theoretical basis for the concept. Despite his efforts to reconcile war with Christian theology and justify the use of military force in pursuit of a higher legitimate end, St. Augustine's approach fails to distinguish between enemy civilians or soldiers. According to Augustine, a just war is one that is fought against the guilty as a means to punish their immorality. This moral purpose elevates the status of killing during war for those who are on the right side with a just cause, distinguishing the violence of just combatants from immoral violence. This distinction also raises the status of the just combatants who may be seen as taking part in a morally good enterprise. Augustine's view of non-combatants is constrained to those who are neutral parties free from the enemy population's collective guilt. Such individuals are entitled to protection during war. However, this leaves non-combatants from the guilt community exposed to attack due to their group's collective guilt. Regarding the principle of non-combatant immunity, there is no consensus among scholars on whether St. Augustine's theory of just war can be considered a precursor of this principle. According to Augustine, the moral assessment of killing in war depends on the underlying motivations, such as cruelty, hatred, or desire for power. However, the indirect yet forcible death of innocent people in the pursuit of victory in a just war would not be considered immoral by Augustine. Building upon St. Augustine's approach to the just war, St. Thomas Aquinas sets forth 3 conditions that must be met for a war to be considered just. We have heard many times today. It may be argued that consistent with Augustine's perspective, Aquinas upholds a guilt-based view of war. He compares the elimination of an immoral member of the society to the removal of a diseased organ from the body in order to prevent the corruption of the entire organism. A substantial landmark in the evolution of the principle of non-combatant immunity is the incorporation of the doctrine of double effect within the framework of just war theory. This occurred 4 centuries after St. Thomas Aquinas initially formulated the doctrine in the context of self-defense, specifically in relation to the act of killing an aggressor. Although Aquinas did not explicitly apply the double effect doctrine to his examination of just war, Stipe Buzar has argued that Aquinas implicitly employed it in his consideration of engaging in combat on holy days, as found in Summa Theologiae Secunda Secundae, question 40, article 4. The guilt-based approach, in conjunction with the double effect doctrine, though not explicitly incorporated in the just war theories of Christian theologians preceding the modern era, provides the framework for reconciling the absolute prohibition against attacking non-combatants with an unavoidable occurrence of unintended civilian casualties in certain situations. It was only during the 16th century that a shift occurred in the conception of combatant status among just war theorists. The guilt-based approach was gradually replaced by a rights-based alternative, which was grounded in a new understanding of the nature of war and individual rights. Rather than viewing conflicts as moral crusades in which the guilty could be punished for their sins, just war theorists began to see war as a political relationship between sovereigns. They believed that states had the right to pursue limited foreign policy objectives that did not necessarily involve all of their citizens. This new perspective grew out of the natural rights tradition, which posited that certain natural human rights existed independently of political institutions, and that governments were obligated to respect them even during wartime. This detachment of individual rights from specific political arrangements meant that wars between rival polities could not be used as justification for violating the natural rights of those who were not directly involved in the fighting. The secular foundation allowed war to be justified as a political relationship between sovereigns that did not require the moral valuation of their subjects. Francisco de Vitoria represents the first major shift from the guilt-based conception of just war to a rights-based conception. Although Vittoria's thoughts on war are sophisticated, they suffer from deep contradictions regarding collective guilt and indiscriminate tactics. Vittoria's support for collective punishment and acceptance of indiscriminate method of fighting make his understanding of civilian immunity weak by contemporary standards. Nevertheless, Vittoria's view acknowledges that enemy civilians should be exempt from attack unless it is necessary to advance a just war. Francisco Suarez shares many of Vittoria's views on the circumstances under which civilians may be attacked. Suarez is even more willing to accept civilian victimization than Vittoria, defending retaliatory actions against defeated states, civilians, and the seizure of goods from conquered people. However, Suarez, like Vittoria, links just war theory to natural law theory and recognizes that innocent people have a right not to be intentionally subjected to physical harm. This provides a rights-based foundation for respecting the lives of civilians, even though their property remains vulnerable to seizure or destruction. The challenge left by Vittoria and Suarez was to reconcile the contradictions between the guilt-based view of war and the rights-based view of civilian status, which required a re-evaluation of the just war tradition's fundamental assumptions. The rights-based conception of non-combatant immunity, primarily attributed to legal theorists Hugo Grotius and Emmer de Vattel, diverges from the guilt-based perspective inherited from Christian theology. Grotius refrains from assigning collective guilt, establishing alternative criteria for legitimate targets, and only considers active participants in warfare as valid targets. However, he permits attacks on civilians in extreme circumstances with caution. Grotius views violence against civilians within a more constrained doctrine of double effect framework than Aquinas, and highlights the importance of secular political authorities in ensuring non-combatant immunity. Grotius broadens the category of civilians, including individuals such as children, women, scholars, and clergy, although this notion has been critiqued for perpetuating gender biases and its empirical dubiousness. Vattel builds upon Grotius' non-combatant protections, distancing just war theory further from collective guilt. He emphasizes that war involves opposing armed forces but not their populations, condemns the use of unnecessary force, and rejects the link between combatant status and moral guilt. Vattel argues that guilt for unjust wars lies solely with the sovereign, not with subjects or soldiers. Thus, violence against civilians cannot be justified as retribution for ad bellum injustice, especially group retribution endorsed by Augustine and other early just war theorists. The principle of non-combatant immunity has become a crucial component of just war theory in Western political thought. This idea was developed over time and was refined in the 20th century by influential writers such as Woodrow Wilson, Bertrand Russell, and Michael Walzer. These writers distilled previous generations' thinking about the justness of war into a relatively simple paradigm, which held that combatants could, in theory, be clearly distinguished from non-combatants, and that the latter should be granted immunity with minimal impact on the conduct of war. Emerging concepts of humanitarianism reinforce this practice of limited war, which has since become a cornerstone of modern just war theory. Nevertheless, limited war gave way to the era of total war. Mutating conceptions of sovereignty ensued thereafter to include individual freedoms and rights. Sovereignty as human security has even begun to place the rights of the individual over the needs of the state. This evolution has huge impacts for the norm of non-combatant immunity. Western societal norms have complicated the understanding and application of the principle of non-combatant immunity by depicting combatancy in terms of innocence and guilt. Those viewed as innocent deserve legal protection. Child soldiers and female suicide bombers exemplify today's complex and expanding parameters of combat. Consequently, in practice, authorities in conflict zones cannot rely on existing legal distinctions. Instead, they are forced to make subjective judgments when deciding whom to protect. The policy implication of subjective normative conception of innocence and vulnerability in conflict zones when it comes to applying protective policy and humanitarian evacuation are significant. The use of such subjective judgments has been widely practiced in conflict zones without being critiqued and examined. This can result in this disproportionate application of civilian or non-combatant status to women and children, for example, based on perception rather than fact. Emily Callagate calls for further research on the subjective framework currently being applied and a reassessment of the combatant-non-combatant distinction as a contribution to a better enforcement of the principle of non-combatant immunity. The lack of clarity in the definition of non-combatant has denied individuals around the globe the protection to which they are entitled under international law. Gate rightly suggests that a fundamental re-envisioning of civilian protection is required, and until that is achieved, the immediate plight of the non-combatant can be ameliorated by a less rhetorical, more transparent and honest discussion of the realities of conflict and combatancy. By frankly explicating the complexity surrounding the terms defining combatancy as well as the real impossibility of uniformly providing protection for non-combatants, expectations can be measured. As we have just considered, defining and applying a universally shareable definition of the non-combatant immunity principle is challenging. Moreover, even if a clearer definition existed, its application will be problematic. The introduction of AI-driven weapons further complicates this issue. AI-driven weapons have the potential to enhance the non-combatant immunity principle by improving targeting precision and accuracy, thereby reducing civilian casualties. For example, AI systems can process large amounts of data to identify military targets more effectively than human operators. Additionally, AI-driven weapons can be programmed to strictly follow international humanitarian law rules, minimizing the risk of human error or emotional factors leading to violations. However, critics argue that AI-driven weapons may undermine the non-combatant immunity principle due to their potential lack of human judgment and accountability. In complex environments, AI systems may struggle to distinguish between combatants and non-combatants, especially when adversaries deliberately blur the lines between the two. Furthermore, the black box nature of some AI algorithms may make it challenging to determine the reasoning behind targeting decisions, complicating efforts to hold individuals or states accountable for international humanitarian law violations. The future of the non-combatant immunity principle in the context of AI-driven weapons depends on several factors, including the development of AI technology, the adoption of international norms and regulations, and the willingness of states to prioritize civilian protection. To ensure that AI-driven weapons respect this principle, scholars and policymakers have proposed various measures, such as establishing clear guidelines for the development and use of lethal autonomous weapons systems, promoting transparency and accountability in AI systems, and fostering international cooperation to prevent the proliferation of unregulated AI-driven weapons. In conclusion, given the potential widespread adoption of AI-driven weapons and the development of new forms of total war, such as cyber wars, it is likely that the implementation of the non-combatant immunity principle will become even more controversial. However, it is important to acknowledge that war is not inevitable, as Pope Francis has reminded us lately, and that peace is a journey. The Roman Pontiff is guiding us in this journey. Let us follow him and cooperate to strengthen the Church's increasingly crucial role in the world. Thank you very much.
Now, there's two directions we can go at this point. One direction would be to look at the relationship between non-combatant immunity and what's known among war planners as the issue of collateral damage. So they're living in democracies, war planners have to take into account the citizens' own reaction towards certain types of violence, even in a just war. And so there are all the discussions about what type of strike on a certain military facility is justified or not. Can you bomb a military installation even though you can foresee that the only way to destroy the installation will also kill civilians? So that's one whole direction that questions of non-combatant immunity and moral discussion can go. But there's another more ominous direction that I think it's important for us to look at, and what I want to introduce following on what Father Ricardo has said, which is the deterioration of the whole notion of non-combatants. So William Shakespeare, in his play Henry V, writing a mere 25 years before Hugo Grotius's magnum opus De Jure Belli ac Pacis. So Grotius publishes his 3-volume tome in 1625, and Shakespeare publishes Henry V on the eve of the year 1600. I think the first performance was in November of 1599. So it's a Baroque play, but at that same period when these type of reflections are percolating. And so in his play, Henry V, he has the king describe during a pause in his siege of the French city of Harfleur, what will happen if the citizens of this city do not yield. The gates of mercy will all be shut up, and the fleshed soldier, rough and hard of heart, in liberty of bloody hand, shall range with conscience wide as hell, mowing like grass your fresh, fair virgins and your flowering infants. The English king urges the city fathers to surrender while he, the king, still has control over his soldiers, warning that, if not, when they breach the city walls, why, in a moment, look to see the blind and bloody soldier with foul hand defile the locks of your shrill, shrieking daughters, your fathers taken by the silver beards, and their most reverend heads dashed to the walls, your naked infants spitted upon pikes, while the mad mothers with their howls confused do break the clouds. Shakespeare, living in an era that was well acquainted with war, describes accurately what was the expected lot of civilians during war: rape and bloody murder of women, children, and the elderly. At the same time, however, Shakespeare portrays another vision. He has King Henry, upon the arrest of his erstwhile drinking partner, drinking buddy, Bardolph, give the following orders. After having ordered Bardolph's execution for the sacrilege of stealing from a church. So Henry orders the following: "And we give express charge that in our marches through the country there be nothing compelled from the villages, nothing taken but paid for, none of the French upbraided or abused in disdainful language. For when lenity, that is leniency, when lenity and cruelty play for a kingdom, the gentler gamester is the soonest winner. Both visions thus exist side by side, the slaughter of non-combatants and the protection, the immunity from harm of non-combatants. There is thus conscience wide as hell and conscience as narrow as the gates of heaven. These two visions, these two consciences, present in Shakespeare, remain and advance in parallel from the age of Shakespeare, the age of the Baroque, down to our own day. Shakespeare also accurately describes how these two currents can exist side by side, flowing in parallel within one and the same person. Thus, while the Welsh captain Llewellyn will condemn the killing of the non-combatant servant boys at the Battle of Agincourt by affirming that such killing is, quote, contrary to the law of arms, he also celebrates King Henry's retaliatory measure of ordering the killing of their prisoners of war. So, wide and narrow conscience, two streams flowing within one heart. The specialists in our day and in the days leading up to our day, specialists with narrow conscience, have tried to articulate non-combatant immunity, especially the experiences of the Second World War leading up to the amendment and the renewing of the Geneva Conventions in 1949, having for the first time really articulated what was already present in Grotius's third volume, what to do with innocents in warfare, how should they be treated. Before that, it was always how to treat the wounded and how to take care of prisoners. But now, after 49, after the World War II, this move to articulate non-combatant immunity, both in theory and in law. But these same specialists have often restricted their portrayal in the heat of a crisis of who counts as a non-combatant. Elizabeth Anscombe, in her famous reaction to Oxford University's decision to grant an honorary doctorate to President Harry Truman, provides a vivid example of this twin conscience, and I quote at length. In 1939, on the outbreak of the war, the President of the United States asked for assurances from the belligerent nations that civil populations would not be attacked. In 1949, when the Japanese enemy was known by him to have made 2 attempts towards a negotiated peace, the President of the United States gave the order for dropping an atomic bomb on a Japanese city. 3 days later, a second bomb of a different type was dropped on another city. No ultimatum was delivered before the second bomb was dropped. Side by side, she goes on to say, these events provide enough of a contrast to provoke an inquiry. Now, she's doing a little bit of a sleight of hand here, since the president in 1939 was Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the president in 1945 was Harry Truman. But nonetheless, she's putting her finger on a kind of corporate schizophrenia where you have the presidency of the United States pushing towards that narrow conscience of the gates of heaven at the beginning of the conflict before the United States was a partner to it. And then a conscience wide as hell, allowing for the destruction of entire civilian populations. And so Elizabeth Anscombe invites us to undertake an inquiry. We will undertake that, but I think to understand what comes later, we should first consider an earlier episode in American history, the American Civil War of 1861 to 1865. I choose this because they were very conscious, the participants, of what they were doing. The strategy that led to the Northern victory in that war is easy to describe briefly. General Grant, with his army, would pin down, would hold the bulk of the South's forces as they protected the Southern capital in Virginia, while from the West, General Sherman, with his army, would cross the South and systematically destroy Southern agriculture and industry. Although the Northern generals attempted to restrain individual acts of cruelty or violence against civilians, the strategy of destroying Southern resources and infrastructure was undeniably an attack on the non-combatant population, on their livelihood, on their very existence. The expressed goal was to break the South's will to fight. But the Southern armies, both the Southern armies and the Southern civilian population, depended upon these resources. Without them, they began to go hungry and to suffer from exposure to the elements. A case in point was General Sherman's plan to evacuate Atlanta's civilian population before burning the city down and moving on. The Southern officials protested that this expulsion and destruction would be barbarous and cruel acts. The mayor of Atlanta thus appeals to General Sherman's conscience, and I quote, "Many poor women are in advanced state of pregnancy, others now having young children, and whose husbands, for the greater part, are either in the army, prisoners, or dead. This being so, how is it possible for the people still here, mostly women and children, to find any shelter? And how can they live through the winter in the woods? No shelter or subsistence in the midst of strangers who know them not, and without the power to assist them much if they were willing to do so. This is but a feeble picture of the consequences of this measure. You know the woe, the horrors, and the suffering cannot be described by words. Imagination can only conceive of it, and we ask you to take these things into consideration." The general responds by affirming that he has read the mayor's letter with care and gives full credit to his description of the suffering that their expulsion from Atlanta will occasion. He asserts, however, that this expulsion is a military necessity if the war is to be brought to an end and peace restored. So General Sherman then asserts, quote, "You might as well appeal against the thunderstorm as against these terrible hardships of war. They are inevitable, and the only way the people of Atlanta can hope once more to live in peace and quiet at home is to stop the war, which can alone be done by admitting that it began in error and is perpetuated in pride." General Sherman then famously adds, "You cannot qualify war in harsher terms than I will. War is cruelty, and you cannot refine it. And those who brought war into our country deserve all the curses and maledictions a people can pour out. I know I had no hand in making this war, and I know I will make more sacrifices today than any of you to secure peace. But you cannot have peace and a division of our country." The general goes on to explain that a division of the country will mean unending war between the divided sections. Here again, the Northern generals were not seeking cruelty for cruelty's sake. Indeed, Sherman was systematically generous when his opponents surrendered, and he renewed friendly relations with the South as soon as the war was over. The North's attacks on civilian populations were ordered toward the goal of winning the war and reestablishing peace. In essence, Northern generals were calling into question the distinction between combatant and non-combatant. They viewed the Southern population in their support, materially and psychologically, for the war as equally responsible for the onset of the war and for its continued maintenance. They had a special ire for the women of the South, who they became convinced had really pushed the men, their husbands and their sons, to go off to fight against the North for the freedom of the South. General Sherman has been described as the father of modern total war. He, however, would simply see his tactics as an application of ancient truths when confronting an unjust aggressor. Often enemy armies are supported and encouraged by their people, and thus the people are part of the enemy war machine. When we turn to Elizabeth Anscombe's concern, we see that the moral turning point occurred when the Allies, first the British and then the Americans, in response to Axis atrocities, began to engage in the carpet bombing of entire cities. Although during many bombing raids in Europe, effort was taken only to bomb military targets, in certain cases, as with Dresden, Hamburg, and Berlin, the targets were the city itself and her native population. This was especially true of the systematic firebombing of Japanese cities. So firebombing, because Japanese cities were made of wood, using incendiary bombs, if you bombed in high enough concentration, you could cause a firestorm to occur that would be self-perpetuating. The culmination of this strategy of firebombing was the firebombing of Tokyo, during which in one night over 150,000 inhabitants, so far more than were killed by the nuclear bombs later on in Nagasaki or Hiroshima. In one night, over 150,000 inhabitants of Tokyo were incinerated or suffocated. Here, too, the justification was that since Imperial Japan had mobilized its entire population for war, there were no non-combatants in Japan. All the Japanese were part of the imperial war machine that had to be stopped. General Sherman, at one point in the war, after having encountered certain types of independent guerrilla forces, like the famous Wizard of the Saddle, he said that there is a kind of population, there's a percentage of the population in the South that will never be reconciled with the North, and they just simply have to be extinguished. And he felt that that was going to be a necessary part of the war effort to bring about a lasting peace. So the question becomes, in the midst of all of our efforts to improvements in technology, all our efforts to avoid collateral damage, we may be missing the fact that there's a whole other movement that has been growing since the age of the Baroque to remove from modern society the distinction between combatant and non-combatant, that in modern organized societies, planners consider everyone in the population as a combatant. And so in some ways, it's a return to the older vision of guilt, of collective guilt. So it's with that I want to end. I would love to hear what Father Ricardo, who, when I was teaching in Freiburg, even though he was not a moral theologian by training, he was going on to do wonderful things in biblical archaeology, he nonetheless asked the best questions of any of my students and the most challenging questions. He made me work, so I hope he's going to make me work this afternoon. Thank you.
Shall I ask you the terrible questions? Yes. So I arrived to the conclusion that there is no way to go elsewhere than towards a guilt-based approach, that St. Augustine works. When we make war, we do consider all the enemy as part of the combatancy effort. So I arrived to the conclusion that there is no other solution than peace. What do you think?
Well, I'll give you...
Can we do something, or...?
I will answer your question by giving an antidote, telling a history from my own formation. So when I was a student, a doctoral student at the University of Notre Dame, I had the privilege of having courses with John Howard Yoder. Now, Yoder was a Mennonite who had lived his principles of being a conscientious objector against all war. So he was a professed pacifist, and he worked as a stretcher bearer during the wars in Algeria, where he met his Huguenot, future Huguenot bride. So he really put his life on the line to live a kind of principled pacifism, as many Mennonites do. And he he felt that one of the ways to bring peace to the world, or to help lessen the effects of war, was to teach the just war theory to Catholics. Because if Catholics actually lived according to their principles, there would be less violence in the world. And he even had a very good relationship with the officer training program at Notre Dame, where he would teach this to the naval students, who are people who are going to go on to become naval officers, Air Force officers. And his courses were very much appreciated by the military. So he was all of his books, The Politics of Jesus, he was very, very much vigorously a believer in pacifism. But there was a student in a graduate course who, 10 weeks into the course, asked him the following question. Yes, Professor Yoder, but what happens if someone comes to the door with a gun and he's going to torture, rape, and kill your wife and daughters? What are you going to do? And he said, well, that's not the first question to ask. And this annoying student said, yes, but we're in week 10 of the semester. It's not the first question. So he smiled. He liked that. And he said, well, I would probably shoot him, but I would shoot him in the knee. Now, once a pacifist is willing to do that, you have to then enter into a calculus as when the conditions are present for me to shoot him in the knee. You end up recreating some type of just war theory. So I don't think after the fall, human nature, fallen human nature being what it is, that we are going to just simply by a flick of the switch end war. We've tried that. And there were generations who felt that this was, the war to end all wars and all the rest. I'm much closer in the view of Solzhenitsyn, who says, as he was sitting on a pile of dirty straw, that he realized that the division between good and evil is not between peoples, not between cities, not between members of a family, but passes through every human heart. And so war is a reality that we have to struggle with, but how to live it in a way that limits how to live in a war-torn world in a way that limits its violence seems to be part of the evangelical call, because it definitely is part of the Beatitudes, the call to be peacemakers. And I think thinking clearly is part of it. But if you really want to push me, I would say it also is, we will be helped by limiting the occasion for disordered desire in others. But we have to start with ourselves. Has the West lived in such a way that it hasn't provoked disordered desire in others, since our desires are also disordered? So the wars of today pass through the heart of each and every one of us. So I don't think, to say that, some would say that it's not a choice. I know, Neil Ferguson, or back in Britain, he goes by Niall Ferguson, but Neil Ferguson out at Stanford at the Hoover Institution will say, we're not confronted by a choice of good or evil. We're confronted by a lesser evil and a greater evil. And then very often we just are forced to have to choose because of the previous choices that we as societies have made. We have to chronically choose the lesser evil. But to think that we can abolish evil, I think leaves people disarmed from when they discover that they can't do that. The largest groups of pacifists before the Second World War were in Germany, and they were not prepared for, I think intellectually, for what came. So, yes.
So, this morning, Father Girtek reminded what St. Thomas Aquinas says, that justice is not enough for peace. You need also charity, because it's the unity principle that make really a real peace and durable. You mentioned the individual part of the effort, so that we should apply in our life the principle, the reality of the virtue of charity. But I think, considering the working mechanism of the culture, as we work automatically, we think, we understand, and we behave, and we have automatic reaction according to the culture that we have. If the solution would be what first was proposed by St. Paul VI in 17th of May in 1970, to build civilization of love and peace, and since then this reality of a civilization of love has been embraced and developed by the Church. So being this love, the love of the common good, so that we should develop systematically a culture, a Christian culture, so that our society should be a theo-spiritualistic society and not an ateo-materialistic society whose form is given by ateo-materialistic ideologies like the liberal capitalistic one in Western countries and the communist one in China. So the only solution is be not a theocracy, but an theo-spiritualistic ideology, a Christian one, the one of the civilization of love, that should be studied, recognized because we are naturally trying to build a civilization of love. So first defining what a civilization of love is, and discovering what we are already doing and focusing on doing it better and together. Teaching it in the university, embedding it in the laws, and creating finally, for the first time in the history, a really Christian society. What do you think?
Monsieur l'ambassadeur, je pense qu'il a un projet du Fonds national suisse qui serait parfaitement reçu et soutenu, et il peut
Yeah, may I interrupt you, because Switzerland, I've studied the 5 principles of the social doctrine of the Church. So common good, the universal destination of goods, subsidiarity, participation, and solidarity is the country where I lived, where are applied the most. Not perfectly, I say it's paradise on earth, but still, it works.
Yeah, it's not by accident that the Swiss were the ones to promote to found the International Red Cross and to promote peace, because they were the most ferocious warriors in the world, and it's a miracle that they learned to live amongst themselves in peace. And so having learned that, they can go out to teach the rest of us how to live in peace. Un bon fribourgeois accepterait ça comme analyse, j'espère. But I think to answer your question, we can't do better than to look at the example of the dissidents from Central and Eastern Europe. There's two ways that the civilization of love that Paul VI argued for can be and is being interpreted. One of them has been famously described in a book by being called the Benedict option. And the author of that book appeals both to Alistair MacIntyre, who rejects it rather vigorously, but appeals to Alistair MacIntyre and to who argues at the end of After Virtue that what we need is a new St. Benedict. And then in line with some of the things that Benedict XVI had argued for in Deus Caritas Est. But what that book argues for is a kind of Catholic Amish turn, a Catholic version of the Amish withdrawal from society. And the Amish are pacifists. And if they're living in countries that respect their views, they can live apart from the obligations of military service. But that's, I don't think, the right Catholic vision. I think when you listen to the dissidents from Central Europe, what they were doing by refusing to live the lie and by living according to the truth, they articulated, like they did in Czechoslovakia, that they were creating a parallel polis. And when they meant parallel, they didn't mean withdrawn polis. They meant a polis that was at the service of the larger community, so that eventually it would replace the larger community. It was a society dedicated to the truth, living within and around their neighbors, so there could be pockets of the independent personality of the society or the subjectivity of the society, depending on who you talk to. But Václav Havel, Václav Benda, Karol Wojtyła, they all experienced that the only way for them to remain free in this strange world we live in is by that refusal to live the lie. And what JP2 brought to it, and Benedict XVI, was it was Ephesians 4, living the truth. I mean, Paul invents a verb. He turns the word truth into a verb, to truthize in love. And I do think if you do that in the service of the larger community, you can transform your institutions. So to have universities in the heart of the city where a different view is lived and promoted, and have families, it has to live on the basic unit of culture for Paul VI and the civilization of love begins with the families and the common good of the family. So that's where I would argue it.
I just want to step in here. We've got about, by generous permission, we've been allowed to run this session to 20 past. So I'd like to, at least if there's people out there who've got some questions percolating, I want to give us time to be able to have those. And as you're thinking and the people with the microphones are searching, one thought that crossed my mind as you were talking is, just to add a provocative notion, is what's our willingness, I think, to allow a pejorated solution, that is, our tolerance to a worse-off solution. I think one of the challenges you both raised about non-combatant immunity is the notion that we need to restore justice. So who do we need to still be able to kill to allow a foundation for justice? What if we flip that on its head and says, what just things am I willing to give up for the sake of a situation that allows something more important? It's an ironic part of St. Thomas, who critiques the tragedies tradition, the truths of God. and as we heard about this morning. But the notion there was you could have a right to go to war, but sometimes you just have to stop because it's Lent. And there's something that says there that says no matter the justice of your cause, there are more important things than that you have to attend to. And I wonder if that might be another way to think about how we can not kill infants and mothers. Anyhow.
It really is very difficult because, you know, the people who articulated and justified the bombing of the Japanese cities felt that they were actually saving Japanese lives in the long run.
Right.
It's a very, very hard set of things to discern. We often are confronted between a great evil and a lesser evil, and someone has to make a decision. But we've lived also with the consequences of that narrow calculus because it changed the entire world.
Okay. Thank you, Father, for bringing up my homeland, Czechoslovakia, and Václav Havel, Václav Benda. And one of his writings has already been discussed today briefly, but I would like to point out another one that he has written, probably the most famous, The Power of the Powerless. But especially in this context, I'm sorry, actually I misread, non-combatant community, I thought, not immunity, but whatever. Referring to Václav Havel and the role of dissent in my country, ex-communist countries or whatever, and making it more specific, more actual, what is the role of the community, the citizens of a country whose government decides to wage a war? Are they obliged, what are your thoughts, what the theory at least says, should they, what are the roles, the types of resistance they should do according to Catholic social doctrine, or can you elaborate on this, please?
Okay, first I should mention to those who don't know it, you made reference to the power of the powerless. So the Poles and the Czechoslovaks were meeting in the Tatra Mountains to discuss the future, because life had become so surrealist in Czechoslovakia after the crushing of the Prague Spring. And they asked Havel to articulate how far they had gotten in the dissident society that they were creating and what he thought was possible for the future. And very interestingly, he was writing this the very same time that John Paul II was writing his first encyclical, Redemptor Hominis. And so 1978 was an amazing time. And he writes this book. I think it's probably one of the most important books in political philosophy of the 20th century. It's an essay called The Power of the Powerless, where he traces the movement from suddenly becoming a dissident because you simply want to be faithful to how to make good Pilsen beer, and then how that becomes a parallel society when other people join with you because they want to live the truth, simple truths like how to make good beer, and then how the stages of that can progress. And so, if I understand correctly, you're asking me, those who are living in totalitarian societies, whether our neighbor farther east, what can they do if their government is involved in military adventures that are unjust? It's a real challenge because society in a place like Russia it's very, very difficult for individual action to take place. And the exile community is not united. It's a real challenge. I think prayer, if someone like Carol Gautier would say, prayer, study, conversion of heart, and then fidelity to the truth in all things. You have to create a parallel society, and you have to be willing to suffer for the truth. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if you know who Vlad Vexler is. So he's a Russian British citizen who has a blog. He has a lot of health problems, so he can't have a university position. But he stays very close to what's going on within Russia and the passion of the Russians. And they've been depoliticized. So the future for Russia is for the citizens to acquire a sense of civic engagement, but through, I think, the peaceful means that the dissidents from Central Europe, and of course it all started, the person who helped them out in the very beginning was Solzhenitsyn. So the early Solzhenitsyn really points the way towards, I think, a peaceful way of refusing, let lies come in from all over the world, let lies reign, but not through me. I think that's the way forward. That quiet commitment to simple truths. And Orwell said the same thing, simple truths, simple truisms. Truisms are true, he has Winston Smith say in 1984. Hold on to that. Water is wet, fire burns, rocks are hard. And just doing that, you'll become a dissident. But fidelity to that can change the world.
On that humble and simple note, we've been told to go to alle 16:20, non oltre, e purtroppo siamo andati un minuto oltre. But I'd like to finish up now and thank our two speakers.
Bene, siamo giunti all'ultima sessione di questa giornata. Come sanno i politici, come sappiamo noi tutti, è più facile iniziare la guerra che concludere la guerra. E questo sarà il tema di questa ultima sessione. Sappiamo che una guerra che si conclude in modo, deficiente, ingiusto, porta a un'altra guerra. L'esempio più famoso che tutti conosciamo è quello della pace dopo la Prima Guerra Mondiale, i trattati di Versailles e altri luoghi che sono stati semme di problemi ulteriori che hanno portato, tra altri fattori, alla Seconda Guerra Mondiale. Quindi stasera riflettiamo su qual è il modo giusto per concludere un episodio bellico. E per rispondere a questa domanda abbiamo due relatori. Inizierà la professoressa Catherine Joseph Drost, ben conosciuto all'Angelicum, professore alla facoltà di teologia, che insegna la teologia morale, che è ben conosciuto per aver anche promosso l'opera di padre Serve Pinkers, un famoso moralista tomista. E poi seguirà il professore Alberto Lopresti, che insegna la materia ecclesie da noi e è professore alla LUMSA a Roma, specialista di filosofia politica. Nei ultimi libri scritti da lui, che ne ha scritto tanti, c'è i scritti politici di Ketteler, un famoso pensatore cattolico tedesco, e prima una biografia, un ritratto di Igino Giordani, un eroe disarmato, con una prefazione del presidente Mattarella. Quindi il professore Lopresti è molto coinvolto nella vita culturale italiana e per noi è molto prezioso di avere questa apertura. Quindi lascio la parola ai due relatori, sperando di avere un po' di tempo, un quarto d'ora, per una breve discussione, uno scambio con il pubblico alla fine di questa giornata. Quindi cominciamo con la professoressa Droste.
We are coming to the end of the conference, which we look forward to with joy, just as we often look forward to the end of a war. So there is a comparison. As we enter this discussion of jus post bellum, I would also note, or begin with noting, the subtitle of this section, Si vis pacem para justitium, which has been referenced earlier today. It's a play on the late 4th century adage, si vis pacem para bellum, if you desire peace, prepare for war. So here the title is, if you desire peace, prepare for justice. But also we could argue that neither of these is sufficient, as Father Giertek referenced this morning, that instead we should say, si vis pacem para pacem. If you seek peace, prepare for peace. Just by way of introduction. Now, to discuss jus post bellum, we face something of a little bit more of a challenge. How do we define jus post bellum and its general principles? Many moral and political theorists today propose adding 4th, 5th, or 6th categories. We are speaking of jus ad bellum, in bello, post bellum. Some propose adding a 4th or a 5th or even a 6th group, such as jus ex bello, jus ante bellum. One of these would be George Lucas Jr. of naval, not Star Wars fame. He argues that adding these other categories would help to close the loop, or also help to avoid war's worst consequences in the future. Now, I personally do not believe that adding additional categories is either necessary or helpful in avoiding war. I note them merely because I think they help to highlight the challenge of defining jus post bellum. As we've seen, and as most of us already know, jus ad bellum and jus in bello are a little bit easier to demarcate, basically to define. Why? Because of the specific tensions and conflicts that they refer to. Where does jus post bellum begin? We often celebrate a specific day or even a specific hour when a war ends. Some could argue that this date is specifically when jus in bello ends and jus post bellum begins. But the concrete reality is more complex. Many wars have many endings. The last shot is fired. The first treaty is signed. The last treaty is signed. Reparations are paid. Soldiers return home. These and other events could mark the end of war. Consider the ending of World War II. I could give many examples, but here I'll just do World War II, European theater. Here in Italy, final surrender of the Nazi fascist troops occurred on May 2nd, 1945. But we just also celebrated April 25th, 1945, Festa della Liberazione, ending the civil war between the Italian fascists and partisans. Now, most of Europe, however, also celebrates May 8th, 1945, VE, Victory Day. But battles actually continued until May 25th. There is even a small group of German soldiers who actually lost radio contact, and they did not surrender to the Norwegians until September 4th. We also have the Declaration of German Defeat, June 5th. The Potsdam Agreement is dated August 1st. And then we can look at a couple of other events. Operation Kielhall, repatriation of the Soviet citizens, occurred between the 14th of August, 1946 and May 9th, 1947. And signing of peace treaties, we can begin with December 13th, 1946, but some would argue that this continues up to the Paris Compact of May 5th, 1955, which ended Allied occupation of Germany. All of this is to show what? The fluidity and the challenges of defining when does jus post bellum begin? And how do we define jus post bellum? Here, I would offer as at least a simple definition. Jennifer Easterday offers this definition: the body of laws, norms, and principles that apply during the transition from war to peace. Now, the definition of peace, Professor Lopresti has to deal with that a little bit more. What she offers is at least here a broad definition that's flexible, including just laws, norms, principles, also with the goal of establishing peace. But what are these laws, norms, and principles that guide this period from transition to peace? Now, here we also need to note, I think it's important, that many consider jus post bellum to be a recent development in war theory. However, Francisco de Vitoria, Grotius, who've already been mentioned, already explicitly mention jus post bellum, even if briefly in their writings. De Vitoria concluded his 1539 address on the law of war with comments on jus ad bellum, jus in bello, and jus post bellum. His paragraph on jus post bellum, I would like to just glean a few principles from, 4 principles. Number 1, victory should be utilized with moderation and Christian humility. Now, Christian humility, of course, would be a challenge when we're speaking of secular states, but moderation in itself already includes something of humility, something of this moderation. Second, jus post bellum, according to De Vitoria, requires a virtuous judge. Now, he identifies the victor as the judge. And the victor, this judge, stands between the offending state, the aggressor, and the victim. Now, today, we often don't look at one state, as we already had discussed earlier. We often look to a third party, whether it's the United Nations, the Security Council, so it's much more complex than in De Vitoria's time, but there is still something of a judge. The problem is we tend to hope or presume that the one unjustly attacked is the victor over the unjust aggressor. What if the unjust aggressor is the victor? Is he capable of moderation and just judgment? And what if cases, as we've already noted earlier today, or as example, the Sudan, where it's unclear who is the actual aggressor or defender? Or what if there is no victor? Those are some challenges to this question of the virtuous judge. A third point that De Vitoria emphasizes develops from the first 2. Judgment requires determination within lawful limits, he says, chastising the offender with the least degree of calamity and misfortune. Now, I would note that a just judgment demands not only a just judge who adheres to the letter of the law, but here we could also speak of the virtue of epikeia. Aristotle, as we know, argues that while use, that which is due and establishes right, is the object of both justice and epikeia, the use established by epikeia is not merely a due according to the law. It's a higher use, and I think that we have to apply this when we speak of jus post bellum. This higher use does not contradict the law, but is a rectification of what is legally just. And therefore, Thomas further specifies the object of epikeia as equitas, equity. And so the question would be, in jus post bellum, can we speak of equity as to the aggressor and as to the defender? A fourth principle from De Vitoria is lawful limits. Now here he speaks of lawful limits in a specific point regarding the war. He makes a distinction between the prince and his soldiers who fought for him, he says, as loyal subjects. Now, the subjects, when they're fighting for their princes, they act in good faith. And so he's saying it would be unjust if they suffer for the folly of a king. So here we're not even speaking of non-combatants. We're speaking of a different justice as to those who are the combatants in the war, as distinct from the leader of the state. Just to note another point here from Grotius, as in his Laws of War and Peace, he also speaks of good faith, but he does it in a broader context. He says, every promise and treaty which will build up this peace must be built upon good faith, both of the victor and of the vanquished. The victor must have good faith as a foundation for establishing just treaties and for keeping promises. The victim, or the vanquished, has to be able to accept the treaty, and for this they require good faith, which will guide its people, soldiers and non-combatants alike, to accept and to live by the norms of the treaty. From these general principles, we can move to a second level of principles, applying these general norms to particular situations, to the aggressor and to the victims of a particular war. Because only in the particular can we see what this good faith and moderation, how they will achieve this satisfaction and bring about justice. Now, here, as we look at this application, there are many terms that are used, and I'd like to address some of these terms that apply to some form of redress in use post bellum, such as restitution, vengeance, retribution, retaliation, punishment, reparations, rehabilitation, reconstruction. Now, many of these terms are used interchangeably, but I believe we need to make some distinctions if we really wish to arrive at a true justice. First, any redress, any of these terms that I just noted, or any of these scenarios, must exclude any intention of revenge. Now, here I am defining revenge as a vice, and as opposed to virtuous vengeance, according to Thomas Aquinas. A virtuous vengeance which seeks retribution. This virtuous vengeance is a licit form of seeking punishment of a sinner with the purpose of amendment. Vicious revenge aims at harming. It seeks an evil. And Thomas argues that it seeks this evil either through the evil intention or by ignoring proportion, a principle of jus in bello. Aquinas and Augustine both note the following. Aquinas is citing Augustine. They condemn a passion for inflicting harm. They condemn a cruel thirst for revenge. They condemn non-peaceful, relentless spirit, a fever of revolt, lust for power. Any such thing as any of these categories and anything like this would be rightly condemned and would not apply to jus post bellum. However, they are speaking of jus in bello, so I'm applying it to jus post bellum because I do believe it does apply in the same way. Now, besides virtuous vengeance and retribution, what are these other principles that I've noted? What about restitution? This is a more general act of justice which reestablishes equality where an unjust taking has caused inequality. One restores to the other that which has been taken. In war, what are we speaking of? Whether it's property that has been taken, but it can also refer to non-material goods, including significant loss of life, security, etc. We can also speak here of retaliation. Thomas defines this as negative justice. Negative justice that reestablishes justice by causing loss to his neighbor. So I'm not really merely returning what is owed, but I'm causing in some way a direct loss to the one who has caused harm. In cases of war, this would normally include this next category, punishment. An authority imposing on a guilty party something contrary to his will. The Catechism of the Catholic Church, speaking of just punishment, notes three requirements. Number one, a proper proportion between the punishment and the offense. Again, this applies also in bello. Second, the aim or the goal is to redress injustice. Thirdly, as far as possible, punishment must be aimed at correction of the guilty party, for whom, if willingly accepted, it assumes the value of expiation. Now, we could also note a problem, though, with punishment, because sometimes punishing war criminals, rather than helping them to arrive at expiation, may also deter them from accepting peace terms. So here moderation again has to be referenced. Reparations. This could be considered as a specific type of punishment. Repayment, making up for damages inflicted on another. In World War II, we can speak of various forms reparations took, including cash payments, seizure of German and Japanese warships, forced labor. Now, what is common to all of these scenarios that I've just presented, or these terms that define principles applicable to use post bellum, is that they all look backwards. One political theorist, Seth Lazar, argues against this aspect. He criticizes this narrow aspect of use post bellum, merely looking backwards. He condemns it because he says it's conceptually committed to rehashing the war, revisiting its rights and wrongs, pinpointing wounds, patching them up piecemeal. It's basically inherently, as I say, backward looking. But we must look back. John Rawls argues the way a war is fought and the deeds done in ending it live on in memory. And they may or may not set the stage for a future war, as we all know with World War I. But Rawls continues to say it is the duty of statesmanship to take a longer view, to look ahead. In this line, use post bellum discussions must also consider rehabilitation, restoration, and reconstruction. Here, Walzer argues that in the case of the unjust aggressor, if they caused their adversaries' institutions to collapse, and they threatened civilian population, they are liable to rebuild those institutions to protect the population on simple fault-based grounds. This is not a simple task. It is not merely about conquered lands or financial redress. It extends to all basic needs for a stable society: food production, water supply, medical services not only for soldiers but for civilians, economic recovery, support for education systems, securing a rule of law, etc. Walzer argues that rehabilitation demands insights from all areas of political philosophy and shouldn't be restricted merely to just war thinking. Just war thinking has to include these other aspects. These are just a few points, again, to highlight some of the principles, hopefully to aim towards defining these principles of what is used post bellum. But I think there's another one that I would be remiss if I did not mention. And here I will turn to John Paul II. He left us a great heritage in many of his writings on war and peace, specifically his many messages for the World Day of Peace. Some of his words are reminiscent of De Vittoria, principles of moderation, humility, and good faith. He also references Augustine and the well-known statement that peace is not merely the absence of war. John Paul II develops this and says, peace revolves around, also includes mutual respect, confidence between peoples and nations, collaboration, binding agreements. But he also adds one more important point that has not yet been mentioned. This comes from his 2002 message for the World Day of Peace. The title of this message was No Peace Without Justice, No Justice Without Forgiveness. And I think this concept of forgiveness is essential to use post-bellum. Just a few words from John Paul II. Human justice, he says, is always fragile and imperfect, subject as it is to limitations and egoism of individuals and groups. It must include and, as it were, be completed by the forgiveness which heals and rebuilds troubled human relations from their foundations. Thank you.
Grazie tante professoressa, senza indugio do la parola al secondo relatore, il professore Alberto Lopresti.
Grazie professor Bonino, un saluto a tutti, anch'io parlerò di giustizia e questa sessione vuole dedicare al tema della giustizia il rilievo che merita, cioè non c'è pace senza giustizia. Poi bisogna capire però che tipo di giustizia e come costruirla, intanto come concepirla e poi come costruirla. E allora bisogna mettere in campo dei meccanismi teorici, dei modi che ci portino alla sfida della complessità di oggi nelle nostre società multiculturali e multireligiose, ciò che può significare una giustizia planetaria che riesca davvero a pacificare la vita e la storia contemporanea. Naturalmente parliamo di società complesse e poi però credo possiamo condividere il dato: in questo momento di crisi ci sono tantissimi interpreti che prima di parlare, prima di mettersi in moto per spiegare, prevedere il comportamento degli attori sociali, fanno delle riduzioni della complessità spesso brutali. Quella più semplice è quella di capire che esistono enti, collettivi, popoli, comunità politiche che spesso vengono impersonificate attraverso i loro leader. Per cui nella nostra situazione globale i tanti cultori delle strategie della geopolitica parlano di Biden contro Putin, contro Zelensky, contro la von der Leyen, come se si trovassero in un salotto, questo tutto sommato nello spazio multiforme, a discutere, a litigare fra loro. In realtà così non è. Però sappiamo pure che questo approccio se volete è antichissimo, perché la teoria organica della società è quella che può risalire perlomeno alla Repubblica di Platone. Di solito parliamo del corpo politico per ridurre la complessità. Abbiamo cioè una visione che tende a far questo. L'importante è avere piena consapevolezza che quando compi delle operazioni di riduzione della complessità ci sono tante cose che rischi di lasciare fuori. Allora non è detto che tutte le spiegazioni e tutte le previsioni funzionino, e la sorpresa che tu ti trovi a dover gestire in te quando vedi che le cose erano un po' più complicate di quello che pensavi è una realtà dovuta appunto alla semplificazione originaria. Allora io qui vorrei subito smontare una di queste certezze frutto della riduzione della complessità, quella per cui, tutto sommato, le democrazie non fanno la guerra. Dunque, se vuoi pacificare il mondo, la cosa migliore che devi fare è diffondere la democrazia attorno al pianeta. Voi capite che questo è proprio un modo di dire: siccome l'uomo, quando è educato, la persona, quando è cortese, quando è ben addestrata ai valori civili, spesso si propone con dei modi pacifici di risolvere eventuali conflitti, pure gli stati, se sono democratici, non fanno la guerra. Anche qui abbiamo uno zoccolo duro e solido di grandi progetti teorici che ci hanno spiegato questo. Nel XVIII secolo, se voi proprio voleste andare a recuperare le fonti, Giambattista Vico, Montesquieu, il britannico William Godwin, fino al saggio sulla pace perpetua di Kant, e abbiamo coperto tutto il XVIII secolo, ciò che ci insegnano è che il governo repubblicano è quello che fa la pace, mentre le autarchie e le tirannie si nutrono di guerra, perché siccome il principio del loro potere è basato sulla paura, devono sempre alimentare la paura per tenersi in piedi. Va bene? Naturalmente però tutto questo percorso poi nello sviluppo dei secoli, il governo repubblicano ha incontrato le caratteristiche della liberal democrazia, per cui semplicemente anche a livello intuitivo, se porti le persone a decidere sul destino della comunità, la guerra sarà proprio l'ultima opzione. Chi volete che decida perché i propri familiari vadano a morire in guerra, le case vengano distrutte, le fabbriche dove lavori vengano demolite, ci sia la crisi che sempre genera un'economia di guerra e così via. Poi però gli studi politologici hanno pure descritto l'altra faccia della medaglia. Quante sono le guerre ingaggiate dalle democrazie e quanti sono i crimini che le democrazie commettono, si parla di democide. E allora lì si è spiegato, sì, forse va un po' corretta l'impostazione originaria, diciamo che le democrazie deliberano solo le guerre che hanno una qualche probabilità ben visibile ai cittadini di essere vinti. Quindi il corollario ideologico è anche le democrazie fanno la guerra, ma le vincono tutte. Perché? Perché il governo repubblicano, l'ordinamento democratico è tale che i cittadini aderiscono, votano, diciamo così, l'esito bellico solo se hanno una buona speranza di vincere la guerra. Fatto sta che capite che c'è tutto un piano inclinato che porta ad una concezione del mondo, proprio quella del governo repubblicano di Montesquieu, la pace perpetua di Kant, i saggi di filosofia del diritto di Vico, arrivano oggi appunto ad una certa presunzione trionfalistica che la democrazia porta con sé come vettore efficace di pacificazione del mondo, con tutti i problemi logici che questo produce, perché la democrazia agirebbe a un duplice livello. Da una parte fa la pace interna, ricordiamo quelle espressioni curiose però efficaci, la democrazia è l'unico modo di contare le teste senza romperle, oppure la democrazia è l'unico modo per cambiare un governo senza lo spargimento di sangue, no? Quindi all'interno producono pace e all'esterno con l'ordinamento che già Kant chiamava federale, cioè con un coordinamento e una relazione democratica fra gli stati, era possibile pacificare il mondo. La contraddizione logica qual è? Che le democrazie degli stati fanno la comunità internazionale democratica e la comunità internazionale democratica convince le democrazie ad essere tali. Quindi bisogna capire qual è il punto di partenza. Questo non scoraggiò, cito Norberto Bobbio, alla convinzione certa, sicura, che comunque il processo sarebbe andato avanti senza problemi. Ora, che cosa succede? Succede che noi abbiamo, o diciamo potremmo osservare, che tutta questa dottrina che finora mi ha portato a citare filosofi, teorici, interpreti, si è anche incarnata nell'esperienza storica, si è incarnata nel processo di esportazione della democrazia, che è stato il contrassegno visibile di certi equilibri mondiali di cui l'Occidente è stato protagonista. Molti commentatori autorevoli hanno detto che la politica estera degli Stati Uniti d'America fino a qualche anno fa era improntata sulla convinzione che esportare la democrazia era un diritto e un dovere per pacificare il mondo. È chiaro che c'è un'esperienza, diciamo, apicale, importante di questa rappresentazione della pace globale, la Seconda Guerra Mondiale. Per produrre la pace bisogna aver rimosso gli autarchi in Giappone, in Germania, in Italia e aver instillato la democrazia. C'erano state esperienze anche precedenti, non mi soffermo su questo, in Centro America, ed esperienze anche dopo la Seconda Guerra Mondiale, quando l'esportazione della democrazia ha incontrato, uno, l'esigenza di ostacolare il dilagare dei sistemi comunisti. Pensiamo al Vietnam, alla Cambogia, alla Corea, in Cile. Sì, però in Cile dopo Salvatore Allende è subentrato Augusto Pinochet. Si vede che ostacolare il comunismo era prioritario rispetto a favorire l'insorgenza della democrazia, contraddizione. E in un'epoca successiva, quando bisognava appunto arginare gli stati canaglia, che diceva stamattina padre Giertich, o l'asse del male, cioè quegli stati che ad avviso del mondo occidentale favorivano, incentivavano o perfino finanziavano il terrorismo su scala globale. Però si capisce che la dottrina dell'esportazione della democrazia, io gli do questa etichetta brutale, ha avuto tante altre etichette che hanno provato ad annacquare, diciamo, la portata polemica della cosa, perché basti pensare che abbiamo fatto peacekeeping, cioè abbiamo portato la democrazia con le armi, le contraddizioni rimangono, però diciamo rimane vero che ciò che a livello filosofico era la convinzione che non c'è pace senza democrazia si è tradotto sul piano storico-politico con una dottrina precisa. Inutile dire che non ha funzionato praticamente da nessuna parte. L'Afghanistan, l'ultimo caso, il Sudan, l'Algeria, la Libia. Anzi, in alcune circostanze, chi ha fatto queste analisi proprio politologiche lo dimostra, quando si è tentato di esportare la procedura democratica, cioè le libere elezioni, a vincere le elezioni sono stati i partiti meno democratici che in quella comunità hanno anche loro partecipato alla competizione. Quindi diciamo l'idea di esportare la democrazia, perché la democrazia è un vettore formidabile di pacificazione del mondo, di per sé, non è che è sbagliata radicalmente, però finora storicamente appunto non ha funzionato. Per quale ragione? Siamo al tema sul quale dobbiamo riflettere insieme. C'è un problema di giustizia che non è esaurito dalla condizione di per sé democratica dell'organizzazione delle comunità politiche. La questione di giustizia che molto facilmente si può rivelare essere al centro dei fallimenti dati della dottrina dell'esportazione della democrazia. Scusate, adesso perché non c'è tempo, quindi magari lo dirò in modo rapido, però che cosa volete che sia la dottrina dell'esportazione della democrazia se non la presunzione di superiorità della liberal democrazia occidentale su qualsiasi altra forma politica esistente nel mondo? Che lo dica io, ma guardate che ci sono espressioni di autorevolissimi studiosi come Popper, provate a leggere cosa significa per lui il passaggio dalla società chiusa, ottusa, alla società aperta, o Rawls, che alla fine del XX secolo parlava nel diritto dei popoli di popoli decenti e popoli indecenti. Cioè questa presunzione di superiorità già ci porta sul tavolo l'idea che c'è un'ingiustizia in corso da poter risolvere. E comunque tutte queste riflessioni, l'esportazione della democrazia, la democrazia come fattore di pace, nascono in un mondo che ma forse non esiste più, perché nascono in un mondo solcato dalle differenze di natura ideologica, l'est contro l'ovest, comunismo contro liberalismo. Oggi il nostro mondo è attraversato da differenze importanti e radicali. Cittadini che hanno visioni del mondo, provengono da culture differenti, hanno stili di vita, costumi, fedi religiose differenti. Quindi applicare i concetti, le visioni del mondo sorte in un'epoca che non c'è più per sfidare il presente, anche questo probabilmente lascia il tempo che trova. E poi, ma se fosse vero che le liberal democrazie possono vantare un'istanza di superiorità sulle forme non democratiche, sulle autarchie, su quei popoli indecenti che diceva Rawls, o sulle società chiuse come le qualificava Popper, allora dobbiamo pensare che dentro le liberal democrazie tutto funzioni. Non faccio riferimento a Capitol Hill, quello veramente non mi interessa, non è questo. Andiamo a vedere un'altra cosa succede dentro le liberal democrazie oggi. E per esempio ciò che si trova, ed è interessante, è che in alcune società liberal democratiche, per esempio, cito questo esempio perché è il più evidente, anche il più controllabile, i cittadini di fede islamica possono regolare le proprie controversie attraverso la Sharia, che a tutti gli effetti è un sistema di prescrizioni ricavato direttamente dalla rivelazione religiosa. Ciò avviene attraverso il Sharia Council e il Muslim Arbitration Tribunal. Cioè sono cittadini che liberamente, e fatti salvi alcuni diritti di fondo, possono invocare il diritto di essere giudicati da un tribunale che rispetti la loro fede religiosa e la loro impostazione culturale. Non sono nostalgici perché appena sbarcati in quella comunità e allora rivendicano la nostalgia dei tempi che erano. Sono cittadini di seconda, terza, quarta generazione di migranti. Cioè sono quelli che hanno conosciuto la società aperta, hanno conosciuto i popoli decenti, hanno conosciuto la rule of law, come si dice, il diritto positivo, tutte le garanzie, hanno la cittadinanza, sono inseriti nei circuiti professionali, hanno ricevuto l'educazione a scuola. In coscienza preferiscono rifiutare i presunti valori della società aperta, del popolo decente, per lasciarsi giudicare da un tribunale loro. Questo adesso sta funzionando non in tutte le parti, ma sta funzionando negli Stati Uniti d'America, nel Regno Unito e in Canada. Ma queste istanze sono crescenti nel mondo occidentale. Ma vediamo un altro aspetto. Siamo rimasti tutti colpiti dal fatto che quando c'è stata l'ondata di attentati terroristici in Europa, ricordate le bombe che scoppiavano nelle città, gli attentati suicidi, il camion contro le folle, quando andavano a vedere chi fossero gli autori di questi attentati, era il jihadista della porta accanto. Uso questo titolo perché è un libro che è nato con questo titolo, Il jihadista della porta accanto, cioè persone che erano diventati foreign fighters, cioè combattenti stranieri, per foreign fighters, sì, che vuol dire avevano aderito allo Stato islamico ma erano incardinati nelle società del mondo occidentale. Erano persone che avevano studiato al college, sono circolate le biografie e tutti ancora lì a capire ma cosa è successo, perché persone che vengono da quelle società, appunto secondo la presunzione che vorrei rimuovere qui, che hanno raggiunto gli ultimi traguardi della civilizzazione al tempo presente, hanno compiuto cose di questo tipo. Cioè, cosa voglio dire? Si vede che la cosa non funziona. Faccio osservare che la teoria del diritto pubblico rispetto alle impostazioni per cui esistono cittadini che preferiscono farsi giudicare da un tribunale islamico piuttosto che dal tribunale del paese dove sono ospitati, la teoria del diritto pubblico sta dicendo: noi non possiamo più usare il riconoscimento, ma dobbiamo usare l'accertamento, cioè non è che autorizzo a fare, perché l'autorizzazione è comunque una rottura del principio di giustizia. C'è un ente che certifica, autorizza, e un altro che aspetta speranzoso l'autorizzazione e la certificazione, ma l'accertamento, cioè si capisce che questi cittadini non è che vogliono rivendicare il diritto nello Stato liberal democratico di agire secondo i propri valori, ma vogliono che nello Stato liberal democratico loro esistano a pari condizioni. Adesso lo dico io così per spiegare cos'è l'accertamento. Accerto l'esistenza di un sistema giuridico nella mia comunità dal quale è possibile dirimere le controversie fra cittadini di quella fede. Non riconosco, non autorizzo, accerto. E questo perché? Adesso credo che chi abbia appunto un po' frequentato o lavorato sui principi costitutivi della civilizzazione occidentale, noi siamo il frutto di un concetto di tolleranza che veramente oggi ritenerlo un po' vetusto, inefficace, sarebbe forse anche troppo poco. Perché tutto sommato il concetto di tolleranza è un concetto occidentale, nasce a seguito nel XVI e XVII secolo dell'epoca delle riforme, è un modo per dire: a casa tua prega come ti pare, ma nello spazio pubblico obbedisci al sovrano. I cattolici ne sono puntualmente esclusi in quella prima fase perché erano giudicati ultramontani, cioè sudditi di un sovrano straniero che stava a Roma, e in più è un concetto proprio occidentale. Chiedere a cittadini non occidentali di vivere secondo un concetto occidentale come la tolleranza già prefigura un problema di giustizia, non so se è chiaro. Cioè io se dico tolleranza e mi viene in mente Lessing, Bale, Voltaire, Locke, posso chiedere a un cinese di vivere secondo Lessing, a parte che chissà quanti di noi hanno letto questi libri, però voglio dire, l'idea che lo Stato liberal democratico faccia da ombrello teorico sotto le quali tutte le diversità possono convivere è anch'esso un problema di giustizia. Cioè l'idea che lo Stato liberal democratico si decreti come: esistono tante differenze nel mondo, ma io non sono un primus inter pares, io sono quello che riesce a tenerle unite tutte, prefigura già un senso di ingiustizia forte, perché esistono culture, civiltà che non sono per niente inclini a lasciare che sia lo Stato, cioè l'organizzazione politica dell'assetto sociale, a dirimere le controversie, a regolare la buona convivenza. Dunque, voglio dire, il problema rimane aperto, non lo risolviamo in questo modo. La filosofia politica contemporanea se n'è accorta benissimo di tutte queste contraddizioni. E cosa ha detto? Bontà sua, negli anni 70 del secolo scorso, ha detto: non ce la facciamo a progettare la convivenza pubblica pensando a un'idea di bene comune che vada bene per tutti. Siamo così diversi culturalmente, per religione, che un'idea di bene che metta in comune tutti non è possibile. Ci vuole un'idea di giustizia, ci vuole di stabilire la priorità del giusto sul bene per organizzare la convivenza multiculturale e multireligiosa. Che significa questo? Significa, nel proseguo della riflessione teorica che ha visto coinvolti tanti autori, per regolare una convivenza armoniosa non dobbiamo partire dal contenuto etico che prefigura le culture, perché quello è terreno di scontro. Non dobbiamo partire dalle fedi religiose, su quello ci dividiamo. Non dobbiamo partire dalle visioni del mondo, su quello si stabilisce il conflitto, ma sulla volontà politica depurata da ogni contaminazione etica religiosa. Le teorie della giustizia di Rawls o la teoria discorsiva della democrazia di Habermas sono tentativi di affermare razionalmente e solo politicamente l'equilibrio dato fra cittadini di culture diverse, dove il requisito principale è il frutto e il portato della tolleranza. Nel tuo privato vivi come vuoi, ma nel pubblico ci sono delle ragioni che ti portano a incontrarti con l'altro, l'overlapping consensus di Rawls, cioè c'è solo una necessità politica ed esclusivamente politica che costruisce l'armonia fra i popoli. Ma possibile mai? Possibile mai che dobbiamo arrenderci a una visione per cui per progettare la pace c'è bisogno di inghiottire il contenuto etico, culturale, religioso della nostra persona? Come se avessimo un doppio emisfero cerebrale, uno che funziona per il pubblico, e nel pubblico quindi dobbiamo scendere a patti con tutti, e uno che funziona nel privato. Ma non è questa la persona, appunto. Adesso è quasi un gol a porta vuota quello che dico, ma ricordiamoci l'insegnamento di Beckford, che si chiedeva non a livello di ordine internazionale, però a livello di Stato secolarizzato e liberale, come fa a vivere di presupposti che non riesce a garantire perché è secolarizzato, non vuole prendere posizione rispetto ai contenuti etici, però poi l'unica cosa che lo tiene insieme è l'etica che funziona come collante sociale. Come fa? È lo stesso è per l'ordine internazionale. Come facciamo a fondare pace e armonia per via solo razionale, esclusivamente politica? E guardate che dopo Beckford ci furono gli interessantissimi, almeno a mio avviso, però invito a rileggerli, veramente un patrimonio incredibile di riflessioni che si scambiarono e pubblicarono Habermas e l'allora cardinale Ratzinger, dove spiegarono appunto quali erano le sfide in campo. Comunque molto interessante, voglio dire, non bisognerebbe proprio ritornare a quelle vicende per capire anche i tempi di oggi. Fatto sta che se voi adesso vi doveste mai accostare a qualche libro di Rawls, a qualche libro di Habermas, rimarreste straniti dai contorsionismi teorici che sono costretti a fare per giustificare razionalmente e solo razionalmente la convivenza ordinata, stabile, in una condizione di pluralità culturale e religiosa. Contorsionismi razionali che non finisce più. Noi che sti contorsionismi, ringraziando il Dio, non abbiamo bisogno di farlo, abbiamo avviato, vado verso la conclusione, un'altra strada ringraziando il Dio, fatemelo dire adesso davvero, e cioè mi viene da pensare, propongo solo questo, ma si potrebbe scavare di più, a come le encicliche Laudato Si e Fratelli Tutti si sono costruite su una dimensione più ampia, eccedente i perimetri della Chiesa cattolica e del cristianesimo. Già all'origine sono progetti nati in relazione, in dialogo, con protagonisti di altre fedi religiose e con protagonisti di altri contesti culturali e anche delle scienze. E lì quello che emerge è una non banale, non scontata denuncia dell'ipocrisia del mondo iperliberale, dell'interdipendenza planetaria che dovrebbe portarci ad un'etica della reciprocità, dell'etica intergenerazionale decisiva, determinante, contestazione delle pretese del capitalismo rapace, denuncia della cultura dello scarto, il meccanismo perverso che produce la fragilità del pianeta e la povertà nel mondo. Tutta una serie di denunce sulle quali si è innescato un dibattito, ripeto, a livello planetario che va ben oltre i perimetri della Chiesa cattolica. E tutto questo avviene nel deserto? No, non credo, perché a quella coscienza cosmopolita corrisponde anche una definizione di una cittadinanza cosmopolita. Questi sono già dei politologi che la esprimono così, se vogliamo scendere sul terreno più duro della sapienza economica, quasi finito. Tutto quel percorso di studi che chiama in causa la gestione dei global commons, una gestione che non può che essere democratica e pluralista. E attenzione, perché nel 2009 Elinor Ostrom, questa economista e politologa statunitense, ci ha vinto un premio Nobel, e non perché è spuntata all'improvviso. Dietro c'era tutto il problema della global justice che autori come Thomas Pogge e Simon Hennady avevano prefigurato. E ciò che è interessante, appunto, nella varietà degli approcci, chiudo qui, è interessante osservare la criteriologia, cioè i criteri che portano a dire il vantaggio che avrebbero i paesi ricchi nel muovere in direzione della redistribuzione delle risorse attraverso modalità democratiche e di trasferimento dei global commons. È quello razionale, non altro, e i criteri lo esprimono benissimo. E io credo, se mi è permesso, è già stato citato, però vorrei chiudere su questa cosa, che sulla spinta di ciò che con padre Compagnoni, suor Ellen, mi ricordo, insomma, questa definizione del primato della destinazione universale dei beni come primato tipico che l'etica di Tommaso pone in essere, oggi appunto ci porta noi perlomeno ad avere una consapevolezza superiore rispetto alle svolte a cui siamo arrivati. Per cui sì, davvero, se vuoi la pace, prepara e lavora per la giustizia. Grazie.
Bene, ringrazio i due relatori che hanno portato una materia ricchissima e possiamo iniziare per 5 minuti una breve discussione con il pubblico. Quindi chi desidera porre domande o fare osservazioni alzi la mano.
Grazie. Vorrei fare una domanda al professore Alberto. E se capisco bene la vostra intervenzione, una delle soluzioni politiche contro la guerra è la democrazia. E lei ha detto che questo non significa che la democrazia non fa la guerra, ma la vince sempre. Ma in caso che non la vince, possiamo parlare del fallimento della democrazia o di una democrazia incompleta. Grazie.
Brevissimo per lasciare spazio. Io volevo rivelare il meccanismo ideologico, cioè distorto, di questo passaggio. Si è ritenuto per tanto tempo che la democrazia era il modo migliore per diffondere la pace. Siccome si è visto che le democrazie fanno le guerre, a volte che le democrazie commettono crimini gravi pure, allora c'è chi ha provato a riequilibrare questo dicendo: le democrazie fanno solo le guerre che possono vincere, perché i cittadini sono propensi a deliberare l'intervento in guerra solo se di fronte hanno lo scenario della vittoria. Tutto questo si capisce, è manipolatorio, cioè è ideologico, non funziona. Non è che è completamente falso l'idea che la democrazia faccia la guerra, ma affidare alla democrazia il compito di pacificare il mondo porta a distorsioni ulteriori. l'esportazione della democrazia è avvenuta anche attraverso le armi. Qualcun altro, io non l'ho citato perché non lo meritava, qualcun altro pensa che basta portare il libero mercato per creare la democrazia e pacificare il mondo, perché i valori di partecipazione, di dono reciproco, l'incontro tra un bisogno e un'offerta sono valori e la competizione pacifica sono valori del mercato economico. Io neanche la tratto sta roba, insomma, però per dire che è ideologico.
Professore Boson.
Grazie. Una domanda in italiano al volo, ma non una domanda perché è così ricco e bellissimo, ma io direi che per la democrazia, dall'elezione di Adolf Hitler, il supporto del popolo tedesco, insomma, la democrazia è stato eletto, vediamo, e quindi chiudo qua, ma non fare una reductio ad Hitlerum, come direbbe Aleostros. On the other hand, I would like to go back to what you just said about post-war unforgiveness. Really struck me. But since we are talking about history, which I never do contemporary history because you never know, but anyway, I jump because I have from my own skin, the German again. After World War II, there was not only forgiveness between the French, and I'm from the northeastern port, Alsace-Lorraine, so we were invaded 3 times, but friendship. Because if we don't have this friendship, but the friendship is not just the goodwill, which will be hypocritical often. No, it means that no longer you take the blood, but you give the blood. Because blood is thicker than water. To put it bluntly, now I have a son living in Berlin. He would come to me saying, I'm going to marry a German girl. I would say, well, important that you love her. My father would have me look down. My great father would just expel me. So that's what I mean. If we don't go even to this sort of love in which blood, really blood, not water, because blood is thicker than water, as they say in anthropology. I'd like your reaction. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Professor. And I think here we're going back to what has already been revisited, what Father Giertych spoke of in terms of love, which is also a foundation if we speak of another type of love as friendship. And I think what John Paul II, who I was quoting with forgiveness, that forgiveness requires love and a friendship. Now, friendship, you know, it's not as thick as blood in one sense. Yet if we're speaking of Christian friendship, so to kind of push your whole point on blood and that relationship, exactly, through Christ, that blood, that union, I think there we are speaking again of love, which, going back to the Civil War, which Father Sherwin had brought up. In the Civil War, we had many families that were split, where blood was fighting against blood. That, I know, I'm talking about the Civil War. Well, and I'm speaking the American Civil War, right, in war in general. But I'm just saying my whole point is this is why we can't speak just of blood in a purely human manner. It has to have that root of this friendship and this deeper love. But how do we... No, actually, I was going to, after Father Sherwin spoke, I was going to say, I was giving examples of different endings of war. I could have used the American Civil War. It's still going on after 150 years, if you go into the South. So, yes, a brief note. Thank you.
Sister Ellen.
Thank you very much. I'm quite surprised by this last session because I thought mostly what we were going to find today was that the thinking about just war is very interesting and very important, but almost you can't apply it today except to talk about just defense, okay? So I think what's come out of this session is actually this thinking about the use post-bellum is actually quite useful, even thinking about situations today, because you know, we've got so many wars, we've got so much kind of reconstruction to do after wars. And so this sort of part of the thinking is actually the most, I think, usable, if I can use that word, or the most kind of applicable in today's situation. I mean, I can tell you, I've got people from Ukraine who've been coming to us saying, we want a white paper on how to reconstruct Ukraine after the war, and we want to work with you on it. And so I'm thinking, oh, well, maybe we should start from the jus post bellum discussion, which I hadn't thought of before. So it's very useful to me to hear this discussion today. I was thinking, is there anything that you think in the classical thinking or some of the questions that you were raising that are the most problematic for today? What would be some of the sort of problems that we might find difficult to resolve? Or is there something about modern situation which might make some of this thinking more difficult to apply? I don't really have a clear question. That's just to sort of get you to think out loud, really, about that. Thank you.
No, thank you, Sister Helen. And I think even as to a question, this whole aspect of just war theory is less developed, even though we can go back and even pull principles of it implicit even in Augustine and Aquinas, and then more explicit in the 16th, 17th centuries. It still hasn't been as developed just because we focus more on going into the war. Is it a just war, and how do we fight that war? So there's a great deal still to be done. As to the challenges, though, it comes back to even what Professor Lopresti was talking about, power seeking. I think the power is critical. Understanding common good. What form of government? We've had the argument on democracy, but what are the principles for any type of government after a war? How do you prepare for that? How do you recover from, as you're saying, even to the Ukraine? I think just the whole question of how do we recover and look forward, because we so focus on the looking backward. We're so caught up in what damage has been done, which is why I think the forgiveness is critical, and that good faith. So I think those are challenges just for our whole attitude. I've won, I get whatever I want, is the normal approach, without the UN stepping in and the Security Council trying to help against those human reactions, those human passions. So I think the human passion perhaps would be, in thinking of it just to respond right now, perhaps human passion. Let's say that.
Last observation by Professor.
Well, quickly, I didn't mean to intervene, but the question asked by Professor Alston prompts me to identify at least 4 issues in the context precisely of peace and justice. First, why is justice post bellum? What happens with arrest warrants during conflict, for instance? You need people around the table to negotiate. How do you want to negotiate peace with people who are under an arrest warrant? Second thing, what kind of justice? Did the existing tribunals like Rwanda, former Yugoslavia, etc., bring about exactly the effects that we expected from justice in the countries affected by war? For instance, there is a distinction that is made these days more and more between punitive justice and restorative justice. So if you sentence to a certain number of years in prison people who are judged away from the place where the crimes happened, people who serve their sentences in totally different countries, what is the real impact in the region where the crimes happened? Don't you achieve more through restorative justice, focusing on the victims more than on the people? I mean, definitely, I'm not saying it's not important. I fought quite a lot for punitive justice, but I think that an accent should definitely also be put on so-called restorative justice. Thirdly, what relationship between peace and criminal justice? What I said before, if you need the warlords around the table to negotiate, how do you sequence peace and justice? You cannot say, we want peace, therefore justice, we have to forget about it. Is it really what we want? We have to find a way of sequencing peace and justice in a way that we have both, that they reinforce mutually rather than being detrimental to each other. Fourth complex, and then I'll stop it. What is the relationship between criminal justice on one hand and truth and reconciliation mechanisms on the other hand? For instance, if you incite people to appear as witnesses before a truth commission where they recognize what they have done and they know that at the door there is a prosecutor to prosecute them because of what they have said in front of the Truth Commission, how do you achieve what you expect from a Truth Commission? So these, are a number of very complex but very serious questions that need to be addressed in the context of the relationship between peace and justice. To be too long, but I wanted to answer your question.
Grazie tante. Adesso do la parola al professore Michal Palush, organizzatore di questa giornata, per le conclusioni.
Penso che la prima cosa che devo dire è una buona notizia: non ci saranno tante conclusioni, sì? Well, let's speak English rather, so for translators. Unfortunately, Father Thomas Joseph cannot be with us at the end of this conference, so on behalf of the rector of our university and the vice rector, I would like just to express my deep gratitude to all of you. First of all, to our speakers and professors and students. I think that we all feel that we will go out fed a little bit too much today, and it's a good sign. It's something we expect during such meetings. So just thank you for your effort to bring up different literary genres as well. So it was very helpful, I would say, to follow this conference because of this difference of styles. I want to thank Magda Lekashvili, who is the assistant of the Faculty of Theology, who took this event from the beginning in her iron hands, and great thanks to Francesco, who prepared streaming of this conference and this technical part of it. Thank you to Marta, who with Father Benedict tried to promote this event before and even today. I want to thank as well our students, Valentina and Hennady, for being with us today and for helping in the preparation of this conference. And great thanks to translators who sometimes had quite a difficult time today, I think, especially at the end. So thank you for your work and for your help during this conference. There will be something as conclusion. This morning, Father Giertych reminded us the famous claim of St. Thomas Aquinas that peace is not the fruit of justice alone. Justice is not enough to get to peace. We need something called love, charity, however we call it. We understand that we are speaking about something which is in the center of Christian life. I would say that it's the best conclusion of this conference. It's a very simple claim. A very realistic claim as well, and I would say terribly realistic claim if we try to think it to the end, think it over to the end. Why? Because I think that it helps us to understand that peace belongs to this world we desire for, which is still to come. Peace belongs to the eschatological order. And if we understand it, we understand that because of that we are so important in this world as Christians, to try to achieve something we call caritas, we call love, and perhaps to try to remind that it will be someday possible, you know, and this is just in this world happening, in all those situations where we are able to achieve this eschatological order, dying for ourselves and living for God. And let me give the last word to someone who has just come from Kiev. So, you know, just, you know, 2 minutes. As you probably know, our master of the order, Father Gerard Timoner III, is right now in Kiev, and he is meeting with the Dominican family, with our brothers, sisters, and lay Dominicans. And we have today with us Lilia Karitonova, who is our student, lay Dominican, and who has just come back from Kiev, and he will just tell us a small portion from what she learned from Father Gerard during the last day. So please come and.
Grazie padre. Buonasera carissimi. Vorrei raccontare che il maestro dell'ordine, durante l'incontro con studenti e i professori dell'Istituto delle Scienze Religiose di San Tommaso Aquino a Kiev, lunedì 1 maggio, ha detto: abbiamo visto case bombardate, un ponte bombardato. Anche per me quello che ho visto a Borodyanka, si tratta di una città nella regione di Kiev, è diventato significativo. In particolare il monumento a Shevchenko, si tratta di un poeta ucraino, parzialmente danneggiato. Il maestro ha detto che i poeti ci aiutano a comprendere l'umanità più profondamente. E il maestro ha detto che l'umanità è la prima vittima della guerra. Maestro ha anche sottolineato che anche molte scuole, le cui attività sono finalizzate alla ricerca della verità, sono state distrutte durante la guerra. Padre Gerald ha anche notato: ma ho visto anche i bambini a Fastio, dove c'è un centro domenicano. Era la prima comunione, incontro con terziari domenicani. E se guardare alle foto di questi eventi e non conoscere il contesto, non è possibile dire che si tratta del tempo di guerra. Ma mi sono svegliato alle 4 della mattina perché c'era allarme aereo, allarme antimissile. E questa è stata la mia prima esperienza di questo genere. Questo ha raccontato il maestro. Preciserò che il 1 maggio erano 18 missili contro l'Ucraina. Ci sono state minacce di attacchi anche nei giorni successivi, anche oggi. E rispondendo anche alla domanda cosa significa essere domenicano nella Ucraina, ora, nel tempo della guerra, Padre Gerald ha rimarcato: questa è un'ottima domanda, a quale possono rispondere meglio frati che lavorano in Ucraina. Ma sappiamo che dobbiamo proteggere, dobbiamo difendere la verità. Grazie anche per le vostre preghiere.
So with this word, Veritas, we finish this conference. Have a nice evening. Thank you.